hard to believe it's been 11 years, but it has been. The first time we started in a snowstorm. And that was in February, the end of February. So after a few years of fighting the snow, we decided maybe we ought to try the end of March. Well, we just got rid of a lot of snow, so I guess it was a good thing we moved to the end of March. So I want to thank you all for being here. This event doesn't happen unless you're here. I'm sure we're going to have people streaming in and joining us during the course of the morning and the course of the day. That's the way it works. I also want to thank the team that makes this possible. There are probably 75 people at the minimum who pulled together the day of this event, doing all kinds of things from the live streaming that we have going on to the core Wisconsin Grassroots Network team that presents this. And we meet bi-monthly all year round, but we meet real intensely the last 4 months before the event. So, and a couple of the key people who make this happen are our information team of Bob Krigo, who does all the printing, which I'll be going through here in a minute, and his wife Julie, who compiles the information on the presenters. So I want to thank them and the rest of the team for everybody with a staff button. If you have any questions, look for them, and those are the folks who helped to make this possible. Maria, this is Bob Krigo. Thank you, Bob. So I want to say a few things about the day. We have a box out, and when you leave today, there will be a box out there that says recycle folders. So if you do not need, take your green folder, throw it in the recycle box, and we'll use it another year. If you need it, you can keep it, of course. At the end of the day, so that box will be for the recycling. And then also in your packet, there's an evaluation form, and there'll be a box out there for you to throw the evaluation forms in. And I would encourage you all to fill out the evaluation form. That helps to give us feedback that we can use for planning future events. And Wisconsin Grassroots Network has put on a few events around the state of Wisconsin over the last couple of years. We did one in Wausau 2 years ago, and this last year we did one in Eau Claire. So we're trying to introduce people to this idea around the state of Wisconsin. So the other thing I want to bring to your attention, if any of you want to go to the dinner at the feed mill, you can sign up at lunchtime. So if you haven't signed up yet, feel free to do that at lunchtime. And you can pay your money there and sign up. And then that social time starts about 5 o'clock after this event ends. I'm kind of unsure about whether we'll have enough chili this year because we're doing something different. So we may not be able to honor seconds, but I think at least we'll have plenty to feed everybody. If you are really feeling hungry, we'll let you check in with our head chef, Mike, and if seconds are possible, we'll certainly honor that. This little bell will signal the end of the sessions. So you will simply leave here and go to your sessions after this session, but at the end of the first session in the afternoon and the end of the second session, this bell will be rung to indicate that you can pass to the next activity. And if any of you want to kind of pump up our social presence on the social media, we'd encourage you to like WGN and Wisconsin Grassroots Network on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. So those of you who have access to those platforms, we encourage you to do that. So now I'll quickly lead you through the packet. The first sheet is the overall agenda for the day. The second sheet is the breakout sessions. So yeah, you should have already probably looked that over, decide what sessions you want to go to. On the back of that is a map of the various sessions, which corresponds with the numbers on the various breakouts. Then there's a description of the breakouts. There's a little bibliographic sketch of the various presenters. There's your evaluation form, and then a thank you to the various groups that are supporting us as allies. This is a completely self-funded event. So when we thank you for paying the admission, or we thank you for donating if there's opportunities through the day to buy baked goods and things. We don't offer a dessert, except we offer a lot of things for sale, cookies, bars, and pies, and on and on. So we hope you can take advantage of that. And if that isn't your thing, we would give you an opportunity to donate to help support this mission. It does take money, as you know, for everything. But because we're now reaching out and trying to spread this idea around the state, it also fits into that. So at this time, I'm going to turn the podium over to Mike Crute, who's going to talk about his radio station and wonderful things he's doing to get the word out there. Thanks, Mike, for being here.
Don't leave the bell with me. I keep giving angels wings.
Good morning. My name is Mike Crute. And I'm not really a morning guy, so I apologize if this isn't coherent. But I do radio, and I like doing radio. It's my passion. And I was a businessman, and I turned my efforts full-time about 7 years ago to doing a radio show with my college roommates. We're called the Devils Advocates. And we... Batman's a big fan. We're called the Devils Advocates, and we did our show in Madison and a lot of Walker bashing and had a lot of fun with it. And we did it for about 5 years, and we actually thought we were on to bigger and better things, or at least additional things. We were heading into national syndication, and we're negotiating, who's going to pay the producer and all those sort of things with our host, which was iHeartMedia. And 10 days before the election in 2016, they gave us notice, we're going to stop cashing your checks. First time anyone's ever told me that in my life. We were independent, we produced through them, and they had decided they were going to turn off the Mike 92.1 in Madison. And they did so the day that Donald Trump got elected. And they played Christmas music, and then they switched to some rewind format. So I had an obligation, and I started calling around and saying, hey, who wants to lease me a studio? Craig Carmazon, who went out eventually and bought WTMJ, said, well, I won't lease it to you, but I got radio stations you could buy. I said, okay, let me see what I could do. We put a deal together, and by February of 2017, February 1st, we went on the air in Madison, Milwaukee, at WRD 1510 AM. It's a 23,000 watt AM station. That's a lot of power. Covers a big geographic chunk. But where it doesn't cover is the town I live in, which is Madison, Wisconsin. So about this time last year, and we have broadcast out here at the Wisconsin Grassroots Network, I want to say 4 or 5 years in a row. Earl Ingram Jr., you'll see him, he'll be broadcasting in the lobby a little bit later, starting at noon today. And that will play out not just in Milwaukee and the surrounding areas, but that's also going to play out on WTTN 1580 AM, which I made a deal on about a year ago at this time, because I found out that station was eligible for an FM license. And that's really what I wanted. I wanted an FM license. I want a nice, clear signal in the town I live in, and that's Madison, Wisconsin. Well, it's taken me a year since then. We have the license. We have built the studio out on the west side of Madison just in the last 2 weeks, and we are building, and I'm still waiting for the antenna to ship, but as soon as the antenna ships, we put it up the flagpole, and literally we'll be on the air that day. And that will feel like the greatest achievement of my life because it's taken a lot of steps to get here. But that will be within the next 30 days. And we will be on the air, ironically, second adjacent, it's called in the radio business, we will be on the air at 92.7 FM. We will be on the very same flagpole as 92.1 in Sun Prairie. So if you could hear the mic 92.1, you should be able to hear us just fine. We will have nearly an identical signal to what they had. And we'll be at the same height, and it will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week of clear signal. And in the meantime, I think we're doing better radio than they ever did at the mic. The only local show, I think why we had the good fortune of being popular was we're the only ones doing Wisconsin-centric politics from the left. And when we came on the air, I wanted what we were giving Wisconsin because no one was giving it to me. And so it was easy to succeed, at least in the Madison market. It's been a little longer road in Milwaukee. I have yet to figure out a way to make money in Milwaukee. I'm still working on that really hard. But I have no doubt, people are lining up, and if any of you are small business owners, I'll leave you a card or come see me because we do need allies. It is commercial radio, not community radio. It's really my family and a few small partners, but literally it's my family, 2 stations. And that's way more risk than my wife ever wanted me to take. But we are on the cusp of something good. And while I'm not going to tell you that we shaped the outcome of the midterm elections, although I think we shaped some of the conversations of the midterm elections, what I will tell you, much like yard signs make it okay, you see the Bernie sign or you see the Neubauer sign, and you think, good, my neighbor thinks like I do. And when it's only right-wing talk radio, and in the state of Wisconsin, there was an article in the Cap Times in the last year, there are 81 right-wing talk radio stations in the state of Wisconsin. They crank out 235 hours a day of what is effectively propaganda for Donald Trump and Scott Walker and Robin Voss and Scott Fitzgerald. And then there's little old us. And there used to be 3 hours a day of local content. It was me and my college roommate Dominic. We are now, effective April 1st, we'll be putting out 10 hours a day of Wisconsin-centric politics. So that's a lot more than one man's efforts. I didn't build it alone. I might finance most of it, but there's a lot of people that have given blood, sweat, and tears and have not been fairly compensated. A lot of people are rowing in the same direction to make this happen. We've got the barest bones. We can be profitable at a very low threshold because I did poor man's radio. I bought these AMs knowing that I could get FMs. And most recently, we found out in the city of Milwaukee, there's a big convention coming. Well, as fate would have it, we're 1.2 miles from the convention site. So, I don't know if anyone watches South Park, that very profane show on Comedy Central, but the underwear gnomes, they have 3 steps. Step 1 is steal underwear. And step 3 is profit. And step 2 is we don't know. Well, right now, step 1 is the DNC is coming to Milwaukee. And step 3 is profit, I hope, but I don't know what step 2 is. But I can tell you, we are giving people an alternative, And all my guys, they don't have to think like me. They don't have to do exactly what I do. They're not all guys. We've got Brandy Grayson from Black Lives Matter. She is starting a new show that launches here next Friday. We've got the Milwaukee County Corporate Counsel, a very intelligent lawyer lady named Maggie Dawn. She'll also be doing the show. We have State Rep Joe Costa-Zamaripa. She contributes to the show each week. We've got Earl Ingram, who you may not know, but was a long-time Milwaukee host. He's doing the morning show, and he'll be the one broadcasting here in the lobby today. We have Sherwin Hughes, who was with 860 AM in Milwaukee, which is the African-American station there. And I will tell you, you don't have to love every single host. But what I am doing is we're providing a variety of differing viewpoints for blacks, for whites, for women, for men, and hopefully for independents and liberals. And I know I'm never gonna talk Mark Belling or Rush Limbaugh's audience into loving me, and I'm not gonna convince them to come vote for Bernie Sanders. But there are a lot of influenceable people, there are a lot of reasonable middle grounders who are kind of sick of some of the polarization. And if we tell them on the radio, hey, it's okay, there's more than just you. Not everyone's here today. It's a nice day. Some people are going to be outside enjoying the day. But you know what? There's a lot of us out here, and I think there's probably more of us than there are of them. So can't we please support the two progressive talk radio stations in the state of Wisconsin? Again, they're 1510 AM, 1580 AM. We'll be on the air in Madison, 92.7 FM here in the month of April. And we'll broadcast today. We'll broadcast at the DPW. We'll be at the presidential debates, which I don't know if anyone noticed. That starts in June of this year. And we'll be live broadcasting from those debate sites. And I bet you that Dominic and I will be the only ones. Because we were the only ones, we were Radio Row. At the presidential, the first one in Vegas, we were in Brooklyn, we were in the caucus states, we were in Michigan, Indiana, California, New York. And that's exactly where I think radio should be. We should be exactly where these candidates are. And you know what? Wisconsin, between March 17th and next year, 2020, that's Michigan. And then we are the only state on the primary map until April 7th. And then it's just us. We are the center of the political universe before the convention comes to town. And they all gotta come, I hope, to the only guy doing left-wing talk radio in the state of Wisconsin. So with that, thank you very much for your time. If anyone wants to talk about radio, I'll do a breakout session. And I really appreciate these two guys, because these guys are actually doing the good work. I just get to go opine on the radio, and if I'm a little clever, hopefully people like me. But I love what these, who's next? Is it you, man? Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Timms.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Before I introduce the next speaker, I want to just say a couple of things, self-promotion. We're going to have two breakout sessions that focus on the projects that are the nearest to my heart. One is signage. Unfortunately, the established Democratic candidates and party tend not to emphasize signage. They have some kind of ancient mythology that signs are not important. Well, in rural Wisconsin, they're very important. They're as important as any other medium of communication. And so we're going to be talking about that in room 10 following break, after we break from the speakers forum here. So I'll encourage any of you who are interested in signage to come down, and we'll be demoing a whole lot of different ideas. Then the other near and dear to my heart, and something I really would encourage all of you to think about how you can engage in whatever ways possible, is organizing. We are, as the theme of our event today is defending our democracy. I think it's very evident to all of us how fragile our democracy is. The best antidote to that is activism and organization on the part of all of us who care about our democratic institutions. And, over the last couple of years, and that can be as simple as you getting together in your local, in your home, in your local restaurant, or wherever, and putting together a little network of people in your community. That's really critical, that we have presence, an organized presence in every community across the state of Wisconsin. And if any of you take me up on this challenge, get back in touch with me and tell me where you formed your group, so I can put you into our network. My phone number is on all of the literature, so it's pretty easy to get a hold of me. You can text me, you can email me. Any way that you can get a hold of me, I would love to know about your group or your organization. After lunch, we're talking about regional organizing, and that's my newest passion, because I believe we don't have time to go community by community if we can go region by region. And so I'm advocating for regional organizing, again, in the rural parts of the state of Wisconsin. CD 3, 7, and 6 are my priorities. Those are the most rural parts of the state of Wisconsin. And we already have a couple of models of how to do this that work. People like them. They're energized by them. We're able to do a lot more work when you bring groups of people on a regional basis together. They can do more than they can do individually in individual groups, or of course as an individual. So we have formed a group called the Super 17, which is the 17th Senate District. We've been meeting for over a year, and we're moving toward a specific strategy that we've developed for that area. We also have a group called the 4-County Collaborative, and they're going to be represented in the breakout session today with us from the Super 17, and that'll be in room 10 again, right after lunch. So if any of that trips your trigger, as they say, come by and chat with us. Okay, at this time, I want to turn the mic over to my friend Jay Heck from Common Cause, who has done a lot of good work through the years, as you well know. Give us the word, Jay.
In case I have a Marco Rubio moment. Morning, everyone. Morning. Wisconsin progressives. Any progressives here? What, any liberals? Yay! Socialists? Yay! Okay, fellow travelers. I feel like we're in the 1950s. I was born in the 50s. I want to thank Nate and Bob and everybody else involved in putting this thing together. Every year it's always a highlight. It's nice to be in a room where at least half the people think kind of along the same lines you do. It's always an occasion for me to have to ramp it up rather than tone it down, which is nice to do from time to time. I also want to just say hello to my friend Mark Miller. When I became the director of Common Cause in 1996 here in Wisconsin, his mother, the great Midge Miller, was someone that I talked to an awful lot. Midge and another great legislator from the 1970s and 80s, Mary Lou Muntz, who hired me, along with Governor Tony Earl and Bill Krause, who you may know just passed away in December. But fortunately, Mark came along 2 years later, and he was one of the people that I saw an awful lot of back in the late 90s when things like campaign finance reform were something that both parties agreed with. And we had moderate Republicans like Dale Schultz, Mike Ellis, and others who were interested in good government in Wisconsin, and wanted to promote democracy, and wanted to get more people to vote, and were interested in things like fair districts and all of those things. And Mark was real interested in trying to accomplish that, and I give him a lot of credit for being here over the years to see how that's developed. We've had some victories, but more recently in the last 8 years, it's been tough. But I'm glad he's still in the legislature, because I think we're at a time now where we're going to begin the process of going back the other way. It's about time. And guys like Mark Miller remember the history, and they know what's going on. So it's great that he's here today. Nate asked me to talk about fair voting maps and fair courts, two things that nobody really cares about. They're issues that people don't really follow, really, right? No, they're the two hottest, I think, political reform issues in the state and maybe the country today. I'm going to try to tie them together a little bit. You know, to refresh your memory, it was 2011 that this state went from a two-party state to basically a one-party state, when Scott Walker and his friends in the legislature undertook not only the most gerrymandered maps in the country at the time, in 2011, but one of the 5 most gerrymandered maps of either political party in the United States in the last 50 years. And it worked like a charm, as you know. This past election in 2018, even though Democrats swept all the statewide constitutional offices, and 53% of Wisconsinites voted for Democrats for candidates for the state Senate or the state legislature, 53%, only 37% of the legislative seats in Wisconsin are held by Democrats. There's something wrong when you have that kind of disparity between what the voters do and who actually sits in the legislature. And I can tell you, in the last 10 years, how much this has become an issue for everyday Wisconsinites. When I used to speak about redistricting reform, I sometimes speak in front of crowds as large as 4 or 5 people. Usually, by the second or third paragraph, 3 of those people would have nodded off. You know, gerrymandering was something that everybody always considered to be inside baseball, something that politicians do. I think almost everybody now gets what the problem is, and they get that there's the disconnect between their votes and who represents them, both in the legislature and in the Congress. When I moved to Wisconsin from Washington, D.C. in 1998, 6 of Wisconsin's 9 congressional districts were competitive. There were real elections. You might remember that this congressional district was represented for 8 years by a Republican, Scott Klug, in the 1990s. The first congressional district, southeastern Wisconsin, was represented by Les Aspin for many years and Peter Barka. Well, both of those districts and every other congressional district in Wisconsin are utterly uncompetitive. Not a single one of them in 2018 saw within a 10-point margin in any race. So voters don't have a choice there. They don't have a choice in Wisconsin. As you know, what's happened to the Democrats is they've been packed into fewer districts. Oh yeah, there's a lot of safe Democratic seats, but the ability to then compete and win the more marginal districts was taken away by the Republicans very deliberately. It wasn't just in Wisconsin. There was a strategic plan by something called Red Map in 2011. It happened in Wisconsin because we are the laboratory for the undoing of democracy. So everybody looked for Wisconsin, the national Republicans and the conservatives, to see if it could be done here. And Scott Walker was more than willing. You know, it's interesting, Scott Walker has found 2 jobs in the last week. Yeah. Both of them have to do with undermining democracy. And that was, I would say, his greatest legacy as governor of Wisconsin over the last 8 years. He systematically destroyed democracy from one end to the other. from gerrymandering to voter suppression, to eliminating public financing, to eliminating transparency in elections, to legalizing the coordination between outside special interest groups and candidates, from destroying the best state agency overseeing elections and ethics in the country, the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Board, which I'm proud to say I had a part in creating with guys like Mark Miller, Senator Michael Ellis, bipartisan. He destroyed that. He destroyed, my favorite was he destroyed the John Doe law, which applied and was really the main tool by which we were able to uncover corruption in the Capitol during the legislative caucus scandal. The Republicans and Scott Walker exempted only politicians from being investigated by the John Doe process. You know, if Matt Rothschild has a bag of dope, he could be prosecuted through the John Doe process.
Don't wrap me up.
But not anybody else, not any of the politicians. Those are all exempted. So that's the lay of the land. But redistricting reform, and I'll just bring you up to date briefly where we are on this. You know, the reform community and every legislator in the Wisconsin legislature that supports reforming the redistricting process is united behind one method to do it. And by the way, that's unique because usually progressives don't agree on a lot. Everybody's got their own opinion about how the things ought to be done. But at least in Wisconsin, we're united on this. And that is that we want to institute in Wisconsin the same process they have in Iowa. And the reason we chose Iowa isn't because they happen to be next door or any other reason other than the fact that the system there works very well in Iowa, and it doesn't require us to change the Constitution, amend the Constitution of Wisconsin in order to achieve it. The Wisconsin Constitution says the legislature shall decide the maps for the legislature and the Congress. States like California and Arizona have what are called citizens' commissions, where citizens, rather than legislators, gather and decide what the maps look like. In order for that to happen in Wisconsin, we would have to amend the Constitution, which I can tell you, the only thing more difficult than getting a public hearing on redistricting reform in Wisconsin is passing a constitutional amendment that would do that through the Wisconsin legislature. It has to be approved in 2 consecutive sessions. So Iowa was the model, and it works well in Iowa. You know, in Iowa, there's a basic criteria about how voting maps ought to look. Squares are good. Rectangles, pretty good. Lizards. Guns-shaped districts, which we have one, by the way, points to Milwaukee in southern Wisconsin. Those are not considered well. The other things that are great about Iowa is that the hometown of an incumbent legislature is not considered when they draw the maps. They don't consider past election results when they draw the maps. The result is that in Iowa, they don't mandate competitiveness, but it just occurs because the districts make sense. Counties are not split up. In Wisconsin, 48 of 72 counties are split up for partisan purposes. Little cities like Beloit, Sheboygan, and others have as many as 3 state representatives, all for the purpose of gerrymandering to get a preordained political result. And in 2018, as I say, it worked true to form. Not a single seat in the 99-member Wisconsin Assembly changed hands in the election, even though more people voted for Democratic candidates than Republicans. There was one open seat, a Republican seat, in Waukesha County that became a Democratic district, and that is something to celebrate. Waukesha County, in the belly of the beast, now has a Democratic state representative. By the way, I'm nonpartisan. I'm just telling you that that was the result. In the state Senate, the Democrats lost a seat that they had gained last June in a special election, but it was in a district that had been gerrymandered to elect Republicans. So that's pretty remarkable that there was no change in the legislature, and as I mentioned, no change at all in the Congress, the congressional delegation. So where are we? Well, we elected a governor who said, well, maybe this is something that we ought to do something about. And as you know, he has included in his budget the Iowa model legislation. And we are grateful for that. Because here's what's going to happen. Over the last 8 years, we have been unable to get even a public hearing in the Capitol. Ross and Fitzgerald refused to even allow a public hearing on the issue of redistricting reform or the Iowa model legislation. In the 4 April joint finance committees around the state of Wisconsin, and by the way, the cities were just announced where they'll be: Janesville, Milwaukee, and I forget the other two.
River
I'm sure
Falls.
they will get. Go ahead.
River Falls.
And one other. Green Bay. Well, there you go. So they're all around there. There'll be an opportunity for you to testify, and for you to attend these joint finance committee hearings, and for you to strongly support nonpartisan redistricting and an end to gerrymandering. And that's terrific. Now, we know that the Republicans on the Joint Finance Committee, and they have 12 of them to the 4 Democrats, are likely to vote it out of the budget. But they will have to defend the rigged maps that they have in place. And it's always interesting when I hear them try to defend them. They say, their main argument is that we shouldn't leave the drawing of the maps in the hands of bureaucrats, because they're unaccountable. Legislators should be accountable to the people when they draw these maps. Well, how are you accountable when you have an utterly safe seat and can never be defeated in an election because of the maps you've drawn? It's just a ridiculous argument. So it'll be an opportunity for citizens to weigh in, and I have a sense that they're going to weigh in a very big and significant way. And that will raise the level of this issue. Now, as you know, there's a couple of other things that are going on with regard to gerrymandering. On Tuesday, in Washington, D.C., oral arguments began on a North Carolina case that could, if it were decided the way we would hope it would be decided, affect the Wisconsin maps for 2020. What that case is all about is, again, unconstitutional partisan gerrymandering of the state congressional districts in North Carolina. There was a North Carolina state legislator, and this was entered into evidence as proof of the partisan gerrymandering, who said, well, the only reason that we've gerrymandered the maps to have 11 Republicans and 3 Democrats in the congressional delegation is we couldn't figure out a way to get 12 Republicans and 2 Democrats. He really seriously said that. And that is exactly what they did. Again, in North Carolina, like Wisconsin, more people voted for Democratic candidates for Congress than for Republicans, and yet the Republicans maintained an 11-3 margin in the congressional delegation. So that case is going to the U.S. Supreme Court, combined with a Maryland case in which the Democrats eviscerated the Republican district, the congressional district, in Iowa. Unless you think that this is a partisan issue, it really isn't. I only ask you to turn to our neighbors to the south in Illinois, where one person has been the Speaker of the Illinois General Assembly since 1982, a guy by the name of Michael Madigan. He's a Democrat, but they do the same things down there to Republicans that the Republicans have done here in Wisconsin to Democrats. So my counterpart in Illinois gives the same speech I do, only it's casted a different cast of characters. This isn't an issue that's really partisan, it's an issue of power. The people in power don't want to give it up. The people out of power see that they ought to maybe be on the side of reform. And you know, in Wisconsin, I've heard the argument all the time, well, why didn't the Democrats do it when they were in power? Well, to be perfectly honest with you, since 1986, Democrats have held all 3 levers. By that I mean the governorship and both houses of the legislature for exactly two of the last 36 years. Now, they did have an opportunity in 29 and 2010. I don't know if Mark will like me saying this, but I have to tell you that the leadership in both the Senate Democrats and in the the Democratic Assembly and in the state Senate weren't really interested in reform. They didn't pass a disclosure bill. They didn't pass or bring to the forefront redistricting reform because there was an arrogance of power about both of them. By the way, both of them lost in 2010. So where are we now? We have great public enthusiasm. We have great public support. I'm not sanguine about the notion that the United States Supreme Court, particularly with their latest edition, Brett Kavanaugh and his lifting buddies, Squee, and Bert Beer buddies, and all the other people that he brings to the United States Supreme Court, are going to be issuing a decision that would overturn gerrymandering. But here's the thing, and this is why I pivot to the courts. In Pennsylvania last year, it was the state Supreme Court that decided to end the partisan gerrymandering in Pennsylvania of the congressional delegation. And how that goes, whether it goes to the state or to the federal courts, is all a matter about the facts of the case. But in Pennsylvania, it so happened that the state Supreme Court decided that gerrymandering in Pennsylvania was unconstitutional, and they struck it down. So the kind of margin that you saw in Wisconsin or North Carolina, that was the case in Pennsylvania as well. It's now an evenly split congressional delegation. So that begs the question. One of the jobs Scott Walker took is to be the counterpart of the former Attorney General of the United States, Eric Holder, in heading a national organization that will marshal resources to make sure the Republicans get to control the redistricting process in Wisconsin and elsewhere. If I had to choose between who's smarter and more strategic, between Eric Holder and Barack Obama on the one hand, and Scott Walker, well, I guess I would lean slightly towards Holder. The reason I bring that up is because that is a critical issue on April 2nd. I don't have to tell you that Chief Justice, and I will never call her anything other than Chief Justice Shirley Abrahamson, is retiring, and there is a very important election for her seat. That would maintain what I call pro-reform, what you might call pro-progressive. 3 seats on the court. The conservatives have 4. And then, of course, as you know, next year is the really important race. Provided the progressives hold on to this seat this year, and I think there's a chance, pretty good chance they could, if you all drag 10 people to the polling place on April 2nd. Next year will be vitally important as well. That's when the control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court will be in play, when Walker appointee Dan Kelly, is it Dan? Dan Kelly is running. I don't know who's going to run against him. I'd say another woman would be great. Imagine what would happen. We'd have all women on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. That would be a bad thing. What I want to leave you with, because I can see Nate's about to slug me with his cane, is that this was a very troubling issue for us in one sense, and that one of the issues we are very concerned about is making sure that Wisconsin's recusal rules for justices and judges is changed. Currently, we have the 47th weakest recusal rules in the nation. We essentially have no recusal rules for candidates for the Supreme Court or judges who accept big campaign contributions or are the targets or beneficiaries of outside spending. Illinois has better recusal rules than Wisconsin. Cook County has better recusal rules than Wisconsin. That's an issue because, as you know, Eric Holder was in Madison last week and he announced he's putting $350,000 into the race for Lisa Neubauer. Now, here's the really interesting thing. Her opponent Brian Hagedorn, just lost the support of the Wisconsin Realtors Association and Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce. Those were the two groups, by the way, that wrote the recusal rule that we have in Wisconsin right now, which is self-recusal. You decide yourself as a judge whether to recuse yourself or not. Here's what I love. Hagedorn, even though he's now lost the support because of his odious comments about the gay, lesbian, and transgender community, has said he doesn't favor stronger recusal rules. It's a First Amendment issue. Groups should have the right to weigh in with as much money as they want, and he will decide for himself whether he ought to recuse himself. Lisa Neubauer, very smart answer. She said that if Eric Holder or his organization ever comes before her and the Wisconsin Supreme Court, she will recuse herself. That's magnificent. That's what we need every justice to do. And I will leave you with this. You know the reason why, don't you? In 2015, two members of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, both now departed, I mean from the bench, I don't mean from life itself, Michael Gableman and David Prosser, were particularly guilty of a huge conflict of interest as beneficiaries of hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars of outside spending by Wisconsin Club for Growth and Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce. And yet they ruled to dismiss the John Doe case against Scott Walker for illegal campaign coordination in the 2012 recall election. They voted to dismiss it, even though one of the parties in the case was Wisconsin Club for Growth. We can't have that anymore. That's corruption at the very highest level. So April 2nd, recusal, gerrymandering, all of these things, I think, when you leave today, you can feel better about than you did last year, certainly. And I think we can keep this upward arc moving. We can return to at least 1998, when Mark Miller came in and I started at Common Cause, when things, believe it or not, were a lot better than they are today. So thank you very much for coming. Go.
I just want to chirp in my 2 cents about these Supreme Court candidates. In that we're going to have, we have a very important election on April 2nd regarding Lisa Neubauer. But thanks for teeing up, Jay, the next election next year, because we have a chance, you and I as citizens, have a chance to give some input into that campaign when it gets started. And I have no idea who's going to run, but I got to tell you, I've been consistently disappointed in the way campaigns for these positions have been run. They tend to be, I'm sorry to say, pretty lackluster in their leadership. And the next time around, we cannot afford that. And particularly things like signage, as I mentioned to you before, is not on their radar. And the rural parts of the state of Wisconsin can play an important part in getting visibility for those candidates, and we're going to need all the visibility all over the state. And what has happened this last time is the signage was minimal and it came out late. We cannot afford to have that again. We cannot have signs coming out a few weeks before the election. That does not work. You need to have you have to realize signage is an important part of the campaign, just as important as TV. And you've got to get those campaign signs out at least 2 months before the election, so people can have the chance, if we have another winter like this one, to figure out how to get them out there. It takes a while. We hope we'll be better organized with this multi-county structure I mentioned before to expedite that. But nevertheless, there'll be a lot of the state that won't be very organized. A very simple thing. You gotta know how to design a sign. I'm sorry, I loved Joanne Kloppenberg. She had a unique name. She unfortunately did not have a designer who knew how to design a sign for her name. We have to get people educated on signage. Matt Rothschild.
I got a sign right here.
Need help, man.
Good morning. Let's give it up to Big Tim here. Grassroots Festival is always a tremendous gathering, time for us to re-energize, get ready for the next fight. And I just want to say what a difference a year makes. I mean, last year when I was here speaking with you, we had Scott Walker as governor. Scott Walker is not governor anymore. Until this week, he was sending his resume all over the place, and I think he was asking whether he could sing at weddings. But he did find those two jobs that Jay talked about. One is for ruining our economy by trying to pass a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and the other is something he knows something about, which is rigging maps, trying to tell other states how to rig maps. So that's what he's doing. It's what he's always done, carrying water for the big boys. You know, once you're a water boy, you're always a water boy, I guess. So that's Scott Walker. And, you know, last year when I was talking to you, we had Justice Gableman on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. He's no longer there. We have a progressive justice in his place, Rebecca Dow. And Gableman was the one who wrote the decision in the Act 10 case. So, you know, they say that revenge is a dish that's better served cold. This plate was in the deep freeze for about 8 years, but it sure tasted good, didn't it? And then, so now we have a check on the right-wing counter-revolution in Wisconsin with our governor. And, you know, I gotta admit that I didn't think that Tony Evers was a very good candidate. He just, from an athletic standpoint, you know, he wasn't the best speaker, he wasn't the best debater, he didn't have the best ads out there, but lo and behold, he was able to win. And he was able to win because people were sick of Scott Walker. He was able to win because people wanted to register against Donald Trump. And he was able to win because of grassroots organizing. This is the Grassroots Festival. And we need to give an honor to all the grassroots organizers all over the state who did incredible work, going door to door, bringing friends and relatives to the polls. The turnout was extraordinary in Dane County and Milwaukee County. Actually, in Dane County and in Rock County, more people voted for Tony Evers than had voted for Hillary Clinton. That almost never happens. And it is testament to all the grassroots work that was going on. And also, I've got to say the nonprofit progressive sector did a tremendous job. The League of Women Voters, Common Cause, Citizen Action, registering people to vote, telling people how to vote, where they could vote, about early voting. This was a real united effort across the board of the whole Wisconsin progressive community, so you should applaud yourselves once more for the great job you did. When I spoke to you last year here, there was no check on the runaway train, the counter-revolution that Donald Trump has been running. And now there is a check. There is a check in the House of Representatives. Paul Ryan is no longer Speaker. Paul Ryan is now out to pasture where all Republicans go out to pasture, Fox Corporation. And good riddance to all of them. We have Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the Assembly. Nancy Pelosi is tremendously intelligent and savvy and tough. I love the line from her daughter who said, she will chop your head off and you won't even know that you're bleeding. I do hope she uses her savvy and her toughness and her intelligence to push impeachment. I know she's been hesitant on that up to now. But Lord knows that Donald Trump is the walking definition of high crimes and misdemeanors. And if we are to be true to our Constitution, if we're to be true to our principle of being a nation of laws and not of men, we need to get this impeachment ball rolling. And not a moment too soon. I do want to see what's in the Mueller report, but there's plenty of stuff out there already. So it's great to have Mark Pocan in a position of leadership in the House. Mark Pocan is, I think, he also doesn't get enough credit for building the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. I think of all our elected officials in Washington over the last 20 years, Mark Pocan has done more to come back to Wisconsin and build the Democratic Party and boost progressive candidates than anyone else. I mean, he's got a safe seat. He could stay in Washington forever. He doesn't even have to come back to the district hardly at all. And he could get reelected time and time again. But he's here all the time promoting progressive issues and progressive candidates, and he deserves another round of applause. I want to talk more about what's going on in Wisconsin and about the grassroots work that's going on in Wisconsin. Jay talked about redistricting and laid the issue out well, but what I want to stress is this. 42 counties in Wisconsin, 42 county boards have passed resolutions saying that they want the state legislature to ban gerrymandering in Wisconsin once and for all. 6 counties have passed referendums in favor, and they've passed overwhelmingly. 4 passed just last November. This movement for fair maps in Wisconsin, this movement to ban gerrymandering, this movement for nonpartisan redistricting in Wisconsin has taken off. I was just on Thursday night up in Newbold, Wisconsin, which is a town a stone's throw from Rhineland, which is a town north of Wausau, for those who don't get up north. And we were in the town hall. To my mind, as I was driving through, it was the only building in the whole town. But anyway, we're in the town hall, and there were 50 people there. 50 people came to the town of Newbold, Wisconsin, to hear about nonpartisan redistricting. And this, too, is an issue that's been carried by the nonprofit progressive community across the board. Common Cause has done a lot of work on it. Citizen Action's done a lot of work on it. The Fair Maps Coalition that we're all a part of has done tremendous work on it. So this thing has really taken off. At some point, all these counties almost are going to be purple. And at some point, people who are running for elected local office are not going to be able to get reelected if they don't come out for banning gerrymandering in Wisconsin. They need to be told that every county down if you don't support banning gerrymandering in Wisconsin, you're not going to get my vote. That's a language every politician understands. So this is a great grassroots movement that's going on. The other great grassroots movement that's going on in Wisconsin is Wisconsin United to Amend, this effort to amend the U.S. Constitution to proclaim once and for all. But you know, corporations actually aren't persons, and money actually isn't speech. And so George Penn, Jim Christ, and the other great organizers with Wisconsin United to Amend, they've gotten 144 communities in Wisconsin to pass resolutions or referendums saying, we've got to amend the U.S. Constitution. We've got to overturn Citizens United. We've got to get rid of the myth that corporations are persons. Really, only flesh and blood human beings should have constitutional rights. These fake entities, they don't deserve constitutional rights. You know, overturning Citizens United is just a shorthand. It's a shorthand to getting democracy in this country. And Citizens United itself is just a shorthand for corporate domination of our democracy. And it goes way back. It's not just Citizens United. It goes back to 1886 in a decision called Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad, where the U.S. Supreme Court, though not any U.S. Supreme Court justice, said that corporations are persons. This is what happened. An employee of the U.S. Supreme Court, a clerk of the U.S. Supreme Court, put a head note on that decision that said corporations are persons. It was not in the decision itself. No justice had said corporations are persons. An employee said it, and ever since then, future Supreme Court decisions have cited that decision as precedent for corporate personhood. That's how we got down this crazy hill. And then, of course, there have been other horrible decisions like Buckley versus Vallejo in 1976 that said money is speech, and then Citizens United in 2010 that said corporations and other groups can spend unlimited amounts of money to trash this candidate and elect that candidate. So the idea that we have one person, one vote, while it's technically true on election day, it's not really true. I mean, on election day, it's the only day of the year where you and I have as much power as, you know, the Koch brothers, or Sheldon Adelson, or any of the big donors, and on the Democratic side of, you know, any of the big millionaires or billionaires on the Democratic side. But you know, our democracy is not supposed to be a tug of war between a handful of billionaires on the left and a handful of billionaires on the right. In a real democracy, a real functioning democracy, we'd all have an equal tug on that rope. And we just simply do not right now because of these terrible Supreme Court decisions on campaign finance. And we don't have an equal tug on the rope here in Wisconsin because of the ridiculous, horrendous rewrite in November 2015. I remember being in the Senate gallery. There was just a Capitol Police officer and a Senate page and me up there at about 10 o'clock at night that November evening. I remember seeing Mark Miller get up and try to defend the preamble to Wisconsin's law at the time, which was a good law on campaign finance. The preamble saying that too much money in campaigns in Wisconsin is detrimental to our democracy, and we need more transparency in our democracy. They took the preamble out. They didn't want nice rhetoric about democracy in Wisconsin. And so that law doubled the amount of money that rich people could give to their favorite candidate. For instance, instead of $10,000 to your favorite candidate for governor, rich and poor alike in Wisconsin can now write checks for $20,000 to their favorite candidate for governor. On top of that, they tore down the ceiling entirely on donations to political parties, individual donations to political parties. So now, Diane Hendricks is writing $1 million checks to the Republican Party of Wisconsin. Mrs. Ricketts in Nebraska wrote a check for $1 million to the Republican Party of Wisconsin. There used to be a $10,000 aggregate limit as to what you could give in Wisconsin. If you wanted to give $10,000 to the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, you couldn't give a dime to Jim Doyle. You couldn't give a dime to anyone else running for state senate or state assembly or any other office. And now, you know, you can give unlimited amounts of money to the political party of your choice and to the legislative campaign committees. That's what makes Voss and Fitzgerald king. They can get money from individuals, unlimited amounts of money to legislative campaign committees on top, which they run. Those are campaign committees that Fitzgerald and Voss themselves run. On top of that, and poor fighting Bob LaFolla, corporations for the first time in 100 years now can give donations to political parties and legislative campaign committees. And they do that. $1.7 million in the last election. Some of that came from Philip Morris, which gave money to both sides. A lot of these corporations like to grease wheels on both sides. So we've got our work to do on that. I want to tell you there's pieces of legislation that are very good on campaign finance reform pending right now. Senator Larson, Chris Larson of Milwaukee has introduced a package, campaign finance reform package, in the Senate. And Representative Melissa Sargent has introduced some good campaign finance reform legislation in the Assembly. So I urge you to support those pieces of legislation. I think we have more information about that at our table out front. And please come by and visit. I'll be there till 12:30 about today. I do want to say I am worried still about Donald Trump because as George, why, pray tell? You know, George Conway put it well this week in saying that this guy has a narcissistic personality disorder. I mean, if you look that up in the DSM-5 or the DSM-6, the Diagnostic Manual for Psychological Disorders, and you look up this pathological narcissism, he checks every single box, every single one. And on top of that, he's the closest thing we've ever had to a fascist in the Oval Office. And I just think we need to be clear about this. This inability, this incapacity, this unwillingness to denounce white supremacy, white nationalism, the horrible attacks in New Zealand. He didn't even mention Muslims or Islam. Didn't even express sympathy explicitly for people of that faith. It was just an outrageous additional evidence of his racism. We didn't need much more evidence, did we? I mean, after Charlottesville, we didn't need any more evidence. But there it is. And it's really important that we recognize the threat that exists to our very foundation of our democracy. When Michael Cohen was testifying, this bit of testimony didn't get enough attention. He said that there may not be a peaceful transition of power in 2020. He's so worried about Trump's autocratic, authoritarian attitudes. I've been watching that for a while and worrying about that for a while. There was a poll that the Washington Post did a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, that said 50% of Republicans are okay with no presidential election in 2020. Yeah. And Trump's comment the other day about he's got the military, the police, and motorcycle gangs to back him up was another horrifying reminder that this man may do something that we really haven't seen in this country. And so we need to be extra vigilant in the coming year, especially as pressure mounts on him, that we defend our democracy, and that's why I think it's so important that we push for impeachment. That is the way to go. We got to get that guy out of office. The only other thing that's going to get him out of office is Colonel Sanders. I mean, the guy's dying. But anyway, I want to come back here next year and tell you about all the progress we've made on impeachment, all the progress we've made on climate change, all the progress we've made against racism and white supremacy and white nationalism. Thanks very much.
Thank you a lot, Matt. We certainly are under severe threat, as you all well know. I like to, I happen to have a very strong institutional religious background due to my father, who was a very religious person. And I'm very thankful for that. Not that I am no longer a big advocate of institutional religion. I'm still a spiritual person and motivates and guides me in terms of my outlook toward my fellow human beings, which I think, from a Christian perspective, I think that was Jesus' message, to be compassionate and concerned about our neighbors. But I am in a position, and some of you are in the same position, to challenge our evangelical community particularly, who have been complicit in supporting this current occupant of the White House. And of course their traditional focus has been they're against killing. But remember, there's more than one commandment. And the commandments are not hierarchical. The best of my judgment, and that's I've had a little training on this, they're not hierarchical. And so, and they don't have to, we have to take our word for it. There's been court proceedings that have found that the current occupant of the White House is an adulterer. And therefore, they're supporting somebody who has broken one of their key principles about commandments. So it's not something you take on in a group, but I've had great success taking this on with some of my relatives, one by one. So we need to keep talking and keep working, and the critical thing is we need to keep organizing, because individually our voices are muted, collectively they're empowered, and the fact that we're all here together today emblemizes that, and I hope that you can all go home and be energized from their experiences today, and reach out in your communities, support groups that are already there, or create your own. So at this point, we're going to adjourn to the breakout sessions. And thank you again for being here, and we'll see you at lunch.
like that, right? It's like yesterday. Deja vu all over again.
Well, I am, because I think we realized that isn't important, and when I ran, I think it was a mistake that I didn't just find out what would be lesser. But I think I'm sure there's something fighting about it.
Okay.
Hi, thank you very much. To be a very famous
Have a famous hat. To have a famous hat.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a time. No, I know
Well,
the same
let's
thing.
see.
I feel positive.
Go one more, and if I'm in your way, just tell me. One direction or the other.
Yeah, well, people are always afraid of the front row, but
Got slides.
I think you can't go wrong in the front row.
You mean the lights?
Yes, we've got, yeah, the back, it's the back switch. So I want
You
to
can
do
dim
that.
the front lights here, but not too much, because I still want to see you too.
Because the, okay, so our choices are,
Yeah.
there we go, okay, yeah.
Hold on now, let me,
So that can, I think that's better for the screens too.
that'll work.
That still works?
Yeah, and, oh, you're good too?
So yeah, leave it like that, I think it's good, yeah.
And now, just checking the facts, we are being live streamed, right?
You're live right now. And people are just applauding.
Okay, just so again, so everyone in the room knows, this session is the one that's being live streamed. So, among other things, I do want to kind of start on time. So we'll be starting in a minute or two.
That's why I wanted to do this all.
No, I'm not snapping for you, I'm snapping for the sound.
We never had
I'm so
symbols
sorry.
in the old days.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Bathrooms and index
Okay, and I want everyone to notice the rules, raise your hand, listen to all directions, keep your hands and feet to yourselves. I think this is middle school math.
YouTube.
It'll be on your laptop.
Yeah, but how do I get to YouTube? I gave you the.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to this session, which is voter turnout, what works and what doesn't. My name is Karen McKim. I'm with the group called Wisconsin Election Integrity, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit citizens group that works on election administration issues. And when WGN said that I could do a whole track of workshops on voting rights, and they gave me complete freedom to pick whoever I wanted to come speak about issues related to voting rights, the first call I made was to the Election Research Center at UW-Madison, and asking David Canon to be with us today. The research they've done on voter turnout, I just find fascinating. You hear so much talk about voter turnout, you know, from what people's opinions are and what they think works, and you know, well, it works for me, so it must work for everyone. That must increase voter turnout. But some of the research that really studies what different states have done and what the voter turnout response is just fascinating. So I wanted Dr. David Canon to be with us today. He's with the UW-Madison Political Science Department. Your degree is from Minnesota, and he was also a professor at Duke University. His areas of research interest include legislative elections, election administration, and of course voter turnout. So I'll stop talking now and let's get to the interesting stuff. David?
Well, thanks a lot for coming this morning. When I saw the schedule this morning and saw that we were head-to-head, our panel with Jay Hecht and Matt Rothschild and Mike McCabe, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have like 2 people here. Like, they're all gonna be down the hall listening to the other speakers. But that's really, I'm glad that you came this morning. And yeah, so we'll talk today about voter turnout. And just to set the context a little bit, and this is something, here I'm preaching to the choir. I don't need to convince any of you about the importance of voting. But I think it is important to have the reminder sometimes about how like each individual vote matters so much. Because I hear this from my students all the time of like, oh, why should I vote? My vote doesn't count. My vote doesn't matter. But you can look at the fact that like 2 presidential elections in the last 16 years were determined by like what amounted to like 1 vote per precinct. So in the state of Florida, in 2000, a vote per precinct would have elected Al Gore instead of George Bush. It was that close. And this is, you know, all the butterfly ballot stuff aside, he actually would have won. Just if 1 vote per precinct would have switched. And then in 2016 with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, a total of the margin in the 3 states combined of Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall that ended up going for Donald Trump, you know, they're just under 78,000 votes had flipped. So again, just like a handful of votes per precinct there would have flipped the election for Hillary Clinton. And so the closeness of our presidential elections even are such that, you know, individual votes really do matter. And then political science has done a lot of research too, just in terms of policy outcomes. And there's a vast literature that shows that voting matters in this other way of not just who ends up getting elected in close elections, but also in terms of policy outcomes. That politicians do pay attention to people who vote, and they don't pay as much attention to people who don't vote. And there's good evidence that supports that. And then finally, the basic premise of democracy is that as voters, we have to be able to hold our politicians accountable. And of course, voting turnout has a big impact on that. So I thought I would start with just the basic data on voter turnout, going back to the very first elections in our nation's history, all the way up until the most recent, the 2018 election. And you see the blue line shows presidential elections, the orange line midterm elections. And you can see just in the last 30, 40 years or so, about a 20-point gap between the presidential elections and midterm elections. So turnout's been averaging around 60%. Between 55 and 60% of the voting eligible population in presidential elections, down more between 30 to 40% in midterm elections. And this is really low. If you compare it to any other Western democracy, we're substantially lower than other developed Western democracies. And most other Western democracies are in the 70 to 80% range in turnout. Now, 2018, on the other hand, turnout was nearly 50%, so be up to about there, a huge jump for midterm elections. And so I think it shows that when there is a lot of voter interest in an election, you really can get people energized and get them to the polls. And so that midterm turnout in 2018 was the highest we'd seen in over 50 years. And so it really was a substantial jump in voter turnout. On the other hand, so that I think is kind of good news. On the other hand, here's a kind of depressing map that shows that if did not vote was the actual, like, on the ballot. So in other words, if you look at the total votes cast for the winner and see did that winner of the presidential vote in that given state have more votes than the people who didn't vote, this is what the map would look like. And so did not vote would have won 471 electoral votes. So in all of those tan states, there were more people who didn't vote than voted for the winner in that state. And you can see then the handful of states that actually had the plurality go to an actual candidate rather than not voting. So in Minnesota, Colorado, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, there Hillary Clinton actually got more votes than the people who didn't vote. And Wisconsin and Iowa were the only 2 states in the country where Donald Trump got more votes than the people who didn't vote, because we're relatively high turnout states. But that's a very stunning picture, I think, that shows, again, the overall importance of voting. That, the fact that the non-voters are the biggest group of people in a presidential election even. So if you'd have the same map for midterms, well, there probably wouldn't be an election in the country where, well, no, take that back. There would be a few, governors who had relatively lopsided wins. So there'd be a handful. But in midterm elections, this map would look even worse in terms of the non-voters being the decisive group of people. And so this, I think, is, if you needed any convincing that voter turnout is an important topic and that we need to do more as a democracy, I think, to get those people interested in voting, this map is pretty stunning evidence of that it's the non-voters who are actually bigger in number than the voters in terms of deciding elections. Okay, so just a little bit more kind of background before we get to the details of the kinds of things that affect voter turnout. This actually shocks some people when they hear this for the first time. I know my students all are, what, is this true? But the fact that there's no affirmative right to vote in the US Constitution, like it's not in there. There are no words like saying any like affirmative right to vote. We have the 15th, 19th, and 26th Amendments that prevent discrimination based on race, gender, and age for 18 to 20-year-olds in the 26th Amendment. But even for voting for president, we don't have an affirmative right to vote for president unless our state legislature gives us that right. The Electoral College, the method for selecting the electors, the Electoral College, is done by the state legislature. Now, of course, since the very first elections, most states, there were a few early on that didn't do this, but since the very beginning, we've had most states do it by popular vote. And so whoever wins the popular vote in that state gets the electoral votes for the Electoral College from that state. But this is not something the Constitution guarantees. That's given to us by our state legislature. And so Mark Pocan, lately our U.S. representative, has been talking about trying to amend the Constitution to change that, to say that, look, we should have an affirmative right to vote in the Constitution. Now, while the Constitution doesn't say anything directly about the affirmative right to vote, we do have the 1965 Voting Rights Act that was a really important piece of legislation for providing equal access to voting based on race. And so this is the law that really for the first time ended up giving minority voters in the South equal opportunity to vote, send in federal marshals to give them access to the voting booth. We still have Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that says that the right to vote may not be denied on the basis of race, and this is where you get a lot of the litigation today in federal court on things like voter ID laws, racial redistricting. These are typically brought as Section 2 claims under the Voting Rights Act. So that's still a really crucial part of the law. Section 5, on the other hand, which had been an even more powerful tool for many states that had been discriminatory based on race, that was basically taken off the books in 2013 in the Shelby versus Holder decision, where the Supreme Court struck down another part of the Voting Rights Act that gave the Section 5, which is the part of the law that basically said that any discriminatory practice could be stopped before it went into effect. So like moving a polling place out of a area that served heavily minority voters, or changing district lines to make it harder for minority voters to elect a candidate of their choice. Those kinds of things could have been stopped before they happened under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. Now that that's gone, they can't be stopped ahead of time. You can only sue after the fact, after they've been in effect. So that's a powerful tool to protect voting rights that was done away with in that 2013 decision. There is an effort right now in the U.S. House to change that. That there's a bill, H.R. 2, that is, right now they're building up the legislative record for to try to bring back that Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act. And so we'll see if that gets the support it needs in the Senate. It definitely will pass the House, but it's going to need to get support in the Senate as well to become law. But there's a chance that could happen. And then finally in the Voting Rights Act, you also had in 1975 amendments added to protect language minorities. And so if you have substantial language minorities, they too would get protection under the Voting Rights Act. And so that's just a little bit in the way of background. Okay, so now more of the main things I wanted to talk about in terms of voting law and how it affects turnout. So these are the main things I'm going to talk about today. There's election day registration, same day registration, early voting, and voter ID laws. So election day registration is what we have in Wisconsin, where you, on election day, if you go to vote and you haven't been registered before, you can register to vote right there at the polls. And there are about 8 states in the country that have that election day registration. And as I'll show, that's one of the best tools for enhancing and increasing voter turnout. Same day registration is the same idea, but this is where you can also then register on the day that you vote when you have early voting. And so you can go vote early, like in your public library, and if you haven't registered to vote yet, you can register right there on the day that you vote as well. And so that's the same idea as election day registration, but it's happening before election day when it's combined with early voting. And then you have just early voting by itself, and that's just the idea that you can cast your ballot ahead of time without any excuse. It used to be, in most states, if you didn't vote on election day, you had to actually have a documented reason. You had to have some health condition, you had to show that you were out of state for business or something, and you'd have to give proof of this in order to be able to vote early. That now is changed in many states, and I'll show you in a minute the slide of the breakdown for different states, but in many states now you have no excuse absentee voting, which you can just vote early before election day in that window of early voting. And then voter ID laws also tremendously vary by state in terms of what kind of identification is needed to vote, if any. So I'll talk about the impact of each of these. Now here's the combination of the different states. Here are the ones that just have early voting. Here are the ones that have just election day registration. These have early voting and election day registration. The ones in the middle are these 6 states, Iowa, North Dakota, Maine, Wisconsin, Montana, Wyoming, have the trifecta of all 3 of same-day registration, election day registration, and early voting. So that's kind of the sweet spot that we're in that group of 6 states that has what I would say the best voting practices. And then there are 6 more states in the intersection of same-day and early voting. And so you can see there's a lot of variation across the states, but that's the mix that we get. So given that variation across states, this presents the opportunity to study the effect of these laws have on turnout, that we have that variation across the states, so we can see what does that different mix of voting practices in terms of the laws, what impacts it have on turnout. So this question alone is one that really hadn't been asked that much, because it sort of seemed common sense to say, well, of course early voting should help turnout, like how could it not? This is making it easier for people to vote, and so you would think that just on its face this is maybe a silly question, but actually when you start looking at it, there's some arguments on the other side to say that some laws do a better job of stimulating new voters, and others really are just retaining voters that would have voted anyway. And so you have to look at the direct costs of voting in terms of making it harder for people to vote, like a voter ID law, but also then what impacts it have on mobilization. And I'll talk in a few minutes about how early voting can affect that election day mobilization that's been a traditional part of get out the vote campaigns. And if you have a state that half the people have voted already, you're not going to get those same resources devoted to that election day mobilization. So the idea of one-stop shopping is one thing that we found is crucial, is having those practices of registration and early voting together. So when people go to vote and they haven't registered yet, they can actually register at the polls, either on the day they're voting early or on election day, like with election day registration. Because if you think about it, a lot of people are procrastinators. Like they don't think about the election until maybe a week before the election. And so if they would try to go vote early in a state that doesn't have the same day registration, and they get to the polls and they find that they can't vote early if they're not already registered, they are out of luck. They can't vote. And so in Wisconsin, we really have, again, the best practices where we can go to the polls and get registered right there where you vote. And so, yeah, question.
Quick question. I know there's a movement to have a national day off for voting, and I was wondering if that was, we don't have it in our country, but I wonder if there's any study of how that impacts voter turnout too when people have an election day holiday.
Yeah, so election day holidays do tend to have a positive effect on turnout. but not as much as election day registration. Because again, if you, let's say you have, some states still have like a 30-day window where you have to be registered to vote 30 days before an election. And so you can imagine, like a lot of people, again, they're not paying attention to the election, and then, they either try to vote early or vote on election day and realize, oh, I can't register at the polls, and they're just, again, out of luck. And so a national holiday doesn't help if you don't have a change in registration laws to make it easier to register. So it's really the registration that is key. I mean, don't get me wrong, voting holiday would be great, and it would definitely help, but it doesn't help as much as election day registration. Yeah.
The other thing that same-day registration helps, that hasn't been brought up, is Secretary of State of Kansas, Kobach,
Yep.
who purged and learned to use,
Yes.
purged
Yep.
numerous
Yep.
names
Yes.
that had the same last name.
Yep.
The person would go to vote, who's
Yep.
always been registered,
Yep.
but
And
he's
they're out of
been
luck.
purged.
Yep.
He can't vote.
Yep. Whereas here you can. Yep. Because
Right.
you can register at the polls. Yeah, absolutely. And I will get to that too at the in terms of other concerns about voting, but that absolutely is another huge advantage of having same-day registration, election day registrations. You can take care of any problems like that come up and just say, okay, well, here's my documentation to register and take care of the problem right there. Whereas if you live in a state like Kansas, again, you're out of luck, because if you've been kicked off the rolls for a wrong reason, then you're just not gonna be able to take care of that problem. So just a little bit more on this idea of costs and mobilization. And so you can think about sort of direct costs and indirect costs. So the direct costs are the costs imposed by the law itself. So like a voter ID. Okay, so there, obviously it's time consuming. You have to get that ID. In some cases, you might have to go get a birth certificate if you didn't have one. And so there's actual financial cost involved. Even ID itself might be free. The documents underlying that ID aren't free. So there are those direct costs that are imposed by the law itself. And then there's also, though, the indirect costs. And this is the cost through mobilization. And this is the place where early voting actually can have a negative effect, whereas the election day registration doesn't. And so the election day registration lowers direct costs without raising indirect costs. And so that's why it's the best. Whereas early voting actually lowers direct costs as well, makes it easier for people to vote. If they can vote before election day, makes it more convenient. But it could raise the indirect costs of the demobilization effect on election day mobilization. So let's see what the evidence shows. So here's the basic scatter plot of the 50 states with early voting. The two lines are the regression lines showing the slope of the relationship between total turnout and early voting. So states that have high early voting over here has slightly lower total turnout. The dotted line shows what the effect would be if you include Washington and Oregon. They're the two states that have mail-in voting, and so they're a little unusual. They do all of their voting by mail, and so they're enough unusual that we did it two different ways, one that shows with Washington, Oregon, one without. And so the slope of the line is even slightly more negative when you take Washington, Oregon out of the equation. And so you can see that overall there is a somewhat negative relationship between early voting and the aggregate and total turnout, which is a little counterintuitive. So we wanted to sort this out a little bit more sort of concretely and look at the effects of all these different combinations. So remember that Venn diagram had all the different states in each of the categories. So this breaks it down then by each of the categories. So election day registration by itself, election day registration plus early voting, the trifecta of all three, where again Wisconsin's, we're in that good bar of almost a 10% increase in voter turnout by having all three of those. So that's the place again you want to be. But here, this was the surprising finding that we had in the study. If you have early voting by itself, it actually decreases voter turnout. Now, if you go back to the Venn diagram, there weren't that many states in that category. I think there were like 5 states maybe that just had the early voting by itself. But if you are in that position, all you're doing is helping people vote who would have voted otherwise anyway, and you're decreasing the mobilization effect of election day mobilization of getting voters to the polls on election day. And so the kind of marginal voter who's sort of paying attention to elections, maybe not, isn't going to get that knock on the door, isn't going to get that phone call, isn't going to see as many ads aired on TV in the couple weeks leading up to the election, because candidates are going to pull their ads too. And think about it from the perspective of a campaign. You've got these battleground states. In fact, I'll show you the scatter plot here. So this shows that all of the ads run in the major media markets. In the battleground states, the one on the left is for early voting under 50% of the total vote. The ones on the right is over 50% early voting. So if you're a candidate running a presidential campaign, and you've got two battleground states, one in which 60% of the people have already voted, a week before the election, and another state where nobody has voted, no early voting, and you still have 100% of your voters that are up for grabs, where are you going to spend your money? Well, you're going to go to the state that everyone hasn't voted yet. If 60% of the people have voted, you can't reach them anymore a week before the election. And so that's what you see happens. You get this fall off in the number of ads being run in those battleground states where people have voted. So the effect then is on those marginal voters who are sort of paying attention to the election, not so much, and they're just not going to see as many ads. They're not going to see as much voter mobilization going on. So that's why you get this effect then in the states that have the early voting by itself of turnout actually being lower in those states because you lose that mobilizing effect of the election day. Now, again, the way to really stimulate turnout is by combining the early voting with the same-day registration, and then that's where you get the new voters to the polls that will actually get interested in the election, go vote early, and they can register while they're there. So that was kind of the surprising finding we had then of our study. Now, my colleague Ken Mayer has also done some research on voter ID laws. And voter ID laws, here it's been a very partisan issue in the last about 10 years or so, where in almost all the states that have passed the more restrictive voter ID laws have been in Republican states. There are, I think, one or two exceptions. And this has been the effort anyway, as advertised, was to reduce voter fraud, but as we've found out from internal discussions, that it was actually an effort to reduce turnout in areas where Democrats would be more likely to vote. So the people who are affected most are the young, the elderly, the rural, minority voters, and especially young voters and minority voters are the ones that often bear the biggest brunt of this. In Wisconsin, my colleague Ken Mayer estimated he was involved in a federal court case on the voter ID law in Wisconsin, estimated there were about 300,000 eligible voters in Wisconsin who didn't have the required ID necessary to vote. And so now a lot of them obviously will get that ID, and it's hard to tease out exactly how many people would be affected. But one of the best studies of this was done by the GAO that looked at Kansas and Tennessee when they implemented the new law, and they estimated the turnout was down about 2 to 3% because of the voter ID law, and that's pretty consistent with some other studies that have been done as well. Although it is sometimes hard, like there's this one study that was done that was trying to show basically that voter ID laws weren't that significant on affecting minority turnout. But the problem was they only compared like the 2008 election to the 2004 election, and of course you have the Obama effect, where African American turnout skyrocketed in 2008 because of Barack Obama, and so of course you can't say, well, the voter ID law had no effect because turnout went up. Well, yeah, it went up because of Barack Obama, not because the voter ID law was there. And so you have to be pretty careful to sort out that kind of thing. On campus at UW was a big issue because the way the law was written in Wisconsin is the Wisconsin student IDs were not voter ID compliant because they didn't have the expiration date on them. You have to have an expiration date on the ID. So students had to go get a separate ID in order to be able to vote. And now I think they did a good job of publicizing this and making students aware of the fact that they had to get the ID. And so a lot of students did vote, especially in the 2018 midterms. Turnout was definitely up in a lot of the student precincts. And so I think the word has gotten out. They need to have the ID. Here, just showing the map of the country of the strictness of voter ID laws. The gray states don't have any required document. Minnesota and Illinois, two of our neighbors, are two of those states. The darkest green, Virginia, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, Indiana, Kansas, and Wisconsin have the strictest voter ID laws in the country, and the lighter green have somewhat in between. And so you can see this is something that is getting to be more common around the country. This was pretty unheard of about 20 years ago. So it's all been happening mostly in the last 10 years or so, adding these voter ID laws, again, which does make it harder to vote for sure. Okay, and finally, I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to leave a lot of time for discussion and questions, because this is a topic I know a lot of people have a lot of interest in. And so I did want to end, though, with talking about some other tools of voter suppression. The case was mentioned of Kansas, but Georgia is another good example of this from the governor's race just in the midterm in 2018, where they used many of these other tools of voter suppression as well, including the exact matching of voter registration lists. And so if you had the voter registration list compared to, say, the driver's license list, and you would have to have an exact match of those. And there were situations where, like, if a hyphen was missing, or just something, the computer would kick it out and it wouldn't match, you were taken off the voter rolls. And this several states were doing that, and Georgia was one of them. Voter caging is a process where they send out a postcard to an address to verify that you're still an active voter and you still live there. And if you wouldn't return that postcard, they would take you off the list.
Isn't that what they're using in Wisconsin?
Excuse me?
Isn't that what they're using in Wisconsin?
Yes.
Yeah, some areas have done that, yep. And
Can I add something here?
Sure.
The session at 1:15 today, the breakout session in this room at 1:15, is going to be Richard Rydeck from the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and he's specifically going to speak to what happened with that problem with the postcards and also the
He'll have all the inside scoop on that.
purging and
Yep.
all sorts of stuff. So yeah,
Great.
so 1:15 here, you can get all the questions about registration.
Good, so this is just a kind of preview of some of those other topics that I'm not focusing on. I'm more on the election day registration, early voting, voter ID stuff. But there are these other big issues out there. Voter caging is one. And another one actually that my colleagues and I at the Election Research Center have done a lot of research on. So if you have interest in this topic, we can definitely talk about this as much as you want as well, is the partisan gerrymandering. Because Wisconsin has been at ground zero of that topic too, with the Whitford-Gill case that went up to the Supreme Court, got kicked back to us on standing grounds, and is going to be retried this summer in federal district court again here. But partisan gerrymandering is another way that it's not so much a turnout question as it is, does your vote matter? Does your vote count? If you're, put in a district that's packed or cracked, where you used to have a majority Democratic district that was cracked into two districts, and so Republicans then would pick up two districts where there used to be one Democrat, one Republican. That happened to an extreme degree in our redistricting that happened in this last cycle, and why it was challenged and sent up to the U.S. Supreme Court. So that's another way that is not as much, again, directly voter suppression in terms of turnout, but it definitely is affecting the power of your vote, and is it really a meaningful vote then in terms of being represented? And so I think it's another important topic in this broader topic of kind of the power and effectiveness of our vote. And then felon disenfranchisement is another one that's gotten a lot of attention, especially with Florida recently, just in the November elections. Did have a state constitutional amendment that passed overwhelmingly in the state to give voting rights back to 1.5 million ex-felons in the state of Florida. Now, I understand that the state legislature there just this last week was taking some steps to try to sort of mitigate the impact of that to some extent, to make it harder to get your full voting rights back. Like, for example, you'd have to pay all of the fines associated with your criminal conviction before you'd be allowed to register to vote. Something that the amendment that was passed by the voters didn't say anything about that. And so it's not clear that's going to stand up or not, but that they are trying to mitigate the effect of that change in Florida. But this is something, again, around the country. There are millions of people who are permanently kept from voting because of a previous felony conviction that they have now gotten out of jail, they served their time, they still can't vote. In Wisconsin, our situation is that if you have to be off paper, so you have to be both out of jail and then off parole as well. And so that's somewhere, it's not as strict as a state like Florida used to be, but it's also not quite as generous to ex-felons as some states are. But that's definitely has an impact on voter turnout as well. And then finally, the last thing, this has happened in Texas, some other states as well, where they made an effort to purge non-citizens from the rolls. And they, because in federal elections, you can't vote unless you're an American citizen. There are some states where in local elections they allow non-citizens to vote, but in most states you have to be a citizen to vote at all. And so it's certainly a reasonable thing to do to try to make sure your voter rolls, are actually comprised of citizens. But the problem is, in trying to actually do that, it's really difficult, because they were using out-of-date records where there were hundreds of thousands of people that they had tried to take off the rolls that actually were citizens. And so, again, this is another really pretty awful tool of voter suppression that's happening in some areas. We haven't seen that in Wisconsin at all, but that definitely is going on. So in 2018 in Georgia, a lot of this kind of came to a head. This was the race involving Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp. Kemp was the Secretary of State at the time, so he was actually the person overseeing the election process. And so talk about a conflict of interest, right? And this is the person running for governor is actually overseeing these voter purges. And so finally, after this got a lot of attention, including federal court stepping in and stopping some of the worst purges, over 500,000 people were removed from the rolls there. One election expert said it was the largest mass disenfranchisement in U.S. history. They had this exact match purge where 53,000 people were taken off the rolls. That was struck down by a federal judge because, again, they said a lot of those were just erroneous. Like they just had, kicked people off the rolls that shouldn't have been kicked off. 70% of the people in that exact match process were African-American voters. And so this was clearly being done in a way that would have helped Kemp get elected. But even with the court stopping that one part of the process, many of the other voters were actually taken off the rolls. And because, as was pointed out, in a state like Kansas or Georgia where you don't have election day registration, you can't fix the problem at the polls on the day of the election. And so we'll never know exactly how many voters were turned away because of that, but it was a really close race, and so there's a pretty good chance that Abrams lost because of those attempts at voter purges and suppressing the vote. And so that's just one example from the recent past of where this kind of tactic really did make a difference. So I'll stop there and just take your questions because I'm sure there are lots of things you all want to talk about. And again, I'm happy to talk about other things like partisan gerrymandering, and I may not know other topics, but I'll give it a shot. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been fighting ever since. I've been taking a stand on the voter ID law ever since the state passed it, and I did contact my state senator and state representative who are in favor of expanding voting rights, and I went as far as calling Governor Evers' office saying I'd like to see the voter ID law repealed, and I haven't heard back from him yet, and I was wondering how effective it would be if I wrote a letter to Scott Fitzgerald and Robin Voss asking them to repeal the voter ID law.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah.
You saw papers.
Repeat the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's a good idea to repeat the question, especially for the streaming, because they can't hear it as well. So the question had to do with the voter ID law. And he was saying he's been opposed to it from the beginning, has reached out to his very selected leaders, including Governor Evers, and just wondered if it could be useful at all to reach out to Robin Voss and Fitzgerald to let them know his opposition to the voter ID law and hoping it could be repealed. I think it's extremely unlikely that the Republican leadership would be open to changing that law because they see it as something that does sort of help their party. And this is an unfortunate I was going to say side effect, but it's more than that, but an unfortunate feature of the voting wars, as they've been called, is they do have this partisan element to them, where one side wants to try to really make it harder to vote in some ways because they think they can gain from it, and the other side wants to try to enhance access to voting because they think that'll improve their chances. And so you do get this partisan element that means I think it's extremely unlikely that the Republican leadership in Wisconsin would be open to the idea of changing the voter ID
And what
law.
would your suggestion be about going about it, like for grassroots to ask for money to end voter suppression? Do you think that would help?
Yeah, no, I think that, right, no, I think the way to change it in a case like that is you do need to change the partisan leadership because it's, the Republican Party right now, if that's the issue you care about, they're not gonna change on the access to voting and especially on voter ID laws.
And then do you think it would do any good if grassroots started a web page asking for money.
For sure, no, absolutely, and so just to
Like
give you.
we're posting something on change.org where I'd like to make that national.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just to give you one good example of a grassroots campaign that was incredibly successful. So I was just at a conference about 3 weeks ago at the University of Maryland on partisan gerrymandering. So all researchers from all the different Big Ten campuses were there talking about partisan redistricting. And we had the woman who started the Michigan campaign come talk to us. We had different foundations and other funders of different grassroots efforts there, but she was there to tell us about her experience. This was a 24-year-old woman, had never been involved in politics at all. And after Donald Trump was elected, she's had a Facebook post that said, hey, who wants to help me do something about partisan gerrymandering? And the response was incredible. And within like a month, they had like 5,000 volunteers. They got the Michigan Constitution changed in 2 years to get the partisan gerrymandering taken out of the hands of the politicians and put in the hands of a nonpartisan commission. This woman, this 24-year-old woman who had never done anything in politics, was the spearhead of this effort to completely change the way that lines are redrawn in Michigan. So absolutely, that kind of grassroots campaign can clearly have an effect. So, yeah.
I'm wondering if there are any studies that show how automatic voter registration affects voter turnout.
Yes, yeah, so the question is on voter registration, automatic voter registration, and how that affects turnout. And so these are comparative studies that have to do this because there's no state in the country that has, the United States right now, North Dakota doesn't have voter registration, they're the only state that doesn't. But every other state has voter registration that's not automatic. But a lot of other countries do. And again, it's hard to sort out when you're doing cross-national studies, sort out all the other different electoral arrangements and cultural differences, and so it's hard to pinpoint exactly what the effect is of voter registration if it was automatic, but there's no doubt that it does have a positive effect. And we can see this just in looking at the range from the most restrictive voter registration laws we have, like those that have a 30-day window before the election are the most restrictive, up until states like Wisconsin that have election day registration. And you can see that impact of, again, almost 10% on the vote of the differences from the most restrictive to the least restrictive. If you get rid of voter registration, or make it automatic entirely, and so you don't have to even worry about it, then for sure that would increase the base of voters, because all those people who don't vote because they forgot to register, you take away that problem. And so I think that overall, nationally, I would guess that based on, again, the comparative research and looking at the state-to-state differences in the registration practices, that would probably boost turnout somewhere between 5 to 10% at least, I would say, nationally, if you'd be able to do that. Yeah.
I want you to speak a bit more about voting by mail, like Colorado, Washington, and Oregon.
Yep.
How earlier do they have to register before they can participate in that? And it looked like that really bumped up the numbers.
It does.
Do you see that as a trend, or where is that going?
Yeah, so I think there probably will be some more states that go that route because it has worked well in the states that have done it, and it has increased voter turnout in those states. And so, this is the kind of thing that usually, changes fairly slowly, but I would guess that there will be more states adopting that. And again, just based on that scatter plot, you can see that those are several of the higher turnout states. And so that too has probably at least about a 5% to 10% impact on voter turnout if you go to the all mail voting, because it is just much more convenient for people to be able to do that. But again, it needs to be combined with registration that is fairly generous as well. That you need to be able to register to vote up until the time you request your ballot. And I think in both states it's like a week before the election or something, because you need to get the ballot sufficiently before the election, obviously, to be able to get it to on time to be counted.
Related side note to that, we were visiting a friend in Seattle, and he was reporting that the younger generation didn't know quite what a stamp was and how to use it. And so they figured out that they had to supply stamps when they sent out the...
Right, and they do have these drop boxes too now. In in Oregon and Washington, I know they have drop boxes where you can come drop the ballots without a stamp even, for those young people who don't know what stamps are. But that's a good point. And actually, so there is some comparative evidence that if you don't have those drop boxes, that actually, the drop boxes are key for people, because it, again, makes it easier to drop off the ballot without having to go to the post office or find a mailbox. And so that can really help as well, but, yeah.
I'm a poll worker in the city of Baraboo, and I have been for about 10 or 12 years.
Nice.
A couple of anecdotes. The first time that voter ID was optional, you either could or you didn't have to show it.
Yep.
It was kind of easy to see how people were gonna vote by their reaction to that. The other thing is probably, and I didn't keep a tally, but I would say about 70% of the people that I would have had to have turned around because of that were females.
Oh, interesting.
Well, because they either got married or divorced,
Ah, yep,
and their names changed,
yep,
okay?
yep.
And in one particular instance, I remembered a Republican senator, and I don't remember his name, insisted that the hunting license be used as a voter ID because those kind of people think the way we do.
Right.
And the reason why I recall that is one woman who was going through her, purse looking for something, had her hunting license with her, and we would have been able to allow it. When it did go through, I had two voters, one right after the other. The first one was a elderly woman. She was 84 years old. She had moved, hence had to change her registration. She did that long before, but it took her 8 times for her to be able to find the paperwork that was acceptable to get an ID.
Yep.
And the person right after her was an 18-year-old who was voting in his first election, which I thought was, the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about voter ID, there's only one form that Wisconsin accepts that proves that you are a citizen, and that's the naturalization papers.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Or your birth certificate.
No.
Certificate too. Yeah, it does, yeah, it does.
But you don't show your birth certificate at the poll.
Right, well, you can when you register.
Yeah.
You have to when you register.
Right, yeah, yeah.
But at the poll,
Oh, I see.
not one ID, except for the naturalization,
Huh.
proves that you are a citizen.
Passport would, wouldn't it?
Nope, nope,
Or
because you can not be an American citizen, yet get an American passport as a legal resident,
Huh.
okay?
I hadn't heard that about the birth certificate and registering. I
Well, the
thought
birth
you could.
certificate you don't show at the polls.
Right, huh.
But that
Okay.
does seem to be the most confusion
Yeah.
on all of this is not necessarily, it's the form of identification
Mhm.
for residency.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Right.
You know, the
Yeah.
biggest
Exactly.
confusion at the polls.
Yeah,
At
Yeah.
the polls, but we don't know how many people are staying away from the polls.
Right.
Because they know they don't have the ID.
Just
Right,
a
in
quickie
fact-
out of curiosity, raise your hand if you're a poll worker.
oh, good. Yeah, well,
You're not.
that's a really good question on like how many people stay away because they either don't have the ID they need or they don't think they have the ID they need. And this is another study that one of my colleagues, Ken Mayer, did, who's done the work on voter ID law. He did a survey that was actually supported by the county clerk here in Dane County, of Dane County and Milwaukee County, where they did a survey trying to assess this question, like how many people didn't vote because they either didn't have the ID or thought they didn't have the proper ID. And what they found was that there was actually more confusion about that, where people did have an ID that would have been compliant, but they didn't think it was, and there was just, and so about as many people, ended up being, they estimated, I think it was around 18 to 20,000 people or something in those two counties that either were confused enough that didn't vote because they thought they didn't have ID necessary to vote, or actually didn't. And of course, this is based on a fairly small sample, and you're extrapolating to the broader population, so it's a fairly uncertain estimate, but definitely they're in the thousands for sure of voters who are being deterred from voting because of confusion about the law. I think that's a really important point. One other point I want to mention about the actual process of registering that has changed too, that all of the poll workers in the rooms will know about this. And I've heard a lot of stories anecdotally again about this, but we don't have any good research on this yet. But the other thing that changed in the current law, in addition to the voter ID, was the fact you could have someone vouch for you before, at the poll, to vouch that, yeah, that is Joe Smith. And I've known Joe all my life, and that would be a way that you could register that if you have someone vouching. And I've heard stories about like elderly couples that, again, the woman didn't have the ID, they've been married for 50 years, been voting the same precinct for 40 years, and the husband couldn't vouch for the wife anymore if the papers weren't right. And so yeah, that's another one that we don't know for sure how many people that's affected, but there's no doubt that's affected some people. But yeah, have you experienced that too?
Yeah, on that line, before that changed, I think we probably only saw about 4 or 5 instances, and Baraboo's level of voting is anywhere from like 3,000 to 5,000 people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that
It
prevalent.
wasn't that big, okay.
Yeah.
In some areas, I think in the student areas, it's probably a bigger thing. Yep.
Your example is perfect, where it's elderly people who, for one reason or another, they got that postcard, didn't understand it, and it was from the government, so they just threw it away.
Right.
And they would have been more likely to be in that group.
Right, yeah, good point, yeah.
Yeah, this might be just outside your area, but you talk about the votes being cast, the mail-in ballots being cast and the dropping in the drop box. And I assume by cast you mean submitted into the receptacle, right?
Yep.
Okay, I work with elections technology and more in elections administration, nuts and bolts. And people like me around the nation are interested in what happens after you put the ballot into the box. And it scares me. And I don't know that there's much research on it. I know that there was one study in Oregon a couple years ago that compared the rates at which ballots were submitted to the rate at which ballots were cast. And it was varied wildly by municipality, and the worst municipalities were 10%.
10% difference?
10% fall off.
Wow.
Between when the ballot was submitted and when the ballot was cast. And the other thing that scares me about that is that when you submit a ballot by mail, it's got your address on the outside of it and your name. And there's any number of judgmental reasons why a local clerk could reject that ballot. That, subjective, this is illegible, I can't read that, reject the ballot. And so, trying to think like the crooks that want to suppress our votes.
Well, right, like in North Carolina, 9th district, or,
And you could see that they could just start applying, I don't like this neighborhood, this ballot's. What, is there good study going on with that phenomenon yet?
Yeah, so not specifically on that question, but one thing we do know is that the area that fraud happens is with absentees. That's where like 95% of the fraud happens in the absentees, rather than, like, voter ID doesn't stop voter fraud. That the amount of, because all it can stop is voter impersonation fraud. And that almost never happens. There have been study after study after study of this. And there was one meta-analysis was done of 40 different studies of this, and out of the literally hundreds of millions of votes cast, there are a handful of cases of voter impersonation fraud. And so that's not where fraud happens, and so voter ID laws really are ineffective at stopping voter fraud that does happen, which is more on the absentee ballots, where like in the North Carolina 9th district, we found out in the federal court case there that they actually were taking ballots that had been cast and destroying some of them if they thought they were not going to support their candidate. So, this is, I think, a really important question. We don't know that much yet about the Oregon and Colorado and Washington, the mail-in problems and how, like, if there are any votes that get lost in transmission there. And that's something that still needs more study, for sure. But my sense is that it certainly is less secure than having election day voting. That is a much more secure process of actually knowing how many ballots are cast, how many ballots, had to be, every poll worker, if you have a destroyed ballot, like someone messes one up, they request a new one, you have to keep track of that. We have a count of how many ballots are there of that nature. So there's much better accountability on election day, I think, than there is with the mail-in process in general. So, yeah. So.
First of all, on election day, if you go vote in Wisconsin, you are not required to show an ID.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, yes,
No,
you are.
you aren't.
Well, you can cast provisional
You're
ballot.
wrong.
You can cast.
I've been
provisional ballot.
doing it now for about 5 elections. I refuse. The law says
Provisional ballot, yeah.
you can refuse to show your ID. Or you can go home and get it. They put that in to make it more constitutional.
Right.
And so when I go to the polls, I refuse to show my ID. I then have to get a provisional ballot.
Right.
And I have to return and show my ID, which costs the township an extra $50 because and our Republican representative is our town chairman. So whenever he pays that $50, I hope it burns his little butt. But you do not have to show your ID. I see the signs outside of ID required. No, it's not. All you have to do is go in and refuse to show it as a protest. And the reason I do that, it's a protest.
Right.
There's a gentleman in Reedsburg, Leo Olson, who owns Lee's Toggery. Everybody in town knows him. He was a World War II veteran. He crawled across the sands of Iwo Jima. He was refused to vote because his driver's license is expired beyond the limit.
Right.
Not one poll worker went up to him and said, you can vote a provisional ballot and we'll help you get an ID by Friday.
Right.
Not one.
Huh.
So if you say you've been doing, refuse to vote, refuse to show it. Yes, you have to go back and show your ID, but you don't show it at the polls.
And the other advantage is that all the poll workers know Bill now.
I'm the only one in Sauk County.
They ought to start a revolt there and just say no to Robin Voss, and we're not following the law.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
So Bill, he's right. So here's what it says in the state law right there about the provisional ballot, that you can request a provisional ballot, but you do then have to show the ID by Friday. That's the key thing.
But
yeah.
you don't have to show it,
That's right. That's right. Yep.
You mentioned voter fraud. How much confidence can we have in these old voting machines?
Yeah, so the good question. So the question is the confidence in old voting machines. How much confidence can we have? So there have been a lot of studies of this as well on voting technology. What are the best systems for the lowest voter error rate? And so the biggest problem in voting technology is the voter errors. That there's anywhere from at the low end about 0.5% to the high end about 5% of votes that are cast given different voting technologies are invalid because the voters mess up. And if you have ever looked at vote audits, you are amazed at what some people will put on a ballot. But the best technology, and this is been pretty consistent across various studies, is the paper ballot optical scan system that we have in most of the precincts in Wisconsin. Where you fill out either connect the arrows with a felt tip pen, or there are other ways that to actually record your choice, but you're recording it on a paper ballot that then is machine read to the optical scanner. That is the best because it both has that permanent paper record of the vote itself. So if there is a recount, you can do the manual recount and be able to see the ballot itself. And this is crucial, if there's an error with the ballot, when you feed it in, it'll kick it back out and say, oops, sorry, you messed up, this can't be read. And so you can correct, you can go get a new ballot, fix it, resubmit it, destroy the old one, and record that. And so it really reduces the voter error rate by having that kind of two-step process in place of filling out the ballot and then scanning it. So the worst probably in terms of overall, well, the really bad ones we've gotten rid of, like the old punch card butterfly ballot thing that gave us the Florida mess in 2000. Those are gone now. The Help America Vote Act basically got rid of that voting technology. Some of the old lever machines they used to have, like anyone who's from Pennsylvania, New York, Indiana, where I grew up had them, those things were terrible too. North Carolina.
I used to work on them.
They always broke down. They were always breaking. Like, and so you'd have like half the machines in an election, they wouldn't work. Yep. And so you get these long lines, and so those were terrible. So those are mostly gone. I think there are a few states maybe that still use some of those old lever machines, but those were pretty bad too. But then the other one to be concerned about, I think, and this goes more to the voting technology, IT side of things, but are the electronic DRE machines without a paper trail. So the best ones now do have the paper record as well. You can see who you voted for on paper as it's recorded in the machine. There's still some states that are using the old electronic voting machines though without a paper trail, and those are the ones that are really potentially problematic, because if something, either there's hackers that get into the machine and steal votes, which we haven't had evidence that has happened in an election, but we definitely know it's relatively easy to do. But there's no way to uncover that then, because you don't have the paper record to be able to go back and see what the vote actually was. Those are slowly being phased out. There are not that many states that still use those, but so I would say that's the big one now to avoid, whereas again, the paper ballot with the optical scan is the best technology for the lowest, both lowest voter error rate and the least potential for fraud.
He is in my area of expertise now. Amen to everything he said. He's got it all right. Those optical scans with the bubbles are very reliable. Yeah. I do want to add, shoot, what was I going to there's one, if you have paper ballots, and absolutely they're auditable and stuff, the other thing is that they do need to be audited. Yeah, right. There are methods after elections that are very efficient, very quick, where the local election officials can check the computer printout against the paper ballots, and make sure you've identified the right winners. We have had, that we know of, 2 serious misprogramming. They just accidentally programmed the voting machines wrong to read, yes votes is no and no votes is yes, or skip all the straight part of it. And those things don't get caught unless you have an audit afterwards. So paper ballots plus look at the paper ballots. Right. And the other thing I want to add quick is he's right about paperless touchscreens going out of style. There's a new kind of voting machine that's gaining popularity, which is it's a touchscreen, but it prints out a paper ballot for you.
Right. That's what they have in Madison.
Right.
Yeah.
The early voting in Madison
Yeah.
is it now. Yeah.
Be very careful with those. The vote that gets counted is not the vote you can read, it's the barcode at the top. And so, if something's wrong with the barcode reader or something, your votes won't get counted even though, you've marked them. Studies show that something like between 75 and 80% of the voters don't really read the ballot that's printed out anyway. And if they really want to trip up a race, a hacker could get it there. And if they just make it disappear, make the office disappear on that ballot it prints out, no voters notice. It's just, because maybe if it's president. Right. But, if you vote for county clerk or state senator or something like that, and it just doesn't show up on your readable part, you don't think, wait, where's my vote for state senator? And so there's all sorts of problems with those DREs that, they're not DREs. Right. They're touchscreen machines that print out a ballot. Be very, very careful when you read those, when you use those. And if you live in a jurisdiction that relies heavily on those DREs with a paper ballot that prints out, you must insist on an audit afterwards to make sure that the machine worked right on election day. Right. So,
good advice. Is there time for a few more questions, or should we? I don't know how tight the schedule is, right?
Time is up,
Yeah.
but I don't know if anyone's gonna come, you know, at the cut.
I will say two more questions, yeah.
Is there anything we should be concerned about as far as the Government Accountability Board here in Wisconsin?
Well, yeah, so that's, the Government Accountability Board, we were talking before that our Election Research Center actually had a pretty close relationship with Kevin Kennedy, did a lot of work for them, did a big survey for them, and really, Government Accountability Board, the way it was previously constituted, was like the model for how election administration should be done in the country. And it was cited as such, like by all the reports that have been done of this. And it is unfortunate, the way that was changed and kind of politicized, because it really was a model. So I would say the current arrangement now is closer to like the average of other states, where it's not as bad as, say, Georgia, where you could have like the state election official running for governor and overseeing these voter purges. I mean, we're not there, but we're also not as good as it used to be. So somewhere we're sort of about the median, I would say, in terms of
Can I add to?
Yeah.
Okay, the old JB was both ethics and election administration in one.
Separated, yeah.
And when they abolished the JB, they broke them apart and put ethics in one commission and election administration in another. Now again, my area that I work in is just the nuts and bolts election administration, not the ethics. So I stopped paying attention to this, and I won't comment on what happened to them. I was a major opponent of the abolition of JB.
Yeah.
And I am eating my hat. The Elections Commission, the one that has to do with elections administration, I have nothing but good words for them. Nonpartisan, I sit there when they decide which ballot challenges to accept and which to reject. You don't see a flicker of partisanship on those commissioners' face. It's really impressive. And again, the next session at 1:15 is going to be Richard Rydeck, who works for the Elections Commission. And you can come meet him and see for yourself. So Elections Commission, I'm fine. Ethics Commission,
Okay, last question.
The states that have mail-in ballots, what's the control over how you get the ballot to mail in? And then how is there a tally that you have gotten that and so forth?
Right, so you do have to register ahead of time. So the ballots go out to all registered voters.
They're mailed to you?
Mailed to you, right, to all registered voters, yep. Right, and then the process of sending them in is what we were talking about, that there are some security questions of, making sure the ballot doesn't get lost in transmission, but the actual process of sending them out is automatic, and that part works quite well, from what I understand. But,
well, each envelope is a document.
Yep.
And
yep,
so that
correct.
we don't have the problem where I don't like that neighborhood.
Right, yeah, true.
You've gotta have a
assume we don't
system,
have that problem.
Yeah, right.
a system where you know where each ballot envelope is
Yep.
known where it's been.
Yep, that's right, that's right.
Thank
Good.
you
All right.
so
Thank you.
much.
Yeah,
I
good.
really appreciate it. And thank you all for your kind attention and your great questions. Yeah. Dr. Timm, how excited are your students about all of these issues?
I would say they definitely have become more political in the last, since 2016. I mean, I think that election did shake a lot of them up. So they are more tuned what's happening just in politics.
To find out why they come.
The intricacies of, voter
I
turnout,
voted yesterday because I.
redistricting, those kinds of things, that doesn't get them quite as excited as some of the other issues, I would say, but just the overall.
Yes, I get I'm talking to them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they do ask good questions, and they are.
See, why you gotta
I
make
would say,
two
I've
trips
noticed,
to
a
Maryland
change in
because of you?
2016 for sure, yeah.
Doing
It
your job.
seems, as if, we need that buy-in,
Yes.
that it seems
Yep.
like so many of you.
If we would have more
Turnout
people
was
do
up.
it.
In 2018, it was way up compared to what it had. There's still lags, you still see that linear relationship between age, the older you are, the more you vote. But it's flattened out. So most people are voting more now than they did.
Right, there was a great effort, was there
Yeah,
not?
absolutely. It really was, yeah, and it was pretty successful.
In terms of being realistic.
About one vote per precinct.
Yeah.
The value of that is shocking. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yep.
Okay, well, you tell them, you never want
I know,
to give them
I don't point there when they're turning machines. It's like
Oh, nice.
when the PhD,
Yeah.
we're doing the reality, they listen to the vendors and go,
Oh, excellent.
Actually,
now that there's clerks,
allow us to
maybe the
set
difference,
up,
well, how does this work? How does it, how do I get this out? How do we
register.
register?
And
Yeah, that
we're
makes
also
sense.
gonna
The
have
clerks, the clerks are what keep the feet to the fire for the
Okay.
political.
Nice.
So I was looking for any suggestions you might have.
Oh, on what topic to take for the referendum? Oh, interesting. Well, one that the administrators would like, the students would.
Oh, I don't remember his name.
Legalizing marijuana, but that's, you probably don't want to go there. Don't want to go there. No,
We got the administrators to allow it.
Right, no, I was kidding, like, you definitely do not want to go there.
That's criminal
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's supposed to, there's a bunch of towns that are lowering the voting age to 16.
Yes.
For local people,
That's a really good
like,
point.
for city council or mayor.
Or even a more intermediate step. There are some states that allow you to vote as a 17-year-old in primary elections if you turn 18 on election day. I know there are a handful of states that do that.
I appreciate Nate and his flexibility. My name is Felesia Martin. I do reside in Milwaukee. I am currently serving as a County Board of Supervisor for District 7 there. I am running for your first Vice Chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. I also had the distinct honor and pleasure of being a national co-chair for President Obama's 2012 re-election campaign in Wisconsin brought us home. And I look forward to serving you on the DPW leadership. Ben, Lee, and I have a common vision, and that vision is to grow DPW through grassroots organization across our state. We believe in challenging and in inspiring young people. We want to build this DPW party beyond our capacity and beyond whatever we can ask or think. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I hope to get to know you all a little bit more and better over the next 2 months. So right now I'm going to introduce, who needs no introduction, Miss Ada Deer. And I'm sorry, but I got to scoot to Milwaukee.
Good afternoon, all you progressives. No, that's a little weak. Let's hear it. That's great. Okay, just to give you a couple facts, we like facts. I'm a member of the Menominee Indian tribe. I've been a Democrat since 1969. And I have been involved in action all that time. I know Ben through his mother. She's a social worker. I'm a social worker. And I've known him since he was in utero. So I don't think anyone else could claim that. I've run for office both in the state and I've served in various capacities. My most recent capacity was serving as Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. So I have other credentials, but I don't want to take much of your time. Just to let you know that I've been active over time for our good causes. Now, in terms of Ben, it's a lot to say about him, and I encourage you to learn more about him. But I've observed him over a long period of time, and he has, since a child, been adventuresome, curious, open, energetic, enthusiastic, and popular with his schoolmates and with people in his area. Oh, wow, I got a double fist over there with that. Another fan. Now, Ben has had, and he'll be able to tell you this, the wonderful opportunities working in Washington, D.C., etc. However, he is energetic, enthusiastic, competent, analytical. You know, we want the facts, facts, facts. And he has creativity. I could go on and on. With his success in the MoveOn.org effort. He has demonstrated his capacity to move on.org and make a big difference in our country. As the chair of the party, he hopes to bring and will bring all of his expertise, his knowledge, and his organizing abilities. So all of you who want to support him, and I would really urge you to do this, you have to join the party and come and vote in the election. So without further ado, Ben.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ada. Let's give another round of applause to Ada Deer, who's a hero of mine, I think, for many of us. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Yeah, if you can't hear me, I don't know how you'd respond to that question. My name is Ben Wikler. I'm running for chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin on a ticket with Martin, who you just heard from, and Lee Snodgrass, who's the chair of the Allegheny County Democrats. And we're running because we believe in grassroots organizing. Thank you. Does anyone here believe in grassroots organizing? Thank you. I want to start with a story that begins, and I'll do this briefly, that begins with a horrible day in all of our lives. I want to ask you to remember the night that you found out that Donald Trump was going to become president. I know. The next morning, it was obvious to everyone who was in the know that the Affordable Care Act was going to be repealed and Medicaid was going to be gutted. Republicans had done it over and over. Who remembers when the House Republicans passed Obamacare repeal 87 times through the House of Representatives? That was their mission. That was their single goal. Trump was going to sign repeal on his first day in office. Everyone got the memo except all of us in the grassroots who refused to let it happen. Who here marched in the Women's March in January 21st after the inauguration? Who here, thank you. Who here made a phone call opposing the repeal of the Affordable Care Act? Thank you. Who here went to a protest or a sit-in or went to a congressional office to try to raise your voice? Thank you. Millions of us rose up. My job, I grew up in Madison. I've been involved in progressive politics here since I was a kid. My first experience was volunteering on Ada Deer's congressional race when I was 11. When this repeal fight happened, I was working for MoveOn.org in DC. And MoveOn is a grassroots group of millions of members that organizes to win elections and then organizes to make progressive things happen between elections. And at MoveOn, I had this job of being in the arena in the repeal fight. And I got to work with people across the country who refused to accept the conventional wisdom that victory was impossible. We mobilized, we used techniques we'd never done before. We would just go through the list of anyone who'd voted in a Democratic primary, send them a text message, and they would call Congress as though they'd been diehard MoveOn.org members their entire lives. Millions of people rose up, made calls, went to protests. 100,000 people went to the town hall meetings in February 2017. So many people that Republicans canceled all the rest of their town hall meetings. And because we did that, the day came in July of 2017. I was leading a protest outside of the Capitol. And that was the day Republicans were supposed to win on the ACA. It had come down to this last vote. I remember waking up that morning with a pit in my stomach. But nonetheless, we were all going to fight to the very end. And I went out, several hundred of us outside the Capitol. We were chanting, we were telling stories about what healthcare meant in our lives. And you know, the ACA is not the be-all and end-all. We need a lot more, and I think we all know what I'm talking about when it comes to healthcare. But not ripping away healthcare from tens of millions of people, that should be a no-brainer. We were out there, and we were ready to lose. And I remember the moment when it changed. John McCain had just come back onto the floor of the Senate. No one knew what he was going to do. And then Dianne Feinstein, the senator from California, Democrat, went over and gave him a big hug. And I got word outside the Capitol that this had happened. And I asked everyone at that protest to turn towards the Capitol Dome and start chanting, "Hug John McCain! Hug John McCain!" Now, I don't think it was the chanting that made the difference. But from that moment, we started chanting, "Stay strong, Lisa," to Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, and "Stand strong, Susan," to Susan Collins, who does not always, as we saw in the Supreme Court vote, stand strong. But in that moment, one after another, they voted no. And all of us outside the Capitol exploded in hugs, in chants. We couldn't believe it. We had won, not because of us there, but because of all of us around the country had stood and fought. And that became how we won in 2018, because we had fought for the issues that we believe in. We had shown that grassroots organizing does not have to take political reality as a fixed state, that we could change the reality. In 2018, Scott Walker lost his race because activism had inoculated the public against Republican lies about healthcare, and nobody believed him. And we fought and we defeated him. All of us in this room. To me, that's the model for what we can do in a state party. It's about, first of all, fighting and showing up on our issues, showing what we stand for. Secondly, it's about empowering people to do the work on issues, and then in elections. There's technology that is not being used at scale that makes your time, your efforts more powerful. And I'll give one example of that. Who here answers the phone every single time someone calls? Interesting. Who here reads every text message they get? Pretty much all of us. The statistics are 97% of text messages get read. And when the state party, if the state party uses text messaging tools the way that Move On, that our Wisconsin Revolution, Working Families Party, other groups have been doing, we can help every candidate, whether you're in the most rural part of Wisconsin running for your school board or you're running for president. Everyone should be able to contact all their voters through text messages. And there's a tool that Move On built that would allow us to do that at 1/10 the cost of commercial tools. That's one of the things that I think we can bring to the state party. We want to empower activists, we want to fight on our issues, and we want to build a culture of respect. A culture of respect and inclusion so that no matter where you are in this state, your voice matters. No matter the language you speak or the color of your skin, whether you're in an area that was 78% Trump, or an area that was 78% Clinton, or one of the 71 out of 72 counties that Bernie won, you matter. And all of us need to create a space where people can come in who've not been involved in the party and get involved in the fight, because it'll take all of us to win. And this isn't just about stopping Trump. This is about getting to the point where we have legislative majorities in the state Senate and the state Assembly, and that means organizing in rural Wisconsin the same way we do in Dane County and Milwaukee County. I know that we can do this. This is what I've spent my life doing. As a kid volunteering for ADA in high school, working with students across the state to testify to the Joint Finance Committee at the state legislature about school funding. The same fight then that we're having now, that the resources are being blocked by Republicans, but we won $20 million in school funding from a group of high school students that I got to help organize coming to the state capitol. And then it Move On and knocking on doors with so many people in this room. We know that when we fight and when we organize, that's the only way that we can win. The other side will always have more money, and we can work on how we do grassroots fundraising. But the other side will always have more money. We need to have more people power. And if you believe that the Democratic Party should be the party that embodies the idea of people power, if you want to build on the amazing work that we did in the last election cycle and turn that into a statewide majority party, then I hope you'll support our ticket in the race for DPW chair. And I hope if we are elected, if you come to the convention June 1st and 2nd and we're elected, that I can ask for your partnership to do the work, to do the organizing, so we can make this the Wisconsin that all of our kids can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So I'm going to ask my my pie and dessert salespeople to come back up. We've got some more bars and chocolate delights to bring out to you. We got some lemon bars left yet. The lemon bars are $6. Everything else is $4. So if you'd raise your hand when they come by.
Hi everybody. everybody. Thank you for coming out. My name is Morgan Norton. I'm the Grassroots coordinator for Judge. Louder. Okay, sorry. This better? Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming out. My name is Morgan Norton. I am the Grassroots coordinator for Judge Lisa Neubauer's campaign. Lisa is running a little bit late. She will be here around 1:30, and so I'm here to speak on her behalf. As many of you know, spring elections are so important for our state as a whole. And the Supreme Court race that is coming up on April 2nd is more important than I think a lot of us recognize and take for granted. This is being able to maintain a position on the Supreme Court. It is maintaining the rights and protections for people all across our state on what we expect to have from an impartial branch of our democracy, something that we can rely on. Judge Neubauer has the support of over 340 judges across the state. That's 98% of endorsing judges. That's unheard of. Nobody has had that support in recent years or ever in the history of Wisconsin. This is a huge call that our Supreme Court needs to be fair and independent and impartial so that we don't have partisan politics controlling our rights and our court system, which we need to protect our liberties. Judge Neubauer has been traveling all over the state and continues to in order to reach out to all of you and hear your thoughts and opinions and ensure that she will be the one to protect your rights and really be there for you as your voice on the court. As many of you may know, Judge Neubauer has a very long history in the law. She graduated undergrad from UW-Madison and then went to the University of Chicago for law school, which is one of the best law schools we have, and graduated in the top 10% of her class, which she ignored her husband for a lot of that time to do. And then she joined Foley & Lardner in Milwaukee and worked there for 19 years. She became partner, which I know a lot of you who know that area, but that's not really typical for what to expect there. And she worked really hard on helping out families and people who were wrongly removed from their housing and just making sure that she was a voice for the people who needed her. And then Governor Doyle appointed her to the Court of Appeals, which she had to run an election for twice. And she won overwhelmingly in a very red district with 63% of the vote. And that was twice. That was a continuation of the trust that people have in her. And then the Supreme Court in 2015 appointed her to Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals, which just showed their trust in her and her leadership that she was already showing. And they backed that up again last spring in 2018. And they know the work that she's been doing, and they trust her. They trusted her to lead the Court of Appeals. And they know that she's going to be a wonderful Supreme Court justice if we can get out there and we can get her in that seat. So thank you all so much for coming out and listening to me. And thank you all for supporting Judge Neubauer on April 2nd. We can't do without you. And I will be over there if you have any questions.
Yeah, it's great to see a good voice of youth. We're in good shape. Say, Patricia O'Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E.
We got a gift for you.
Got a gift for Patricia. Something she will
Very
value receiving. Okay, my friends are out waiting on you with cookies and treats. Thank you for buying some of the goodies as they come by. It's a fundraiser, as I've said. So next I'm going to turn the floor over to my friends from working on the power line issue, and they're going to give you a few minutes to ponder of the project they're working on.
Dr. Gloria Belken. Dr. Gloria Belken.
Belken. Dr. Belken is going to address you. Thanks, Dr. Belken.
Thank you, everyone, allowing me to speak today. My background is in education, as a teacher, and a toxicologist, and a chemist. I have a picture to show you. As you can see, I passed out the a lot of people got the yellow pamphlet or sheet of paper that I passed out about what is coming to southern Wisconsin and why we all should be upset about it big time. This picture can be of southern Wisconsin soon. That is scary. Is this where we want to live? Would you want to live in an area like this with these transmission lines? This is what's coming. That's why we all should be concerned about it. They're taking our families, our towns, our cities, our farms, our farmland in southern Wisconsin. It's scary. I'm sure no one wants to live in something like this and what it can do to people's health. Let me show you. I have a couple of prompts. Okay. All right, I've got two bulbs right here. Two light bulbs, incandescent and fluorescent. You stand underneath these lines and they'll light up without even being plugged in. That's how scary it is. You can take an electric fence, go underneath these lines, go around this, and you'll get a shock from it and it won't be plugged in. If you're a truck driver and you go through some of these lines, your computer in your truck can be fried. Now, if your computer can be fried and all this electricity is going through you, what is that doing to your body? That is scary. That is very scary. There's a lot of organizations that are fighting this. Through the Public Service Commission, the driftless area, the driftless defenders in Dalk and Seoul. We're all getting together. The impact, we're all getting together to fight this. You guys should know about this. It's a concern. It's going to take over southern Wisconsin. It's going to be an energy region. They want it. The big corporations and companies want this because they're going to make 10.2% on their money. It's scary. That is scary. I wanted just to say a couple of things. I've handed out about the public hearing that is coming June 24th through the 28th. I've handed that. Some of you got that. And you can go to Solon, Wisconsin. Just try to keep up with the public opportunities. The Public Service Commission, with the PSC, with the 3 commissioners, are going to be making this decision. So please get involved. Please get involved. We're going to have an event on April 27th on Saturday. It's going to be a fun event. We're going to be serving sandwiches. We're going to have so much food. We're going to have raffle tickets. We're going to have a silent auction on the 27th of April at the Montfort Community Building. And yes, and I mean, super duper. If you have any questions about that, it's going to be facilitated by Soul. So, yes, if there's any questions, we have a booth down at the corner there, and we'll be passing out more information to you. So, think about this. I would appreciate it. And it's scary. It's really scary. It can come. You don't think it will, but it'll be here before you know it if you don't do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I got a couple more announcements for you. This lady sitting over here at the table is signing people up for lunch, or excuse me, for dinner. I knew it was one meal. Dinner at the feed mill. So if you haven't signed up yet for dinner, stop by and she'll get your name on the list. The speaker is going to be John Peck, a family farm vendors, talking about the future of, yes, John is well known, he's an economist, talking about rural Wisconsin and economic issues pertaining to rural Wisconsin. I think you'd find it pretty interesting. The other thing I have for you is, speaking of dinner at the feed mill, I've got a couple of, I've got 2 gift certificates. And they're 25, each of them is a $25 gift certificate. And I'd be glad to sell them for $20 a piece. That's a pretty good discount. So if somebody would be interested in these, I've got 2 gift certificates for the feed mill. You don't have to use them today. You could use them today, but you might want to use them another day. Anybody interested? 2 gift certificates for the feed mill. Think about it. Would you? Okay. So next I'm going to seeing we're in the money-raising mood here, I'm going to ask my, thank you. I'm going to ask my friends to do one more fundraising related thing. We've got some donation buckets here, and Ron and Jerry and let's see, Adam, are you still here? I'm going to have these guys come around with our donation bucket. So if you got any dollars left and you'd like to help support our cause, we'd appreciate it if you could throw in a few bucks and help us pay the price for another year. And thank you for all the donations you made today and the purchases of the desserts. Next, I'm going to introduce a speaker from another candidacy, another slate, running for the DPW chair. She is the chair of Sauk County Democrats, Tammy Wood.
Hello, activists. Good afternoon and welcome to the 11th Annual Grassroots Festival. These celebrations is why Wisconsin is so strong, so I thank you all for being here. So many of you know me already, some of you don't. I am Tammy Joy Wood, and I am currently the chair of the Sauk County Democrats, but I am also a treasured member with Juneau County Democrats. I work with a lot of different grassroots groups. I got my start in cannabis activism, and I'd like to plug my silent auction donation too. So when you're looking around at the silent auctions, stop by mine. I got you guys a little basket of nice smoking supplies and some pipes and other fun things. So don't forget to check out the silent auction. All of that goes to the Grassroots Festival, so we can do this every year. So I was brought in onto the ticket because I bring some country charm up to the DPW. I represent rural areas, and I understand the issues and the causes that rural activists and rural counties really focus on. So that's what I'm bringing to the ticket. And on our ticket, we also have State Representative David Bowen, who got his start in activism. His activism was more in the urban area. So with his my rural activism and his urban activism, we work very well. And last on our ticket, we have Felesia Lorta. She's a youth activist. She has been fundamental throughout her high school years, doing March for Our Lives rallies, Families Belong Together rallies. She actually initiated an entire dress code change for the school district, not just her school, the entire district. She is a perfect representative of that engaged youth that we need to move this party forward. So we offer the DPW one of the most diverse tickets in history, and we're very proud of that. And we are all very engaged. We have been engaged throughout all of our different corners of the state for, we're Wisconsinites. We're Wisconsin proud, and we're Wisconsin proud, and we're Wisconsin strong, and we want to bring that to the DPW. So I'm not going to take up too much time because I kind of snuck up here on the microphone. Thank you very much, Nate. But I do want to say that my goal with the DPW and my position as vice chair is to amplify the grassroots and to encourage our allies. It's okay that you're not a member of the Democratic Party, but we need to be working together. We need to utilize our grassroots allies, and we also need to make sure that we are giving our rural counties and those that have been, previously dismissed the resources that we need so we can collaborate with the grassroots and we can make the difference and we can make sure that we're electing a full slate of Democrats statewide. And then, perhaps maybe we can boost our voter turnout and get over some of that gerrymandering that we have too. So I appreciate your time. I will be here all day, so if you run into me, please ask me any questions that you should happen to have on your mind, and enjoy the rest of your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. They'll get a lot of excitement going on in the Democratic Party and at the convention this year. As you probably know, the convention's in Milwaukee, so there'll be a lot of activity down there this summer and next summer. Thank you again for being here, first of all. Have we got any chili left back there, folks? Okay, we've got some food left, so be happy to go back there and have you get a second meal if you'd like, or a snack or whatever. The next breakout session doesn't start until 1:15, so you got a little time to talk, chit chat, have a little networking, and anybody got any particular questions that we haven't addressed? As I said this morning, the big emphasis that we need to work on is organizing, particularly in the rural parts of the state. And the session we're going to be presenting after lunch in room 10, which is right behind me, is going to focus on that. So if you're interested in organizing rural Wisconsin, I will suggest that session to you. It's self-serving, because I'm going to be in that one. So thank you very much for being here today, and hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Good. If there can be a statement, why can't there be a statement?
Well,
You have to talk to me. Yeah, but not this time. Not this time.
The only one I can think of is
Just one or two people speaking.
Charles, all I know is one. It might be being recorded.
I don't know, because like Barely National became a state bank, and now they're Barely State Bank. But it's like Sauk City. Sauk City isn't a city, it's a village.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. There's only 3 cities.
High hopes, right?
There's only 3 cities in Sauk County. Reedsburg, Baraboo, and the part of the Dells that's in.
We started answering, question and answer. Pulled this out.
There was a guy from Norton that spoke to
Looked okay, a little shaky, but.
people in Windsor and DeForest, the Grassroots group there about like villages or counties or small enclaves of voters have rights they don't realize to get things done.
Well, that's called home rule.
All right.
Home rule.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is a home rule state in that all the municipalities have their home rule.
When I introduce them, if I stand close to her, can you
You're
hear
live.
okay?
You're live, you're perfect.
Okay.
Just forget about this. You're beautiful. Look, ain't they beautiful? Hey!
Okay, well, it's time to start, so I'll introduce myself and our guest today. I'm Karen McKim, coordinator of Wisconsin Election Integrity, which was formed at Wisconsin Grassroots Network in 2012. It's nonpartisan, non-profit group working on election integrity and making sure our votes count. When the WGN folks told me that I could arrange a whole session of 3 breakout sessions for voting rights, these guys, I called them right away, because one of the big issues in voting rights has to do with voter registration systems. They are automated. It's a statewide computer system. It got a lot of publicity about Russians trying to hack it, etc. We hear horror stories from other states about purges of the voter registration lists and whatnot. But, you know, I've sat in a lot of Elections Commission meetings and before that GAB meetings, and I heard I watched the system being developed over the years, and I'm not an IT expert, but every step of the way I thought, this is really good, this is really good, this is really good. Now, I'm not going to say that about our tabulation system, but I want everyone to understand how good the voter registration system is. And just last week or the week before, sometime recently, I was in DC at an election integrity conference that was attended by DHS and the federal EAC and other people like that, and I, cornered them and I said, I run around Wisconsin telling people that our voter registration system is a model of security for the nation. Am I lying? And they said, no, you are not lying. So I want everyone to understand about our voter registration system, how it works behind the scenes, not just to help you know, if we understand it, we can go out and calm other people's fears. But I also want you to listen and use it as a model for the tabulation system. For every safeguard they mention with voter registration, ask yourself, what is the counterpart that keeps our tabulation system secure? And that's an important thing. Okay, Megan Wolfe, acting or
Interim.
Interim, darn. Director of the Wisconsin Election Commission, and Richard Rydeck, Director of Election Administration. What's your title?
I'm the assistant administrator, technically.
The assistant administrator, technically. Okay, and I'll just turn it over to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us. We're glad to be here. I think that it's exciting to have a group of people that are interested to know sort of the ins and outs of our voter registration system. Like Karen mentioned, we're very proud of our system, and we think that it is a really strong model for how voter registration systems can work across the country. And I also think that it's important to kind of paint a picture of how election security in Wisconsin overall works, and then show you sort of how the statewide voter registration system fits into that larger picture. Because a lot of times it's hard to isolate just that topic on its own. So before we get started, we just wanted to talk a little bit about how elections are administered here in the state of Wisconsin. First of all, we're here from the State Elections Commission, and we are an independent agency of the state. So we're charged with the oversight of elections administration for the state of Wisconsin. We're overseen by a bipartisan board of a 6-member commission. And then we have staff in our office that focuses on 2 major areas. One is technical side of things, the statewide voter registration system, and some of the other things that we'll talk about. And the other is more of our policy folks, people working on manuals and trainings, documentation, that kind of thing for administering elections. So Wisconsin operates elections very differently than other states. So before we jump into exactly how the statewide system works and the different components, I wanted to talk a little bit about how we run elections here in the state of Wisconsin and how it's different than other states. So at the state level, there's 3 levels of government that are really involved in administering elections here in Wisconsin: the state, the county, and the municipality. At the state level, at the State Elections Commission, we're the ones charged with building and maintaining the technology that's used to support elections in the state of Wisconsin. And so we'll talk a little bit about our statewide voter registration system, which is called WisVote, and that's an end-to-end election management system that all of our clerks around the state, our local election officials, use in order to administer elections. So that's everything from when a candidate files their nomination papers, through voter registration, absentee, recording participation, building a poll book. All that happens in the statewide system. We also have related applications that draw information from that system. One is our electronic poll books, which we also built in-house. And then we have our My Vote Wisconsin website, which is the public-facing portal where voters can go and see their sample ballot, register to vote online. Anything a voter needs to know can be found on that site. We also build and maintain other related applications. We have an agency website, so anybody that's interested in our fine memos that we draft at the Elections Commission or the communications we make available to our local election officials, that's more or less our informational website with our manuals and forms and documentations is elections.wi.gov. We also have Badger Voters. Badger Voters is where people can go to buy voter lists, other voter data that's available. We have that as well. Then we have bringit.wi.gov, and that is a photo ID specific website. So that's where you can find all the voter materials, videos, radio commercials, anything you ever wanted to know about the photo ID law specifically if you're working on outreach efforts there. And then we have also some other related systems like our election night reporting system where some of our clerks put their unofficial results in and ultimately use that system to build a report to certify their elections. At the state level, we also provide training to the counties and the municipalities. That's one of our really fundamental duties, as well as developing manuals, guidance, forms, and documentations. We also certify the tabulation systems. So voting systems that are used to tabulate ballots here in Wisconsin have to go through a federal and a state certification process. Some of our other claims to fame here in Wisconsin is we are the most decentralized election administration setup in the entire country, and I'll talk about why that is. We have about 4.2 million eligible voters here in the state of Wisconsin, and we consider those all to be our customers here at the Elections Commission, in addition to our clerks. We also have really high turnout here in the state of Wisconsin, as you might know. We're historically one of the top 5 states in terms of turnout in the nation. And as I think is an important point we'll get to a little bit later, is we develop all of our technology in-house at the State of Wisconsin Elections Commission, and that isn't standard practice of most other states. All right, so next we have the county level. So in most other states, the county level is where a lot of the election administration actually happens. But here in the state of Wisconsin, the counties actually play a very limited role in the administration of elections. The counties do have some statutory responsibilities. They design and they distribute the ballots to the municipalities. They also are required to display the unofficial election night results for the municipalities on their websites. And they also conduct what's called the County Board of Canvass, which is part of the process to certify results after an election. Some of our counties, they will actually serve as sort of a provider for municipalities for using some of the statewide technology. So some really small municipalities might not have the capacity to be able to use some of the technical systems, and they might pay the county to do some of that work on their behalf. So some of them can play that role. Some also serve as trainers. So some will train the municipalities in their area on certain election administration topics. And then some also play a role in procuring and programming the tabulation voting equipment for their municipalities as well. And our counties vary greatly in size, just like our municipalities. Our smallest county is Menominee County, and our largest is Milwaukee. And you can see there's very different sort of populations and resources available in those counties. And we have 72 of them. So most other states, again, they operate at the county level, so they might have 50 to maybe 100 county election officials. Here in the state of Wisconsin, we don't administer elections at the county level, we do it at the municipal level. And that means we have 1,853 municipal election clerks that administer elections for their city, town, or their village. So again, that is very different than other states who might have 50 to 100 clerks that they need to train and support technology for. We have almost 2,000 between those cities, towns, villages, and counties. And so that ends up being a major part of our role at the state, is providing support to those 2,000 people leading up to Election Day, on Election Day. So at the municipal level, again, each of those 1,853 city, town, or village clerks are the election official for their municipality. So each of them administer elections for their municipality. Each of those clerks is responsible for training their poll workers. Poll worker training does not happen at the state level. That is actually a responsibility of each individual clerk. They're also responsible for using the statewide voter registration system. So those municipal clerks are statutorily required to do things like track their voter registrations, track their absentee ballots in the statewide system. And very few of them have any sort of IT support. So a lot of times at the state, we sort of serve in a role to bridge that gap with those municipalities. I was just at a town clerk association meeting, and there were 350 of our town clerks in the audience. And I asked them, how many of you have any kind of IT support? And a single hand in that entire audience went up. And so that kind of shows you how limited their IT resources can be in some of these smaller jurisdictions. A few other facts about our municipalities. So if you were to take all of the local election officials from across the entire country and put them into one room, a fifth of them would be from Wisconsin. I know it says a sixth, but it's closer to a fifth of them would be from Wisconsin. So that's how many we have. Of those 1,853 clerks, a third of them turn over every single year. So every single year we have a brand new pool of a third of those clerks that are just coming into elections. And also 2/3 of them work part-time. So 2/3 of them have another full-time job, and then they serve as a clerk part-time, maybe 5 hours a week for their township for a very minimal sum of money. Our local election jurisdictions also vary widely in terms of size. So we have the city of Milwaukee, who has about 600,000 in population, and then we have some of our really small townships. One of them we reference here, the town of Cedar Rapids, has a population of 37. It doesn't matter if you're Milwaukee or a township, you still have to know all the election laws, and you have to be able to train your poll workers and run a polling place regardless of the resources you have available to you. So this is really where elections sort of happens in Wisconsin, is at the municipal level. In addition to those 1,853 clerks, we have about 30,000 poll workers during a general election. So that's a lot of people to make sure that they know what they need to administer elections. How many poll workers do we have here today? Usually, I'm guessing there's quite a few. All right. Well, that's great. Well, thank you all for your service, and I'm sure some of this will be information you're already familiar with. So moving on from the municipal level, next I wanted to talk a little bit about, now that you kind of understand what the landscape is like in terms of how we administer elections here in Wisconsin, what is our approach to election security? Election security has been a really big topic over the course of especially the last 3 years, and has been something that's become an absolute priority in our office and across the country as well. And so we have a couple of overarching sort of approaches to election security. And I think rather than just talking about the statewide system alone, I wanted to explain sort of how that fits in to the larger picture of election security too. So when it comes to election security, I like to think of it as having sort of 3 prongs. The first is voting equipment and election results verification. So that's at the polling place, the actual results of the election, securing the voting equipment, making sure that people feel confident in the tabulation of the vote. The next is a statewide voter registration database. So that, again, is the system that sort of makes elections work behind the scenes, where voter registration and absentee and everything happen is in that statewide system. And then I think the third is an incredibly important piece of it too, because it plays into the other prongs as well, and that's training our local election officials, making sure that they have a baseline understanding of security, and also making sure that we have public information available about the process so that people can feel confident in how elections are administered here in Wisconsin. And we also have some new funds available to us at the state of Wisconsin for helping us secure elections. And we developed an approach to spending those funds as well. So the Help America Vote Act, this was passed in 2003 and gave states money. It really came at the time when states were going from those lever machines, and we had hanging chads and all that was happening to make sure that states had the tools to upgrade elections technology. And so that pot of funds has pretty much been expended in all of the states, and Congress passed some new additional funds for the Help America Vote Act, but they specified that they had to be used for election security. So in the middle of last year, the state of Wisconsin received about $7 million specifically for election security. When we received those funds, we developed a 2-phase approach to how we were going to look at spending those. The first was, what were our immediate needs in 2018 to make sure that we were securing our system? And I'll talk about some of the accomplishments that we were able to do with those funds leading up to the 2018 general election. But some of those things included staffing. In the last budget cycle, our staff had been, 6 positions had been eliminated from our staff. And so this funding allowed us to replace those positions with those federal funds so that we have the staff at the state in order to support the systems that we build and maintain. And then we also made some technical changes to our statewide system. Now we're in the second phase of our spending plan, which is to solicit feedback from local election officials and from the public. So one of the things that we did, even starting in 2018, is we put out a call for feedback from the public with surveys, press releases, asking what people wanted to see in terms of what would make them feel more confident in the process. And now we're also working directly with those local election officials to try to understand what are some of the gaps of resources that they have at the local level and how can we help them address those. And so that's where we are right now, is in the second phase of figuring out what else we can do to secure elections with those remaining grant funds.
I have a question. Of that $7 million, was it sufficient?
So, yeah, that's a good question. So, I think that when it
Repeat the
comes to.
question.
Oh, the question was the $7 million sufficient for election security? And I think that that's an important question, because anything that we look at doing right now, we always have to think about, can we sustain that, right? If we're to do something with election security today, we have to think about, will we have the funds to do that in the future? And so I think that that helps us to secure elections as we head into 2020, but we'll certainly need additional funds beyond 2020 and beyond the terms of this grant, which is 5 years, to secure elections into the future. And so our hope is that we will have additional funding, more sustained funding as we head into the future.
And I think too, it's important to note, and it's a great question, and it's also, it all depends on what your goals were, what your anticipated goals were for that money. So if you thought that the state or the municipalities or the counties need enough money to be able to replace their aging voting equipment with a brand new, more modern system, then the answer is no. $7 million is not gonna cover all of those costs. But if you're looking for, the state to make improvements and to provide increased security for the statewide voter registration database, provide increased training for our local election officials, and then also look at implementing other election security programs, sure, I think that we have a significant amount of resources to do that, but it's not enough money to cover all of the things on the punch list that I think everyone would like to see happen.
When you're talking about money, I look at what the League of Women Voters does on a voluntary basis, where they send out observers to different, I know I've observed at 6, 7 different places. I've been through numerous recounts. I've been to post-election audits. And the difference in how our elections are run in different municipalities is scary. And some of them, I think you can note by sitting in your office in Madison. For example, in Richland Center, I know of one community that doesn't even put paper ballots up on the table. They're under the table. They don't want you to even know that they exist. They want you to use the electronic tabulator. So you have no paper ballot to count.
Well, so if it's all right, I'd like to talk a little bit about that and voting equipment, because I think those are good questions. So the first problem we have with election security is voting equipment. And I think one of the most important things to talk about with voting equipment right from the offset is here in the state of Wisconsin, every single ballot that's cast has a paper audit trail. Every single one. That's not the case in every state, although they are working on upgrading those in a lot of states using those funds. But like you referenced, we have a couple of different types of voting equipment in use here in the state of Wisconsin. 85% of the ballots cast here in the state of Wisconsin are cast on a paper ballot where someone fills it out and then they put it through an optical scan tabulator. Then we have about 10% of our ballots that are cast on a direct recording electronic machine, and that's the one that you referenced. That's where you make your selections on the screen, but even though you make your selections on the screen, there's still a paper audit trail. It looks a little bit more like a receipt than it does a full paper ballot, but you can check that paper trail to make sure that your ballot was cast in the way that you intended. And in the case of a recount, you would be able to pull those paper tapes to compare them against how the machine tabulated it.
If the journal hasn't jammed, if it hasn't malfunctioned in some way.
Sure.
Which they do.
Yeah, every single ballot in the state of Wisconsin has that paper trail, and it should operate so that you will have that available in the case of a recount. And then 5% of the ballots cast are cast just on paper. They actually don't use electronic machines, and even though that's only 5% of the ballots cast, that's actually close to 800 of our municipalities, those really small municipalities that use that process. Yes?
What has been done to prevent some county clerk with all of a sudden discovering 5,000 ballots at the end of towards the end of the count.
So I'd love to talk a little bit about that too, about the results process for how the results are unofficial, and they actually go through 3 levels of checks before those results are certified. And plus, all of those tabulation processes are publicly observable too. So that is something we will go over a little bit more, and if we still have questions about that, let's circle back on that one.
And I'll just put in a plug for the session after this one in this room. The League of Women Voters is going to explain their observation program, and one of the best ways to prevent stuff like that from happening is to have observers there during the canvass. And Wisconsin voters need to step up to the plate and really reinforce that observation function, which is what the next workshop is about.
All right, so another piece about the voting equipment is the voting equipment has to be audited before each election, and then some of it has to be audited after each election. So before each election, there is a logic and accuracy test done by the municipalities on the voting equipment to make sure that it is tabulating votes in the way that is intended. Then, the statutes also require that after each general election, that randomly selected pieces of voting equipment also be audited to make sure that the voting equipment did actually tabulate the results as intended. In 2018, our commission actually voted to expand that program. So the statutes require that at least 100 pieces of randomly selected voting equipment be audited. The commission chose to increase that to nearly 300 pieces of equipment in 2018. We just released our report on those findings, and we did not find any issues across the state in terms of how those machines are functioning.
Actually, you did, and I want to praise you for it. The report came out, and you just mentioned the problem with the paper trail jamming. These audits in 2018 did document that, found some machines that were jamming, and at its last minute, the Election Commission asked these guys to look into it more deeply and study it and get that under control. So again, I want to praise the Election Commission for actually using the results of the audits to improve the functioning of our elections.
And the other thing you did that when we went down that one time, Sharon, I suggested that the first thing you should do when you have the post-election audits is have one in each county. That gives you the widest spread of the state. It sort of checks on each county clerk, or county clerks are sort of responsible. And I see they finally did that.
Yes,
I went,
so
yes.
part of the audit was that at least there had to be a piece of equipment that was chosen from each county as well, as part of those nearly 300 that were audited too. We've also been piloting some additional optional audit options for our county and municipal clerks that they can basically hand recount a randomly selected reporting unit, again, to make sure that the totals are correct. And so some of our counties did choose to utilize that process in 2018 as an additional double check to make sure that their tabulation was correct. And we're also considering some future audit programs. So we just brought a proposal to our commission at their meeting in March, asking them for permission to move forward with exploring some additional options, things like what we call process audits, whereas you'd maybe go into a municipality, take a look at how they're conducting things, and give them a list of recommendations and best practices that they can use to improve. And so those are some of the things that we will be exploring as we head into 2020. Also, I think it's important to point out, like we referenced a little earlier, that the election night results are unofficial. So those results that you see displayed on the TV on election night, those are unofficial. So before results can be certified and are actually official, they have to go through 3 levels of certification. So the first is the Municipal Board of Canvass, and they usually meet right after the election to go through all of the election materials and try to identify if there are issues and certify those results. They then kick those results to the county to do the same thing, to take a look at that process and make sure that everything checks out. And then finally they're sent to the state, and we will certify those results unless we were to find something where we needed to kick it back down to a lower level. And so Those 3 steps have to happen before the results are certified. A lot of times that happens about a month after a general election. And I don't think that people, you may know because you've worked at the polls and been involved, but a lot of people don't realize it takes that much time before we actually have an official result of an election.
So I just wanted to speak a little bit about the process audits that we talked about. Now, Bill mentioned earlier that he's done a bunch of observing, right? Observed it on a bunch of different levels, recounts, election day in the polling place, during audits. And he noticed what we have known at the state for a very long time, is that elections are conducted slightly differently across jurisdictions. That's the beauty of kind of a bottom-up home rule type system that we have here. But it also, for us, is our biggest challenge, is creating that standardization. So that anyone that walks into a polling place here is having the same experience as someone who walks into a polling place in Milwaukee, or someone who walks into a polling place up in the North Woods. So that's why we're so interested in exploring the process audits, and other states, including Michigan, who has the second most decentralized system in the country, has a program in place that does just that. So not only are they checking on the tabulation, the results, they're checking to make sure that the clerk did things like posted the notices correctly so that citizens understand what's on the ballot, what's going to be up for election, train their poll workers appropriately, administered the counting of the ballots at the end of the night effectively, canvassed their results correctly. So the process audit is kind of more of a holistic program that looks at, everything from the first step of starting the election process to the last thing that's done, which is essentially storing of election-related materials so that our local election officials can honor public records requests. So that too, on our end, is something that's really intriguing to us, because it's going to, hopefully, a program like that would create that standardized voting experience to make sure that all the rules are being applied uniformly across jurisdictions. As Megan mentioned, we have everything from Menominee County with 4,000 voters to Milwaukee County with over 1 million. There's a great deal of diversity in that model, and what we want to do is try to create that situation where everyone is having as close to a uniform experience as possible.
Great. So this is kind of, the second prong is the statewide voter registration system. And this is kind of the core of what we want to make sure that we talk about today, is again that system that runs elections here in Wisconsin. So the statewide voter registration system, this is something that each state is required to have, but the scale of the system itself can really vary depending on the state. Here in Wisconsin, we have what I consider one of the most robust election registration systems in the country. And again, it really does run the behind the scenes of elections from start to finish. So it starts again with those candidates filing nomination papers. It also has voter registration. That's where absentee ballots are issued. That's where the poll books are created. That's where voter participation is recorded after an election. The myvote.wi.gov website pulls all of its information from the statewide system. And so really, it's kind of the heart of elections here in Wisconsin. A big difference of our system compared to other states is that we actually built it in-house at the State Elections Commission. Most of the other states, they utilize a vendor to create and maintain this type of system for use. But here we actually have dedicated election staff, election security staff, IT staff, business staff who support and maintain and build the system as well. And this is important for us because we have such a unique structure here in Wisconsin. So because we have those 1,853 municipal clerks, all those clerks and their staff have to have access to the system. So we have about 3,000 users of our statewide voter registration system, which again is very different than other states that might have up to maybe 100 users of their statewide system. We have 3,000. And so we need to make sure that we develop and maintain a system that's agile, that we're able to make changes to quickly when the laws change, when the needs of our clerks change, or when things like the security landscape changes. We actually have the control to make those changes ourselves.
I want to emphasize another point too. The bit about building it in-house in Wisconsin, again, there's probably 3 or 4 main commercial voting registration systems that other states use. Now imagine you're sitting over in China trying to hack a system. You can get to know those 3 or 4 commercial systems and get into all the other states. You hit Wisconsin and you what is this? I've never seen this before. That building our own system is a serious security precaution that really works in our favor. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
Yeah, it's certainly a unique system to our state, and again, it gives us the most control over being able to make changes. We know who owns the system, we know who's making changes in the system, we have logs of every single move that's ever been made. We can flag anomalies in a way that would be very difficult to do if it wasn't our own homegrown system.
No vendor can come in right before an election and say, oh, you need a patch.
Yeah.
So we also do a lot of assessments on that system. So building the system is one thing, but we need to make sure that we're constantly remaining vigilant in protecting that system and analyzing it to make sure that there aren't any vulnerabilities or opportunities for people to be able to access that. And I don't think it would be wise for us to try to do that ourselves. We need a lot of eyes on the system and a lot of partners to help us look at our system from all the different angles. So we really do utilize our state and our federal partners to make sure that we're doing all the risk and vulnerability assessments on the system that we possibly can. So elections was actually declared as critical infrastructure in 2017, and this allowed us access to a lot of federal resources, just like other critical infrastructure sectors, things like utilities or transportation. Elections is also given that priority. So we work really closely with the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that they come in and do assessments on our system. So on an ongoing basis, we work with them to have some really smart people take a look at our systems and make sure that we don't have any vulnerabilities or there's nothing sitting dormant on our system that could come alive on election day. We have those assessments going on constantly to make sure that we really understand our statewide system from all angles. We also work with some other federal partners. There's something called the ISACs. So this is a multi-state information sharing consortium amongst all the states and private partners where they share technology threat information. And so elections was given its own ISAC so that we could share information across the public and private sector to make sure that anytime there's a patch or a vulnerability or a threat or a virus, we all know about it and we can prepare our systems to block that and learn from our other state and federal partners. We also work really closely with our actual Department of Administration at the state. So we build our own applications and maintain them at the State Elections Commission, but those systems are then housed on the Division of Enterprise Technology through the state's Department of Administration on their actual servers. And that's a really big benefit to our system too, because it allows us these enterprise level protections on the actual servers themselves. And so we're able to do all those protections on the actual application, but then we benefit from having that entire enterprise that protects the state of Wisconsin servers, protecting elections here in Wisconsin too. And another thing that we do at the state is we do things like change freezes across the entire state. So leading up to an election, other state agencies that use the servers that we use or use that state enterprise structure, nobody can make changes to their system leading up to an election because we don't want to inadvertently impact an elections application. And so again, that's through those really forged partnerships that we have with other state agencies so that we're all working together to protect elections. We also work with some of our state partners to do, again, some more of that penetration and vulnerability assessments on our systems to make sure that from the server angle, we're looking at our systems to make sure there aren't vulnerabilities as well. We have a lot of really strong intelligence partners here in the state of Wisconsin too. So we work with DOJ, the FBI, Homeland Security, the National Guard. They all have cyber teams that can give us the intelligence information that we need, and we're constantly taking in information from them to make our system stronger. And then at the Elections Commission itself, we also have people that do that vulnerability assessment on the system too, and that's really important because these are people that know the system inside and out. So again, looking at the system from a completely different vantage point than some of these other partners.
And again, just a quick aside, everything she said about the registration system is true. The tabulation system is under the control of the voting machine vendors. ES&S counts 80% of the votes in this state, one vendor counts 80% of the votes in the state. You have no control over their internal security processes. They don't cooperate with Congress or DHS. Congress is working on that. But everything, all that good stuff she just explained that protects our voter registration, it does not protect our tabulation. Okay?
So a few things that we've done to protect that statewide system. So we talked about all the assessments we do, but when I talked about that new HAVA security funding and the things that we did prior to the November 2018 election, these are some of the big highlights of the things that we were able to accomplish. One was implementing what we call multi-factor authentication in the statewide system. So multi-factor authentication is probably something you're familiar with. If you use online banking, a lot of times you're asked to give a username and a password, and then they'll send you another code through text or email that you have to enter so that they know it's you. That's the kind of thing that we did with our statewide system. That way, if one of our 3,000 users of the statewide system, if their credentials were to be breached, let's say a clerk left a Post-it note with their username on and their password on their computer, somebody still wouldn't be able to actually access the system as that user without the other factor that we were able to provide to them. And this has been something that has just been paramount to really securing our statewide system. I was just at a meeting with Homeland Security where they discussed what we had done here in Wisconsin with getting 3,000 users of our statewide system on multi-factor authentication, and they described it as impossible. But it was something that we were able to accomplish before 2018 because we felt like it was that important. We also have a lot of segregated permissions within our statewide system. And again, this is if somebody were to, let's say, get some township clerk's credentials to get into the statewide system, if they were able to do that, I think it's very unlikely, but the risk would be very mitigated because each permission is segregated within the system so that you can't access the rest of the system. You would only have very limited mitigated access if there were some kind of a breach. We also have a lot of duplication and recovery built into our system. So if something were to happen to our system, we would be able to revert to a duplicate, a backup, and we would be able to recover the system if we needed to. We also do resiliency testing as part of the testing that we do as well to make sure that we're prepared for a bad day and we're prepared to recover our system if we would ever need to do that. We also have air gaps in place in our system. And what that means is if we import or export data, let's say between other state agencies or other partners whose data we share, we do not import that directly into our system. And that's really important because that would just be creating sort of a tunnel and a vulnerability into the system. And so what we do is we air gap that, so we get that information, but we make sure that the information is good before we then put it into our system. We also have dedicated election security staff. So again, when we got those Help America Vote Act funds, we hired 6 security-specific staff for our agency that help us accomplish all of this. Because this is a big system to maintain and secure, and we need the staff that's dedicated to making sure that they have the expertise in order to do all of this. We also have activity logs built within the system. So again, because it's our system, we know every move that has been made in it. If somebody had unlawful access to our system, we could see the log and we could see the moves that they had made in order to remedy and mitigate that situation. And so that's a really important thing as well, to know what's a normal thing in our system, what's normal activity, and to be able to flag unusual activity so that we can put a stop to it if that were to happen. We also have a really strict user policy and confidentiality agreement for those 3,000 users. So as I'll talk about with our training, we require that all the users of our system have some baseline training of cybersecurity best practices and that they understand the responsibility they have as custodians of their voters' personally identifiable information. That's incredibly important information that they're the custodians of, that we're the custodians of, and we need to make sure that people understand the responsibility that comes along with that important information. Yes.
Some of your third-party vendors for hacking, what's your average count scores compared to other systems in total or other election systems?
Sure.
In other words, how many times do they find a vulnerability on you?
So that's not how the assessments
work. They're ongoing, sustained assessments, and they're never measuring other systems against one another, because again, our system is completely unique. There's no apple to compare our apple against. And so what we do is we're just ongoingly working with those partners to make sure that from day to day, we understand the landscape. So there's never a score assigned to us or a comparison assigned to us. It's an ongoing assessment so we can work together to make things robust. All right. Oh, yes, please.
Hi. You mentioned some outside entity tabulates the ballots. Is this right? Is that what you said? She's going through the registration system right now, which is a separate system. But yeah, the tabulation system, we can get more into the tabulation system maybe in questions and answers. Okay. That's where we've got the outside vendors operating. This is all Wisconsin, the registration system. Okay? So talk about that later. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so because our statewide system is, again, ours and we built it, we're able to actually integrate it with all of our other election technology, with the exception of the tabulation piece, which is the vendor, the actual voting equipment. All the other things that are used to run elections, we've built those too. So for example, the electronic poll books that are used in some municipalities around the state. So some of you might have paper poll books probably at your polling place. Well, some municipalities have begun to adopt an electronic poll book where a voter can register to vote, they can sign to receive their ballots, and we actually developed that application, again, as an integrated piece of our statewide system.
This is good. Quick show of hands. Has anyone used an e-poll book yet? Oh, okay, so 3 in the, yeah.
And so that program is growing. It's something that we built and launched in 2018, and so municipalities are just now starting to sign on to that program and utilize that technology as well. But it really does provide a efficiency to both voters and to the clerks as well. So when things like election day registrations happen, the voter is entering that information, the clerk is entering that information right into the electronic poll book, and we can then import that data into the statewide system. This avoids errors, and it makes things easier to match, and it makes the data overall much better and more secure. Those electronic poll books, they are encrypted, so if somebody were to find one or to find the data, they won't be able to access it because it's all encrypted and can only be accessed if you have the code to be able to unencrypt it. And it's also not connected to the internet. So the e-poll book is not connected to the internet on election day. And this means that it would be very difficult for somebody to get unauthorized access to that system through any kind of remote means. We use what's called a point-of-sale model computer to actually hardware for those electronic poll books. And the reason we do that is it's a model that's built for sort of use in the public. It doesn't have a lot of ports or other ways to access that device. It makes it a little more expensive, but it also makes it a lot more secure. And so, again, this is something that we built, and we have the ability to work with our poll workers, work with our clerks, work with our voters to continue to make improvements to that system. Usability is something that we really believe in our office. We constantly do what we call usability studies on our technology, which is where we bring in people and we watch them use it, and we can make changes to it based on that data that we receive. And that's something that we really ingrained into the development of this electronic poll book to make sure that people are able to use it. The My Vote Wisconsin website. This is something that we also built at the State of Wisconsin Elections Commission. And again, this is the public portal into the statewide system. And because we built all this technology, it's kind of a seamless process where they can all talk to each other. When a clerk puts in registration information or puts in the new status of an absentee ballot, we can display that right to the My Vote site because it's all integrated as one larger system. So that is the statewide voter registration system.
Sorry,
Yeah,
one more
please.
thing. If there's IT professionals or IT security professionals, you know the last step in any IT security program is to detect when something goes wrong and to immediately recover and prevent it from doing harm. And I didn't see that on your slides, so I hope I'm not jumping the gun, but the big thing, the really biggest thing that protects our voter registration system in Wisconsin, I mean, as good a job as these guys do, the legislature did the really valuable thing, same-day registration at the polls. You heard about how good that was for voter turnout in the session previous to this one. It is a massive deterrence to anyone who wants to mess with our voter registration records. Why would you hack Wisconsin if you know that the voters could just show up in the polls and say, oh, my registration's gone? Well, re-register me. 4 extra minutes and the hacker's work wouldn't be worth anything. And so it's a massive deterrence for tampering with our voter registration system, and that's another good thing Wisconsin has going for it.
Thank you. And I also think, to add to that as well, in Wisconsin, our decentralized structure in a lot of ways can be a protection for election security too, because our clerks have such a local connection with their voters that they serve. If something unusual happens, they're going to be able to identify that in a lot of our municipalities. They're going to know if there's an unusual volume of voter registrations that are coming in, unusual absentee activity. They're going to be able to detect that because of that local connection that they have. And so as big of a challenge as it can seem having 1,853 local election officials, I also think that they each have the opportunity to really be the strength of our system too. So the third prong of election security is training and public information. And I don't want to underemphasize this because I think it is incredibly important to all those other things that we talked about. If all of our local election officials aren't trained on how to use that statewide system or how to operate technology securely, none of it really matters. And if the public doesn't have confidence in the process, that's us really not doing our job either. And so I think these are incredibly important aspects of election security. So one of the things that we did to train our local election officials, so training 1,853 local election clerks, when 1/3 of them turns over every year, is really difficult, especially when a lot of them don't have the technology resources that they need. We have some of our local election officials that maybe their township has decided that buying them a computer isn't an expense they want to undertake, and so the clerk has to use their home computer, or maybe go down to the library to do their work. That's not ideal, right, for how we want to run elections, but that's where we're at. That's where some of our townships are at. So we have to understand where our clerks are and try to meet them where they are to bridge some of those gaps. And so we actually built in a training requirement into the statewide voter registration system. So if a new clerk wants to get access to the statewide system, first they have to complete 6 interactive training modules that teach them about cybersecurity best practices. And they have to do those before we'll even give them a username and password. And these just go over the basics. Things like phishing, how to detect a phishing email. And they're interactive, so the clerk actually has to do some exercises to identify those things. We teach them about browsing safely, how to just secure their technology. Overall security awareness, things like password protocols, making sure they understand how to develop and maintain a strong password. And so they have to go through all of these, again, before we'll even give them credentials. And we actually just won an award from the U.S. Election Assistance Commission for this training protocol because, again, it's built right into that statewide system so we can track compliance and make sure that all of our clerks at least have that baseline understanding of cybersecurity. We also have a learning center where our clerks can go to get training on all sorts of election topics. So whether it's some of our election administration topics like voter registration, setting up a polling place, or if it's some of the specifics about how to use the statewide system, we have hundreds of online training tutorials available for our clerks. And again, we developed this knowing that most of our clerks are part-time or in a small township where they might have to do some of this training after hours. And so we wanted to meet them where they are to make sure that they always have access to that training so that they know how to use the system and they know how to use it securely. We also do some in-person training as well. So the clerks are broken up into about 12 regions around the state where they have conferences, and we'll go to all those conferences and talk to them about elections administration and election security as well. Tabletop exercise training. So this is something that's been new to us in our agency since election security became such a critical thing. So I just talked about how we go around to the clerk conferences and talk to them about important topics.
Well, when election security first sort of came into our realm, we were going to those clerk conferences, we were talking to them about cybersecurity, and it took about 10 seconds and their eyes would glaze over and they didn't understand how anything we were talking to them about pertained to them. And so we very quickly realized that we needed to adopt a completely different approach to how we were giving that message to them. So we worked to develop a tabletop training exercise, which is a scenario-based training that we conduct with the clerks, where we simulate election day. And everybody's assigned a role, and we have a big time clock that shows election day at about 15 times the speed, and then throughout the day they get various scenarios thrown at them that they have to work through in order to solve those problems. And we have done a train-the-trainer type model with those, where we've brought in clerks from around the state, taught them how to conduct these trainings, and they're now conducting those trainings around the state with clerks in their regions. So before the November 2018 election, we were able to get over 1,000 of our municipal clerks to participate in one of these trainings, and it's something that we're continuing to develop as we head into 2020. I think that this is going to be a really important training for our clerks that they should have ongoing access to. I don't think it should be a one-time thing. I think it needs to be an established part of sort of the training that's available to them. So we're trying to figure out how to make this a sustained effort around the state so that our clerks can constantly get training on this. One of the things I remind myself about when it comes to election security is there's no finish line, there's no end date. Every single day, the threats in the landscape are going to completely change when it comes to election security. The tools that we're using to protect elections today are going to be completely different than the tools we're going to use to protect elections a year from now. And so we need a program that our clerks can continually get that information, that fresh information, and engage in that program as well.
Okay, 5 minutes?
Okay. We also do those events with our state and our federal partners too, and these have been really great exercises to make sure that we all understand at the state and federal level how to communicate to each other if there is some kind of cyber emergency or event that does take place at the state, national, or local level. And so it's something, again, that we do on an ongoing basis to make sure that we're addressing everyone's needs. Public information. So just real quickly, I think that this is also a really core responsibility of ours when it comes to election security, and that's making sure that the public knows where to turn to for official information on elections. And so I think a big part of what we want to do as we head into 2020 is continue to establish ourselves as the legitimate source of information when it comes to election security. There might be a lot of mis and disinformation floating out there for voters, and we want to make sure that people know where to go to if they want the accurate information on elections. And so that's something we always need to be looking at to build sort of that capacity. We're also working on some outreach toolkits specifically for election security. So we have toolkits for clerks and voter groups to use when it comes to photo ID and other election administration topics. I think it's just as important that we have toolkits like that for election security. So we can work with all of our partners that focus on elections to help us sort of be ambassadors about election security and what we're doing here in the state of Wisconsin. So that's also a part of what we're working on as we head into 2020. And then also letting the public know about opportunities to observe the process. And it sounds like you're going to talk about that next, but there are a lot of places in elections where you can go observe what's happening. So those audits we talked about, those are all publicly available meetings that you can go and attend. The canvas processes, you can attend those as well. When it comes to things like counting central count absentees, somebody asked the question about how do we know that a clerk is counting all the absentee ballots and we don't find them later. You can actually go watch that process. So in a city like Milwaukee, they count all their absentees in one central location. And members of both parties, observers, everybody's there to watch that process. And so if somebody has a question about how that happens, that's something they can always go observe as well. And then of course, the polling place on election day. That's open to observers as well, to make sure that you have confidence in sort of how that process is unfolding and let people know if there is some type of an issue. At the Elections Commission, a lot of what we do on election day is sort of serve as a call center. We're getting information in from all around the state, from observers, from clerks, from voters, and we're working to make sure that we can remedy those situations in real time. So that's kind of election security in a nutshell when it comes to Wisconsin elections.
There is a lot to cover, so I know that was sort of a brief overview, but I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say I was involved in 2018 as a part of a local activist group to get out the vote by doing registration. And the My Vote database, we registered people at the county fair, at the library, at the vets fair. It was very easy to use, very helpful, and the data for our table, you know, our the things we could give out, very available from that database. It's really an excellent tool for citizens.
Well, thank you.
Very
We
good job.
appreciate that. And, you know, I think that was one of the success stories of us using the usability process. We involved voters and people, you know, in that process to make sure that it really worked for the people that were going to be using it. So I'm glad to hear that.
Could I just ask, is there the greatest concern, I guess I'll address this to Karen, regarding the tabulation afterwards? Could you summarize that? Or what improvement could be done to be most assured?
I'm going to answer that question backwards. There really is no such thing as a secure voting machine. We cannot secure the voting machines. But so I want to point out one thing she said, and I stress it, the election night results are preliminary. There's a canvass procedure afterwards where they can be reviewed. We have the paper ballots. All we have to do is do an election audit after the election before certification, check to make sure that the voting machines counted the paper ballots right, the votes right, and then certify the elections. And there's wonderful progress being made in other states on making that routine during the county canvass. These guys are helping, but they don't have the authority to order it. Only voters can work with their county clerks. So the county canvass is the one where it's really important to get that audit in place before certification. And they've put out some good instructions for the county clerks. They're developing their capacity to consult with county clerks on a good process. We've got a couple of county clerks that are doing a really good job stepping up to the plate. Anyone here from Rock County? You've got a treasurer of a county clerk in terms of being serious about auditing and doing it right. It's that auditing with the paper ballots that is going to secure our election results, even though we cannot secure the voting machines, because they're just too far out of our election officials' control. The voting machines are in control of the vendors. And does anyone here use the Dominion Ice machine? You probably don't know what kind of a voting machine you use. Every voting machine has to be reprogrammed before every election to pick up the new set of candidates and the new races on the ballot. And that programming of each voting machine is done differently from county to county. There's one machine in this state called the Dominion Ice where they send the instructions for the ballots to Colorado? Yeah, Colorado, Dominion's Colorado, yeah. And they then download the voting machine software over the internet into the county computer to copy it onto the voting machines. And again, that's just one problem. That's like an obvious one. But the point is that the responsibility for the security of the tabulation system is so diffused that it cannot be controlled. And our only help is those paper ballots and using them before we certify the elections.
And you almost need a state law to require that is done every place?
I suppose. I'm coming around to that conclusion. I've worked in this area for 7 years thinking, well, the county clerks can just do it. They've got the authority under state law. They could just do that. They have 3 weeks, two or 3 weeks. You know, why not? And I mean, again, that's how Colorado started. Some of the clerks just started auditing themselves. But yeah, we all should keep working on our county clerks to add audits to the canvas, but it probably will take state law.
Well,
yeah.
that is a staff, that's staff intent, right, doing that?
Not really.
No.
There's some very efficient ways to do audits. And our clerks aren't familiar with them, but these guys are.
Are the bugs out of the system that came into place for the primary in February of 18, where people were just thrown off the rolls willy-nilly. It didn't seem to get right until at least August.
Sure. I can talk a little bit about that quickly. It's a kind of a larger question, but so there was a law passed in 2016 that mandated the state of Wisconsin join what's called ERIC. And ERIC is something required by law where we compare the voter list to the DMV's list and try to identify who has moved. So in early 2017, those voters had been sent a postcard saying, we think that you've moved. If you haven't, let us know, send the postcard back. If we don't hear from you, you'll be deactivated. And so, again, those voters could register to vote on election day, but we found that some of them hadn't moved, so we developed a supplemental list process so that if they didn't indeed move, they could still continue to get a ballot without having to re-register.
Because we ended up with huge lines, registration lines, because of ERIC.
In February?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
can we take care of our people?
But the bugs are out of the system, right?
Yes, we have a whole new arm.
Hello, Exodus. Judge Lisa Neubauer has made it, and she is going to do a short little speech in the lobby in between breakout sessions. So, I'm going to the next breakout session. If you go by way of the lobby, you'll be able to meet Judge Lisa Neubauer and hear what she has to report.
This next session, are you gonna keep this one here and use this one? Okay, then I will not use this one.
This is ours.
You're on live now.
Okay, hello, I'm Karen McKim with Wisconsin Election Integrity, and that's a nonpartisan, nonprofit citizens group dedicated to trying to make sure Wisconsin elections reflect the will of the people. And I was asked to put together a voting rights track of workshops for this conference today. So I had to name for myself the 3 top things that we need to publicize and get out there in terms of protecting our elections. And one of those 3 top things is the League of Women Voters Election Observer Program. I've been an observer for, I don't know, a bunch of years. And I can tell you it's a very well-run program. One thing I like about it is they actually issue reports after.
Yeah.
So many things you get involved in and you never see the report at the end of it. But anyway, Wisconsin has wonderful transparency laws for our elections. There's opportunities to observe all sorts of things, but those transparency laws just don't mean a thing unless we actually do have people there to observe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eileen Newcomer, who's organizer of the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin Observation Program, and I'll pass out these brochures and take it away, Eileen.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Eileen. I'm the voter education coordinator for the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin. And one of the things that I do as voter education coordinator, like Karen said, is run our election observation program. Before I get into deep with our program, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of what the League of Women Voters is and we know what we stand for. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization of women and men who committed to making voting free, fair, and accessible to all. We've been around for almost 100 years, about to celebrate our centennial next year, and we formed out of the women's suffrage movement. The League was created to help newly enfranchised women make use of their right to vote and their responsibilities as voters. Over the years, our mission has expanded to empower all voters and defend democracy. We do this by educating voters about elections and then also advocating on the issues. We know democracy works better when everybody is involved and that when our representatives reflect the people and are responsive to the people. And I just want to make sure it's known that the League is staunchly nonpartisan, meaning we don't support or oppose any candidates. As a grassroots organization, we're built from the ground up, and we rely very heavily on all the volunteers we have across the state. We've got 20 local leagues here in Wisconsin. Okay. So these are the things that I'm going to cover today. I'm going to give a brief introduction to, what election observation is. I'm going to talk about our program at the league, give kind of like a real behind the scenes look at it, highlight some of the results from our reports, which we publish and are publicly available on our website, and then I'll have some time for Q&A. Okay, so what is an election observer? I know that we have some election observers here. Are you all election observers? Have you? Some people maybe know, don't know? Okay, great. Got a mixed group here. Yeah, so simply put, an election observer is an individual that goes and they monitor the electoral process. Observers are individuals. They can be part of the group, a group that goes out and observes, like league observers. They can be connected to political parties, connected to candidates, and sometimes government agencies send out observers as well. The Elections Commission, they have their audit process. They go and do accessibility audits, and that's kind of election observation as well. So now that we know what observers are, why would you want to observe? What's the purpose of observing? So the ability, like Karen said, for the public to observe is a key part of election integrity. We have this great transparent process, but if we don't go out and observe, we're not really engaging in it, and there's not that check that the public can provide on elections in the process. For the league, our answer to why observe is because it provides us a unique opportunity to observe the election process firsthand and ensure all eligible voters can exercise their right to vote and to gather information about what's working and what's not, so we can try and work to improve the process. We want to monitor and document how laws and election procedures are administered across the state and how they affect voters. Wisconsin is really unique, and we have over 1,800 municipal clerks that run elections on the local level. So there's a lot of different people, different hands involved, and they all have varying levels of experience, varying budgets for training of themselves and for the poll workers and chief inspectors, and varying time to even prepare to get all the things together to make elections run. With so many people working together to put on elections, there is room for a lot of variation, and there's a lot of room for confusion from poll workers and from voters as well, how the process works. We strive to try and alleviate some of this confusion and protect the right to vote through our program. Okay, so what are the rules to be an observer? This is a information piece that's put out by the Wisconsin Elections Commission that has the rules, what you need to follow to be an election observer. Anyone can do it. It's easy, but you really do need to follow the rules. The basics are, when you go to the polling site, check in with the chief inspector on arrival, provide your photo ID. It doesn't have to be like a driver's license, it just says photo ID. It's important to follow the chief inspector's instructions. They're the ones who are in charge of a polling site, and they'll tell you where to go. You should be placed in a spot that's between 3 and 8 feet away from the check-in and registration tables. If they want you to wear a name tag, put on the name tag. And then make sure you're behaving appropriately. No talking, don't talk on your phone, and then don't take photos, and then make sure you're not electioneering while you're there.
What if the registration and the registration, or the tables to check in are in different rooms?
If they're in different rooms, then, so our observers, they actually split their time between monitoring the check-in process and the registration process. If they're in different rooms, I would just say, talk to the chief inspector and say, first, I want to spend some time observing the check-in process. Where would you like me to go? I also then want to observe the registration process, and then they'll tell you where you're able to be. some people it can be hard with the 3 to 8 feet distance, just for hearing and trying to understand what's going on. But do the best you can. It is a balance between your ability to observe the process, but then also kind of the voters' right to not be intimidated by your presence looming over them.
Because I know when I observed at the Wisconsin Dells, which is a unique circumstance, because you have 4 different counties in Wisconsin Dells,
Oh, right.
but only 3 of them have voters there. I think it's Juneau County doesn't have a voter in their section of Wisconsin Dells. It's just land.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that's something like as an observer, you need to go in with what is your goal in observing? What parts of the process do you want to observe? And I'll go into more detail about through our program, what our goals are and what kind of information we're going to collect.
I forgot to ask you ahead of time if you prefer to take questions during but let's save questions to the end and you go through your presentation once and then we'll talk about it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and we'll have plenty of time at the end to talk and answer questions too. And I'm happy to go back to slides and kind of work through that process. So now we know what observers are, why you want to observe, what the rules are, what are some of the things that you can observe. And so that's kind of what I've laid out on this slide here. You can observe the election day process at polling places. You can observe early voting or in-person absentee voting, the central count process. So some municipalities, they process all absentee ballots in one central location. And so that's something that you can go and observe how they process those ballots. Prior to elections, there's a public test of voting equipment, and that again is available for the public to come and observe. Recounts, and then you can also observe voting in residential care facilities and nursing homes. So they bring in special voting deputies to help people who can't go to the polls to vote. Okay, so now, what is our program? How does it work? A little background around the program. It began in 2010. One of our local league members from Milwaukee County, she started the program. Her name is Carolyn Histor, and she began the program with just a small handful of volunteers, 15 people observing 18 polling places. Since then, the program has really grown to be a statewide program. It's nationally recognized. And she has been critical in training more and more volunteer observers, training us at the state office to be able to kind of take this program from her and then make it a statewide program. And since we have launched the program, we've seen some major changes in Wisconsin elections and election laws. Passage of the voter ID law, a reduction in the time for early absentee voting, changes to voter registration and how that works, implementation of electronic poll books called Badger Books here. The pilot for that was last April, and now more and more municipalities are starting to use Badger Books. And then other new polling place administration procedures. And so through this program, we're able to kind of see what the impact of these new changes are on voters and be able to communicate with election officials about them. Having grassroots observers document the implementation of these changes across the state has been invaluable. We gather really great information through the program. And the data that we're able to collect supports our advocacy efforts across the state. And again, this program is only possible because of all the volunteers that we have who go and observe polling places. I mean, I can't be at 300 polling places at once. It really takes a huge team of people to be able to pull this off. These are the goals of our program. Our program is a hybrid of election observation and election protection. So the way that I think of this is that election observation is kind of the long-term goal of the program. People go and they have their reporting form, they document what they see, we take that information back and then compile it into a report. which we're then able to use in our advocacy efforts. We're able to make comparisons year over year. We're able to dive into the data and make comparisons between different parts of the state, like rural areas versus urban areas, and see if there are kind of disparities between different groups. And then the election protection part, I think it was kind of like the immediate part on election day. That's thinking of like, what can we do this election to ensure no voters are disenfranchised? So we train our observers to be able to respectfully intervene to help voters and resolve issues. For example, if somebody is wrongfully turned away, we train observers to be able to speak up for that person and talk with the chief inspector and say, hey, what's going on here? My understanding is that it's supposed to be this way. Your poll workers are saying it's going this way. And we have found that our observers have led to people actually being able to vote on election day because of those challenges. In addition, if somebody is, kind of rightfully turned away, maybe they don't have their proper proof of residence document, our observers are able to follow the voters out of the polling place and then give them extra information to help them figure out, oh, well, these are the documents that you can choose from. How can we navigate something that will allow you to vote today? That's been really helpful. And then while we're on the goals of our program, I think it's really important to just stress that through this program, we're not out to get anybody. We're not trying to say, oh, we got you, the system's wrong. We just wanted to have unbiased observers there to really track what's actually going on so that we can respond and make things better. These are the components that are involved in running our program. Partners are huge in making this whole thing happen. They provide us with funding. They help us recruit volunteers. They help us identify polling sites that need attention. And then they also provide much needed expertise and even help writing reports. We've drafted joint reports in the past. One of the organizations that we work extremely close with is Wisconsin Election Protection. And they provide our observers access to their legal team of lawyers on election day. So if there's something that needs to be kind of escalated to the next level, if the observer can't resolve it with the chief inspector themselves, and they need to bring somebody else in, they've got a number in their back pocket that they can call for more help. Let's see. Oh, and then also we work with election protection. So they get a bunch of calls on election day as well from voters. And if they need somebody on the ground to go and check things out, we're able to move our observers from the location that they're at to another location to see what's going on and make sure that the situation is resolved. Like I said, volunteers are huge. This program works because of the volunteers that we have. League volunteers help us, recruit people to serve on election day. Election observers are all volunteers. They're the ones on the ground collecting the data, which we compile. And then we also rely on volunteers after election day to help us enter the data that we get from observer reports into a spreadsheet, which then we can analyze and then create our report. Training. So our observers go through a really robust training program. It's not like super intimidating, but we do like them to have a really firm handle on the registration process, voter ID laws, what to expect, so they can go in and, if needed, kind of talk to chief inspectors to kind of resolve some of these issues. We conduct our training through an online webinar, and then make the recording available to observers. And then we also send a pretty robust packet to observers so that they have reference materials so they can look into on election day. One of my roles as the coordinator of the program is to make polling place assignments. And we make assignments based on a combination of factors. Where are our volunteers coming from? How far are they willing to travel? What are the priority sites that we've identified to fill in to make assignments, to make assignments. The priority sites include sites that we've seen that have past issues, sites with large student populations, sites serving minority communities, and sites flagged for us by partners as needing extra attention on election day. So this map here shows the polling sites that we've assigned our volunteers to for the last 3 cycles of the program. So for November 2016, they're the red little flags. April of 2018 are the blue ones, and then in yellow are from this latest election, November 2018. Not the most recent to us, but the last time we had observers on. So you can see that it is, it really is a statewide program, although, there are some areas that we don't have coverage in. So what does it look like for us on election day? We want to be really available to the public and to observers to be able to call us. So we have somebody who is, in the room with the Wisconsin Election Protection lawyers and somebody in our office, and we're constantly communicating with our observers to try and answer any questions that they might have, resolve issues, and then also just be responsive to the needs of voters. So I mentioned our reporting form that we have and we give to volunteers. This is going to be like a really insider look to what we ask observers to give us information about. I know a lot of times we get questions about what kind of information are your observers been going out to collect, and so this is an in-depth look at what that information is. So when we split it up into 4 categories. The first one is general organization and polling site setup. So we're looking at parking. Is there signage put out? Is the accessible voting equipment set up? Are people able to use it if it is set up? Do they have privacy? Are people showing up at the polling site needing to be redirected to another polling site? And what does that process look like? Like I mentioned, we have our observers to check out registration. We want to know, is the line really long? How are they processing people to make sure that people are moving through in a timely manner? Are there a lot of people showing up to the polls thinking that they're registered to vote, and it turns out they need to re-register? And you kind of think, like, what information can we gather about that? We also have the ability, so we try to have the form be essentially the same from each time we observe so that we are able to do that comparison data, but we also want it to be flexible to be able to respond to specific needs for elections. So one of the questions that you'll see, or that you see here, is if somebody was claimed that they were registered, not found in the rolls and needed to re-register, was the supplemental list checked? So that's in reference to the need for the supplemental poll list. And so we trained our observers on what the list was, what it should look like, and when it should be checked. So we were able to collect data on whether or not, in practice, were poll workers checking the list like the Elections Commission was hoping that they would do. We also have, through our previous iterations of the program, have found out that not every polling place accepts electronic proof of residence. They're all supposed to. And we want to know how widespread the problem is of places not accepting electronic proof of residence. So that was also a new question that we added right here as well, to gather data about that. We want our observers to know, is anyone turned away from registration? Why are they turned away? These are the most common reasons that people are turned away at registration, and we want to know which is the biggest barrier for voters so that we can target our efforts around that. Page 3 looks at the voting process and photo ID. If we have to have photo ID laws, we want to make sure that they're applied to everybody uniformly. So that's why some of these questions are on here. Another one is about whether or not poll workers are asking for are asking about voters' addresses on their photo IDs. Once you're registered, your address on your photo ID does not matter. It doesn't have to match. And so that's something that we want to gather information about. Similar to registration, we want to know if people are turned away because they don't have an ID, what is done to make sure that they know about provisional ballots when they should be offered one, and to kind of gather any details we can about that process. And then finally, we ask our observers impressions of the overall, staff at the polling site. Are they knowledgeable? Are people following the rules? And to give us any additional comments that they have about the site. And we get a lot of really good information from the comments of things we don't even think to ask about. And that information we then can incorporate in future programs to adapt it to try and find that information as well. Okay, and then so once we get all of these reporting forms back, in November, we got 388 reporting forms back. We've got to compile that into a spreadsheet so that we can analyze the data and then put together this, single readable report that summarizes what does election look like across Wisconsin. So that's one of the things that I work on. We publish the full report and an executive summary of the report on our website. It's available for anyone to see and download. We also share it with the media and try and get publicity around it so that people know, hey, we're out here doing this. You can come get this information too. We also share it with partners, and they use it in their advocacy efforts as well. I think one of the most important parts of our program is the follow-up that we do with election officials. I mean, it's one thing for us to get this information and kind of think it through, like, how are we going to use it for our own outreach efforts, advocacy, but I think it's so helpful to be able to give this information to election officials and be open to having conversations with them about, okay, now that we know all these things are happening, you know that we know that you know, what can we do to make things better? Okay, and then now I'm going to go over some highlights from our reports. Overall, we found that Wisconsinites should be really happy with the way that elections are run in Wisconsin. Most poll workers are overwhelmingly very knowledgeable, very willing to help voters. Things are well organized, and we have, great voter turnout and strong election administration here. I think that comes as no surprise with having over 1,800 municipalities running elections, that training is the biggest issue that we see. And from training comes all these other issues of do you know what acceptable proof of residence are? Do you know that people's addresses don't need to be current on their photo ID? Do you know that if a voter comes in and wants to use the accessible voting permit, do you know how to help them use it? So these are so training is really, really a very, very key component. And I know at the previous breakout, the Elections Commission mentioned that they have 1/3 turnover in municipal clerks every year. And so ongoing training is so important because there's so many people who this is their first election. And so they're just trying to maybe get through it. But it's important to have people who are up to speed about all the rules. Okay. So through our program, we're not trying to only find, the issues and the problems that are going on election day. We also want to know what the good things are that are happening that could be replicated in other polling sites as well. So these are just a couple highlights of best practices that we've been able to identify through the program. One of the things is, poll workers going above and beyond to help voters. They should be kind of telling them what the acceptable proof of residence documents are. But if they actually take the time to go through them all and ask a voter, oh, do you have this? Or do you have this? What about this other thing? We have seen, our observers have witnessed that people who thought that maybe they couldn't vote are actually able to vote on election day. And that is really key. Another thing is greeters. They are the person at the polling place where, when you come in, they're there to help you navigate where you need to go. Are you at the right polling place? If you're not, they can help redirect voters to the correct polling place. Do you need to register? Oh, you go to this line. Do you need to check in? Oh, go to this line, and kind of sort through some of those things. That really keeps people from getting in this long check-in line, only to realize when they go to sign the poll book, oh, I'm not registered, and to go in the other line and have to wait all over again. So it really can keep things smooth on election day. One really great best practice that we have seen through the program is when poll workers ask voters if they'd like to use the machine or paper ballot. This makes it so that it's not only the person with the disability who's coming in and using the accessible voting equipment. Everyone should be able to use it, and everybody can use it. It also ensures that poll workers know that people are going to use it, so it's set up and ready to go for people who use it. And it also makes it kind of less intimidating for other people. And then it doesn't point out people who may have a disability, like, oh, you really need to use the accessible voting equipment. It's up to the voter to decide what they want to do. Signage is very important at polling sites, especially on heavy turnout elections. Sometimes you can show up and it's chaos, you don't know which line to come into. And so one of the things that we've seen is overhead signs are really helpful, so that even when there is a lot of people there, they know exactly where to go and to navigate. We've also seen signs at polling sites that say, when you go to check in, it says, state your name, show your ID, and sign the book. So things like that kind of spell out the process, allows voters to know, oh, this is what I should expect from this interaction, and also knows if there's a deviation from that process, to be like, well, I thought I was supposed to do this thing, but you're not asking me to, or, well, that's not on the list that you're saying. So it makes it more consistent voter to voter. Having curbside voting instructions outside the polling place is another really good practice. So polling places are required to offer curbside assistance to voters, but oftentimes there's no indication of what the voter's supposed to do if they show up to get assistance. And if they can't go inside the polling site, what are they supposed to do? So there is signage out there saying, if you want curbside assistance, honk your horn, call this number, then they're actually able to access that service, and they know that it's there and available to them as well. And then I can't say this enough. This isn't really a choice of poll workers, but same-day registration is the best practice we have for elections. We've seen through the program so many people use it, whether they show up to vote thinking that they're registered, realize that they need to re-register, and go register and vote. With this, I don't know if everyone's familiar with what happened with the air maintenance process, where people last February were removed from the rolls in error, showed up to vote, found out that they weren't registered, and it was no fault of their own. Same-day registration allowed those people to be able to still register and vote on election day. And it's also great for young voters and first-time voters who are like, oh, today's election day? And they can go and still cast their ballot and make their vote count. Okay, so now I'm going to review some of the biggest issues that we've been able to identify through the program. A key part of the program is that because we know that these things occur and we have data to back them up, we can follow up on them with some sort of action to try and correct them. So for registration, the most common reason voters are turned away from the polls is because they don't have the proper proof of residence documents. For example, one student in Winnebago County, during the April 2018 election, showed up to vote but was unable to produce a proof of residence document because they were a student, they rent with several other people, all the bills that they have are in other people's names, they don't have a driver's license, and they were unable to access the internet to show their enrollment verification. That person tried to vote, resides in Wisconsin, but was unable to vote because of their circumstances. We also know that there's confusion about what acceptable proof of residence is among voters and poll workers. Again, in the April 2018 election, We saw, voters trying to use credit cards, out-of-state driver's license, work IDs, things that would maybe count as photo. Well, like maybe people would maybe think it as photo ID, even though those aren't on the list for that either. But people are like, oh, I know I need to bring something, and they, bring documents that they think might fit the bill. One example of a voter who tried to vote needing to register, thought he had enough. He brought a work ID with no address, a driver's license that displayed an old address, and then, that doesn't work to establish where you live in Wisconsin. Fortunately, in that situation, the poll worker was able to walk through documents with this voter, and they left to go get a utility bill and come back and vote. And then another issue that we've seen, and I talked a little bit about this before, but is that not every single site allows voters to show their electronic proof of residency. Voters are allowed to use that as proof of residency, but there are times where poll workers either don't know or don't trust technology, and so they decide against the law to not allow it. For example, in the November election, we saw 14 sites that didn't allow voters to use electronic proof of residency. One of the sites, the observer overheard poll workers saying like, we just don't trust technology, kind of chatting about it, and then the voter was told to go back home and get proper proof of residency. So. The biggest issues around voter ID. The single biggest misapplication of the voter ID law is that poll workers and voters think that your address needs to be current on your photo ID in order to vote. It's a big misconception, misunderstanding. At best, it's a misunderstanding that the chief inspector can then go and correct the issue and make sure that the poll workers know not to be checking addresses on photo IDs. At worst, it's voter intimidation, or potentially, we haven't seen this, but potentially people can be turned away for that. In the last November election, several poll workers in Kenosha were checking addresses on photo IDs improperly. The first time they saw a discrepancy, they called over the chief inspector to figure out what was going on. And the chief inspector said, no, the address doesn't need to match. This person is fine to vote. But some of the poll workers disapproved of the policy, and our observer got the sense of that. And then they continued to ask voters about their address and their IDs. They didn't withhold ballots from anybody, but voters were made to feel really uncomfortable about their ability to vote using their ID, and that is tantamount to voter intimidation. Similar to proof of residence, there's still a lot of confusion about what is an acceptable photo ID among poll workers and voters. As recent as, again, the November election, observers reported voters trying to use credit cards, out-of-state driver's license, non-compliant student ID cards, and there are even still voters showing up to the polls not even aware that there's a photo ID requirement, attempting to vote, arguing with poll workers, and then they should be offered a provisional ballot, but I'll get into that in a second here. And then finally, there's still voters out there who don't have an ID. There are pathways for them to get an ID, but on election day there are limited options. They still should be offered a provisional ballot, but some people just don't have an ID, and because of their circumstances, it's very challenging for them to get one. So I said I'd talk about provisional ballots. They are offered very inconsistently from polling place to polling place. Some places over-offer them. So the situation where you should be offered a provisional ballot is if you are registered to vote but don't have a photo ID to vote. That's the most common one. There are a couple other situations where they're a lot less common. But this is the situation where you should be offered a provisional ballot. You shouldn't be offered a provisional ballot if you have not registered and don't have proof of residence. That's not a case where you can get a provisional ballot. And we've seen sites that offer provisional ballots to voters who are unable to register. So that's the instances of over-offering. But way more commonly is voters being under-offered provisional ballots. A lot of times when voters don't have an ID, they're told to go home and get something, or if they don't ask, they don't offer them. We've seen situations where poll workers are uncomfortable with the rules around how to offer them, and so sometimes that's why it happens. In the November election in Milwaukee County, one of our observers saw 2 chief inspectors at one site arguing about what's the procedure to give a voter a provisional ballot, and if the people who are running the site can't even agree on the procedures, how is the voter gonna get one? There are also, cases where poll workers blatantly will not offer a provisional ballot to a voter, and I really think that this is a big issue that needs some attention. In the November election, 40% of the people that our observers witnessed that should have been offered a provisional ballot were not offered one. And I honestly think that percentage is lower than it actually is in real life, because I think a lot of our observers, if somebody says, oh, well, I've got my ID at home, I'll go and get it, that person should still be offered a provisional ballot.
Right.
It should be up to them to decide whether or not they want to whether or not they want to vote provisionally, or if they want to go home. A few other issues that I want to highlight are around accessibility. We found through the program that the accessible voting equipment is not universally set up at all polling sites. That is a requirement that it should be, but it's just not the case that they're set up everywhere. And even with some places where they are set up, sometimes it's not set up correctly. The ink cartridge might be dry, so they're not able to actually use it when the time comes that somebody wants to use it, or sometimes they're in a location that is just not private. And I think that we all have the right to privately cast our ballot. Also, during high turnout elections, just the sheer number of people in a polling site can be a challenge for accessibility. When there's long lines, having to stand in line if you are not able to stand for long periods of time, that can be a real barrier. Or even if there's just so many people, it can be challenging for you to get to the area of the polling site that you need to get to. So that can be challenging. And then if poll workers are overwhelmed by the volume of people, then sometimes they end up neglecting people with disabilities. We had one situation in the November election where a voter was denied curbside voting. Everyone has the right to curbside vote if they have a disability, and they were told, we don't have anybody to help you right now, so they weren't able to vote. Let's see. Oh, and then again, this goes back to the training. Lack of training can lead to people being denied their rights on election day. So one situation that comes to mind for me is a voter who came with their guardian. They are legally able to vote, but when their guardian went to assist them, as they're allowed to do, the poll worker denied the voter the ability to have that assistance. Everybody has the right to have assistance to fill out their ballot. It just cannot be your employer, a union rep, or a candidate. So that voter was denied the help that they needed. Now we're going to go into some of the year over year and then different site comparisons. This chart here has comparison between the November 2016 election and then some things that we saw in November 2018 election. You'll notice that there's not really a lot of difference in there. And so to me that says things didn't change. What's good is like the low percentage of some of the occurrence of these things. So for example, accessible voting equipment not being set up, is under 10% of polling sites, that we have observed. But that also means that nearly 10% of sites don't have the accessible voting equipment set up. And we know what sites we have seen this happen at. So there can be targeted outreach to those sites to make sure that it happens. Size of sites, similar thing, staffing. Again, if you see the highest bar here is under poll workers asking voters about their address on IDs. Again, it actually went up a little bit for the percentage of sites. It's not a statistically significant difference, so the levels, I guess, are considered the same. But honestly, that number should be going down. And then, again, the number of voters not being told about provisional ballots is very similar. And then for that one too, we expect that number to be small, and this isn't the number of voters that are not offered provisional ballots. This is the number of sites that we have seen, we have witnessed this at not offering provisional ballots to voters. And that it's a unique case, and so we don't expect to see a lot of it, but that's the information there. And then these are some graphs about comparison between the difference between rural and urban sites that we've seen. The top one is for the April 2018 election. The bottom one is from the November 2018 election. As you can see, rural sites are way more likely to lack proper signage at the site. I think a common thought process with that is well, we're close tight-knit community. Everybody knows where to go vote. Maybe we don't need a signage. But the thing is, people move into your area, or there are new high school or new young voters who are going to vote, and they might not know exactly where to go. So signage is very important. Similarly, in the April 2018 election, we noticed that it was way more common for rural sites to not have accessible voting equipment set up, and then again, when it was set up, to not have it in a place that was private. We also saw that in the 2018 election that sites with voters showing up to vote claiming to be registered and then needing to re-register, that was a lot more common in urban polling sites. Maybe have more transient population. So people moving, maybe not realizing that they need to re-register when they move, and different kind of things like that. And then the lack of signage being more common at rural sites carried through from April to November. Voters need to be redirected was much larger at urban sites when compared to rural sites. Staffing and then long lines at urban sites were a lot more common.
We've got 5 minutes until our scheduled stopping time, but we started late, so if we could move questions sometime soon, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm almost done. Actually, I've got 2 more slides, so. Okay. So here again, we did a comparison between sites that have large student populations to sites that don't serve students in the April election and the November election. Take a look at the information. Sites that have students had more people, were more likely to have people who had difficulty producing an ID, were more likely to not be offered provisional ballots, were more likely to be asked about the address on their ID. And then, in this November election, they were more likely to have really long lines. But if you imagine a student site where people live on campus, they come down, it's very easy for them to go to the polling site. Okay, so looking at this information that we have, what do we do with it? We use it to inform our advocacy, like I mentioned. Specifically, it's been used in our voter ID testimony. We welcome and have done collaborations with clerks to talk with them about the information that we found, talk about some recommendations to find solutions to make elections better for voters. You know, it informs our advocacy. We use it. We share it with partners to help inform their advocacy. One example that comes to mind too is our work with the Wisconsin Disability Vote Coalition, especially our information about access at polling sites. We definitely share with them. And then we also get increased public awareness of these issues through media. So Q&A.
Okay,
We're here.
I want to start with just a few comments to add a few things to she said. One of the things I'm an experienced observer, and I know that if you see something wrong or out of place, the first instruction is talk to the chief inspector, talk to the municipal clerk. You know, you don't just go running off reporting it, you know, or calling a lawyer if you see something. And more often than not, the chief inspector and the municipal clerk are thankful for you being there and think, oh my gosh, I didn't turn on the accessible voting machine. Oh, you know, I didn't know my poll workers were doing that, you know, and the observation program really does supplement, I think, the training program of the municipal clerks. They have so much turnover, and for the most part, they really appreciate it, and it's a cooperative thing with the municipal clerks and the chief observers. The other thing I wanted to mention is, Beck, you had the slide of different opportunities for observation. Now, the League is really organized program that has to do with election day observing, but there's also the observation of the testing of the voting equipment, and something that's new and growing, if you were in the last session, observation of post-election audits. And now again, that's because the clerks aren't used to having any public present, I mean, including voters. I mean, with election day, at least there's voters there that say, I'm supposed to be able to do that. With pre-election voting machine tests, usually you walk in and you're the first person who has ever observed it. And the first year we did organized observation of the pre-election voting machine test through the Wisconsin Election Integrity, 50%, half of the municipal clerks failed to check that the machine was counting votes correctly, which is the statutory purpose of those tests. And they were just checking to see if it counted ballots correctly, or if it had the clock set right, you know, all these things. And again, it was just this massive education it turned into effort, you know, because when you said, wait, you're not done, you didn't check to see if it counted votes right, there's, am I supposed to do that? And you know, yeah, you see, you're supposed to, okay, well that makes sense, you know. Anyways.
Gee, I plugged it in, the light turned on.
Yeah, I tested it, yeah. So again, I just wanted to stress that value of these tests, and again, just to reiterate, that legislators really do listen to the League of Women Voters. All the other work we do for election integrity, we just don't, other groups just don't have the credibility and the gravitas of League of Women Voters, but when they show up with their report from election observation, they get listened to. So, okay, now questions.
Can anyone be an observer?
Yes, so anyone can be an observer, and I should have said this sooner.
I mean, even like a high school student?
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering, and I'm just passing this on as information, wouldn't it be great if we had the high schools, social studies, classes set up where they could go down and observe? It would get the young kids involved. It would teach them where to go vote, what the voting process is like. You know, and even if their parents are with them, you know, it's a learning. Voting and democracy is not a spectator sport.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great point and a really great idea. I know that you know, high schoolers can actually serve as poll workers as well, and so there are some programs looking at how to engage high school students in the process in some way. Yeah, and I should have said this sooner, but so through our program, you don't have to be a League member to be one of our volunteer observers. Anyone is able to do it, and so we welcome everybody to participate in our program.
Okay, I've got these cards. If you want to sign up to be a League observer, I can give you one of these cards, and you can contact Again, I'm an experienced observer myself. I highly recommend the experience.
Are there any other questions?
How often are is the training?
How often is the training? So we do the training leading up to every time that we observe. We typically observe in the April elections and November elections. We're not doing one this April, so kind of years where there's going to be like a November general election, we'll typically do April as well. So 2020 will be the next time that we observe.
And equipment checks are so important. We had to have a recount in Stoughton
Oh,
because the equipment check wasn't done properly.
we had a volunteer who said she was gonna go to Stoughton to observe. She didn't do it, and darned if it turned out that the machines were misprogrammed and completely miscounted the election on election.
Yeah, they counted like, what, 7 or 9 votes out of
9 votes.
6,000?
Yeah, 9 votes out of 6,000, yeah.
Oh, did you have a question over there?
How long have you guys been observing elections as the League of Women Voters?
In Wisconsin since 2010. There's other observer programs in other states, but for us, it's been since 2010.
No more questions? Eileen, thank you so much.
I'm so happy to be
appreciate
here.
you coming, yes.
Okay.
Okay, good work.
Thank you.
Okay, just a silly thing, the other thing about observing is you get to observe some funny, silly stuff. And one time there was a voter who was turned away at registration. He was really angry, and so I followed the instructions. I followed him out into the hall, and maybe I can help you. What was the problem? He says, they wouldn't take any. He says, I read that you could register at the polls if you brought your driver's license and stuff. And he says, it was all from Chicago, and they wouldn't accept it. I said, where do you live? He said, I live in Chicago, but I read you could vote.
This was in Chicago.
Yeah, no, and the procedures are in there for a reason, to make sure that everyone's doing what they.
Wouldn't that be great if we had national voting where you could go into any polling place and go vote?
Well, I always felt
Just
sorry.
write
for
up
the
your
guy.
own ballot.
I read that you had same-day registration at the polls in Wisconsin, so I came to vote.
He was up here on vacation, I wanted him to vote. Or go to a recount if you really want to learn. Oh. Those are a lot of fun. And Sauk County really does a good job on recount. I think.
Times it pays to wait.
No.
The grannies are fantastic, and John is fantastic. You can see him in the flesh and not just on the screen. You do a good job there, John. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You always do a good job. And I'm going to let you
I'll take care of
introduce Nada. And thanks everybody for making this a great day. And thanks for continuing the legacy of our friend Ed Garfield.
Michelle. All right. You know, it's in the Old Testament, there's a line. If the foundations are destroyed, what will the righteous do? And, you know, in Old Testament, respected by almost all Abrahamic religions, it crosses lines of Islam and Christianity and Judaism. And it's a mysterious text because mixed in it you get answers to things. And so if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? And then the answer comes later in the same text, Psalms. And it goes, the stone that was refused shall become the headstone of the corner, right? And so if the foundations are destroyed, right, you break things apart, then somebody's going to pick that up and build something. And we have been beaten down and pushed around and harmed and defeated many times. Hasn't always been good. But at some of the darkest and most difficult points in that history, there are a handful of people who say, well, that's when we start something.
So after George W. Bush stole the presidency, he was not elected president. He lost by 540,000 votes. By any democracy in the world, George Bush wouldn't have been president. Ed Garvey started Bombfest. He didn't start it when things were going great. He started after he got beat for governor. Admittedly, for Ed, getting beaten in an election was nothing all that shocking. But he got beat for governor, and then he had the president stolen away from him, right? I mean, the whole thing was a disaster. He says, well, let's have a party. And when I think about who is in that tradition, who has done that well, I have to think of our friend named Timm. Because if you look at this annual gathering, man, its roots are not in the good times. Its roots go back to times where we were getting beat and having bad things happen, as is frequent. And this wonderful gathering, which is the single best gathering in the state of Wisconsin for grassroots, core, progressive politics rooted in the rural parts of this state. Woo! Doesn't mean you're all rural, I know that. But rooted in the rural parts of this state, because progressivism is not an urban tradition, it is a rural tradition. It came off farms and out of small towns, and this annual gathering keeps that alive, brings us in from all sorts of places, and reminds us of what we're fighting for and what we're about. And one of the most important things that the best of our rural tradition is about is our sense of solidarity, our sense of connection with people who we know, and also with people who we don't know that well. Because the fact of the matter is, if you live in a rural place, right, there's a hell of a lot of people you don't know. Like everybody in the world. Because you're out there in the middle of nowhere, farming or doing whatever you're doing at 5 a.m. And yet, a good rural progressive has a sense of solidarity and connection to the rest of their state, their nation, and their world. It's what makes us so special. And we get beaten down. I'll talk a little about that in a moment. But today, I brought a friend of mine along because I think it's really important that she get to know us a little better and that we get to know her a little better. And sadly, we gather not in a moment of joy, because as we said, we never do anything when things are right, right? We never ever start something when things are going good. And my friend Nada, who is the chair of the Next Gen group on the UW campus, and has also, she's as we understand, is a super senior about to finish at UW. And as you might have guessed, Nada is a Mennonite. No. Well, I was going to help your rural folks, because, we do have Mennonites in Wisconsin, and women will cover, and so I thought maybe the tradition. Nada's Muslim. And one of the reasons why I thought it was really important that she join us today is that just a week ago, we saw one of the most horrific events in the history of the world. An event that shook Islam globally, but that also shook any person of good faith and good character. And so I hope you'll please welcome my friend Nada to say a few words and to ground us as we continue our conversation. Please, Nada, join us.
Thank you for that great introduction. I don't know how I can follow up the Raging Grannies, but I'll try. My name is Nada, and I'm a student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison studying genetics and legal studies, and I'm chair of the school chapter of Next Gen America. 2 Fridays ago, the world woke to harrowing news. 50 prayer-goers were shot to death at the Friday ceremony in Christchurch, New Zealand. That morning, I scrolled through my Twitter feed for hours, praying. As a Muslim American, my blood ran cold. I didn't know what I was looking for, but putting faces and names to the victims seemed to be the only way to mediate the extraordinary amount of pain I felt. I couldn't let myself forget them, and quitting the app felt like I was doing that. It felt like I was doing my Muslim brothers and sisters halfway across the world a disservice. I needed to hear their stories. I needed to be convinced that in the face of so much evil, good still existed. Sadly, this is not the first time I had gone through that. Christchurch was no different than the Tree of Life synagogue shooting months before, or Orlando, or Charlottesville. It seemed like I was in a constant state of mourning, as hate continued to take the lives of those who least deserved it. Repeated trauma tends to encourage desensitization. What I feared was not forgetting them myself, but rather the normalization of the hatred that killed them. Senseless violence, when not addressed appropriately, becomes a societal norm. We accept it as an inevitability of the human condition, and in doing so, we fail to proportionally chastise those who impose it and those who benefit from it. When it happens somewhere else, it's not our problem. When it hits closer to home, it becomes our problem, but only for a little while. Pain is a heavy burden to bear, and I understand that our automatic reaction is to store it away where it can't hurt us. But this pain, the pain we feel when others are killed for doing no more than worshiping differently, that is the pain we need to hold on to, because it is what stops it from happening again. The American attention span is notoriously short term. I'm well aware of that. So I don't expect us to dwell on tragedy forever, nor would I want us to. However, this pain is progress. It reminds us of our shared humanity, and it reminds us that there is much more that holds us together than sets us apart. I am a Black Muslim immigrant woman. I am what this administration and those like it fear, and I am the tool they use to undermine our values of unity and compassion. But as much as I and others like me have suffered in the hands of their dangerous politics, I can't encourage more division. America is still good. We are still much better defined in our love for one another than we were ever defined by those who want to split us apart. The voices of hate are not the majority. They are just the loudest. We have to be louder than those who have tried to convince us otherwise. And the single most effective way we can do that is by participating in our democracy. I am from a little village in Sudan, Africa. I immigrated to the US when my father won the diversity visa lottery in the 90s. People in the world I come from do not have the right to march or protest. Politics in Africa and elsewhere are a dangerous realm of oppression and suppression. Voting is reduced to a corrupt, rigged, and unfair political process that hides behind a facade of democracy. So it confuses me why we as Americans take ours for granted. It confuses me why we have such low voter turnout rates across the country. There are people that die every day on the battlefield of the ballot box. There are people who have willingly spilled their blood so that we could be represented in our government. Who are we to throw that away? We have a responsibility to make this world a better place for everyone else. We can stop tragedies like Christchurch from happening again by voting for officials who admonish Nazis, implement sensible gun reform, and show the bare minimum of empathy and human emotion. It only takes an hour of our afternoon on election day to show the world that we are not part of their divisive rhetoric of men like Trump or otherwise, nor will we let their violence be carried out in our name. Much like my religion, the America I know is loving, it is kind, and it is forgiving. So let's show that. That is what we owe the victims of last Friday's attack. That is what we owe our country, and that is what we owe ourselves. Thank you.
Is 22 years old. Woo! But tomorrow she will be 23.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nada. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you for letting us celebrate with you.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for those wonderful words. Isn't that the reason why we support immigration to this country, why we believe that letting people into this country makes us a better country. Wasn't her immigration story such a special thing, like all of our immigration stories? And isn't it wonderful that we have a chance to gather here in this room and celebrate Islam, celebrate a religion like Christianity, like Judaism, that came to this country and that rooted in rural America. Now, do you know where the first mosque in the United States was built, the first freestanding mosque? Nobody ever does. That's okay. No one has ever known. It was in fact in rural North Dakota, in a town of 62 people. The first freestanding mosque in the United States built in North Dakota. They had come out of the Beccaw Valley, and they got to Ellis Island. They said, we're farmers. Where should we go? They said, North Dakota. And to this day, you can go to that small little rural place in western North Dakota, and you will find a mosque. Wow. Second mosque in the United States, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Yeah. One of the earliest mosques in the United States, Keokuk, Iowa. Keokuk, Iowa, there was a little tiny Jewish community and a little tiny Muslim community. They both practiced a dietary tradition which required meat to be prepared in certain ways. They didn't have enough people to support a butcher. And so the rabbi and the imam got together and said, let's cut a deal here where we sort of trade back and forth, but we will work together to make sure all of us can maintain our dietary traditions in this tiny town. Muslims and Jews in rural America working together, brothers and sisters. We're so glad to have Nada here, but we're also so glad for that opportunity to remember who we are. That's right. That we come from places that have solved all the problems of the world. And that when we want to solve the next problem of the world, all we have to do is put our head to it. I'm so glad to be with you. I'm so glad to be here today. So glad to be here today with someone who, there's always a delay. David Bowen, by the way, I want to mention David Bowen, state rep from Milwaukee, running for Democratic Party chair. Keep yourself to a minute, brother. I'll let you say something.
A minute?
I'm not going to really mess. Come and say a word. Yeah, come and say a word. David Bowen. Ladies and gentlemen, David Bowen from Milwaukee, a small town on Lake Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nichols. And thank you for the 2 minutes.
No, I'm going to keep fitting it up to 2.5, brother.
Can we make more noise for that amazing folks of the Grassroots Network, I am thankful to be here. I'm coming straight from the 4CD. They had their 4CD convention today, and it was important that I spoke to the folks in that room because those folks will be at our convention this June. So I wanted to convey some messages that I only have 90 more seconds to say. I'm honored that right now I am the first vice chair of the Democratic Party. I've been there for the last 4 years. And in 2015, we were not where we are right now, right? I would go to national meetings and convenings, and people would say, why is Scott Walker still a thing? Have you guys not gotten tired of him yet? And we said, okay, give us some time. We're the butt of your jokes now. Let us go to work first. We now have an operation that has beaten Scott Walker's. Make some noise. And that exists because we now have started usually earlier than we ever have before, where we would take months just to go into communities, have a quick conversation, and hey, vote for us, please, and then we would leave again. Thankfully, that is not how we operated in 2018. We have turned things around where we have regional organizers that get on the ground much earlier, engaging our communities, and we now have a chance to go beyond the accomplishments of 2018. 1.7 million phone calls, 23,000 volunteer shifts, and over 250 neighborhood teams all across the state that ironically did 80% more doors than we did in 2016. Wow. Right? We're talking about a midterm operation when usually we would turn the lights off and we would go light, but we went heavy this time. And I think we can continue that. So the ticket that I'm running with the amazing Tammy Wood that I know that everybody in this room knows from Sauk County, she is the chair there. And Alicia Lorta is a UW-Madison college student, 19 years old, running for second vice chair with me as well. We have the most diverse ticket in party history. I believe that this ticket has a fire running in us that you would not believe to be able to take us forward. And I truly think that if we make some things happen where we prioritize small dollar donations just as big as our folks with bigger means, right? So that we can not just be beholden to big donors, but also small donors as well, who can chip in $5 every week, every month on a regular basis. We're talking about building real grassroots power and connections. I think it's important that we have a homegrown talent pipeline where we don't have to parachute talent into our districts, into our counties, but actually lifting people up who have connections, who have the experience in our communities, and actually giving them a shot to run our campaigns as well. I feel like we have a lot of potential, unleashing and tapping into the potential of our party, and the time is right now. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
David Bowen, man, he is running in a competitive race for chairman. He's running against a really great guy named
really great
guy named Wikler. And so you folks are going to have to really test this out. You're going to have to figure out which one, if you happen to be a Democrat. And David, I got to warn you, there are a few people in this room that might not even be Democrats.
That's good too.
That's all right.
You guys are welcome in June.
But what I'm going to tell you is folks are going to have to sort that out, because this is now suddenly being chairman of the Democratic Party in Wisconsin seems like it might be something. It might be worth it. And that is because in this state we have been in sort of a transformational moment. We have been in the wilderness. There is no doubt of that. And we have been, and boy, that 40 days and 40 nights, that seems pretty short compared to 8 years of Scott Walker, I'll tell you. Not to compare, there are complexities, I understand, but I know the people who've been there with us the whole route. And it's an awful lot of you folks. And I can't tell you the power, the strength of being able to say that we have an urban-rural coalition in this state.
That's right.
That we have African Americans and Latinos and Asian Americans, 100-year farmers, century farmers, and newcomers, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, people of all religious traditions and non-believers. That we have folks who are of reasonable means and folks who are struggling to get by. And that we can pull that all together because there's a set of values that run deeper than everything they use to divide us. I cannot tell you the power, the strength that we have when I can go. I'm going to do a little MSNBC tomorrow morning, right? Oh my gosh, I know they're going to say, oh, what about that Mueller report? And yeah, last night, man, they went, can you see that? I never saw people talk for 6 hours straight without having anything. That's an amazing feat, man. And I don't have the talent to do it, but boy, if I did. What I would say is, I love that Mueller report, but let me tell you about the Grassroots Network meeting I was at. Because I got my faith in Robert Mueller. Oh yeah, he's a cop. But I got my faith in Robert Mueller. He may give us something. I believe that. But I believe more strongly that what's going to beat Donald Trump in 2020, if he's still president, but what's going to beat Donald Trump in 2020 is going to be the renewal of rural and small town progressivism. And that's going to tip these states back into. I believe that with my heart and soul. And I will tell you something. It's just not to pick on anybody, but in 2016, the crisis in Wisconsin was that our rural progressive vote underperformed. Wasn't quite there. It wasn't. We have to acknowledge that. And you can say, well, it's because they just didn't like the cut of Tim Kaine's jib, right, or whatever. I don't know. They like, but all I'll tell you is this. I promise you this. It wasn't because they liked Donald Trump. This is one of the great lies. Our media, which never ever comes to rural America, doesn't know anything about it, doesn't have any respect for it. Our media says, oh, man, you drive a mile out of town, it's all Trump country, right? Now that's the biggest lie imaginable, and I'll tell you, I know it because I know Walworth County. Now you don't have to know it because I do. My sister lives down in Walworth. My brother-in-law farms, and there's still a few people with farms. My brother-in-law farms, just outside of the Delvin area there. 100-cow dairy farm that his family's had since 1846. And so out there in Walworth County, in 2008 and 2012, Barack Obama, now I'm going to check with you, David Bowen, Barack Obama, right? An African American. Maybe, some people would think, maybe not, like somebody that you would associate with Walworth County. If you've been there, and I know you have. Okay, so Barack Obama came close to carrying Walworth County. That's right. Did great out there. He's getting like 40, I think he's getting like a high 40s. Second time around a little bit lower, but still well into the 40s. In 2016, suddenly that total goes down to 30, 32, 33% from mid-40s, right? And you're thinking, oh my gosh, all of my media friends, I tell you, because they're so smart, right? They all are like, oh, you see, all those people, all those rural folks, they just got up out of their Barack Obama voting habits, and they went over and they says, I gotta find me a racist to vote for. I need a racist to vote for. And they find themselves some Donald Trump. Well, in fact, I know this is it's too much to ask. I realize it's way too much to ask. But I actually went and looked at the numbers. Oh. And you know what? There's an interesting thing about Walworth County. It is true. The Democratic vote out there collapsed. It's a nightmare. It really went down if you're a Democrat, man. That was a bad scene. But here's the interesting thing in Walworth County. Donald Trump got 200 votes less than Mitt Romney got in 2012. He got less votes than the Republican baseline from the previous election. So it wasn't that all those people out there in Walworth County or Vernon County or even, dare we say it, and I know Sauk and the counties around here kind of held their own, but it wasn't that these people all upped and said, oh, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. It was that a heck of a lot of them said, I'm not going to vote. That's the truth.
Native people too.
Native people too.
Oh,
no doubt about it.
Reservation.
We had declines. We had all these declines in rural America. And so suddenly we've got this lie. And it's a cruel lie. We have a lie about rural America that's a foot in our land. It infects our politics. It causes people to say, oh, you know what? Maybe we just ought to worry about winning elections in our cities, right? Or maybe we'll go for the mythical suburban women, right? That's right. I'm going to swing them over or do something. And they say, well, nothing out there in rural America. I'll tell you, if the Democratic Party falls for that lie, the Democratic Party will lose. It will lose. It will lose because the tipping point is always these rural counties. It's always that set of counties out along the Mississippi River. It's always those counties up, you go up into the northeastern part of the state. There's a set of counties in this state that will tip this state one way or the other. And the interesting thing about these counties is that people say, Yeah, you know, these are all those white folks out there. Do you know who lives in rural America? The number one boom group in rural America is Hispanics, Latinos. Latinos are moving into our small towns, and you know what else they're doing? They're keeping our dairy farms functioning. We beat some of the ugliest anti-immigrant laws in the country when Latinos took a day off and came down to Milwaukee, and the dairy farmers called in to those Republican legislators and said, would you please not beat up on these people because they are the ones that are doing our work out here. That's right. And so that's who's living out there. You know, if you go around this country, Elizabeth Warren was just down in Mississippi. And she's talking to all these folks, and she says, got to get rid of the Electoral College. And there was this huge round of applause. And you're thinking, why are people in Mississippi applauding getting rid of the Electoral College? I thought they were a small state. I thought small states liked the Electoral College. If you look at that audience, there's a substantial number of African-American women in that audience. Do you know who makes up all sorts of rural counties in Mississippi? Where you go right up that Mississippi River, right? County after county after county, majority African-American rural counties. And you go out into North Dakota and South Dakota. You go out into some of our western states, you're going to find whole counties that are overwhelmingly native counties. We have a native county in Wisconsin. I was on television on the night of the 2016 primary, and somebody's going, you'll appreciate this. They said, well, you know, Bernie Sanders, he doesn't do very well with minorities. That's what they said. And you know that David, of course, was a Bernie Sanders backer in 2006. You know that line? They said, oh, Bernie Sanders didn't do so well. And I said, you know, that's funny. That's kind of funny because Bernie Sanders just won the only majority-minority county in the state. And everybody looked at me like I was crazy. Like, you know, just like, what the hell are you talking about? And I said, yeah, we have a county in the state of Wisconsin that is majority Native American, and they just gave the guy 63% of the vote or something like that.
Better than Madison.
Better than Madison, there you go. And so when we start to unlock the reality of rural America, what we find out is rural America isn't the cliche that the media tells us it is. Rural America is where the first mosque was built. Rural America is where we have county after county running up that Mississippi River with African Americans. Rural America is where we have huge Native American population. Rural America is where the boom population, the rising population, is Latinos and Asian Americans. Rural America is a place where progressives can and must be organizing every single day, every night, because rural America can add its votes to that great wave that will sweep Donald Trump out of office.
That's right.
You don't have to compromise any value for rural America. You don't have to say, oh, I'm going to go soft on the social issues. Do you think there are women in rural America that don't want health care? Really? Do you think there's people in rural America that don't want single-payer Medicare for all health care, everybody in, nobody out, universal health care? They want it, man. They want it. And do you think there's people in rural America who don't like a healthy, strong government? Well, let me tell you something. There's a heck of a lot of people in rural America that are going out. They know that way to that mailbox. Because that's where the Medicare or Medicaid check may come. That's what, it's, you know, Jim Goodman, there's even some farmers that might get an occasional check from the government. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Goodman, the head of the National Family Farmers Coalition. In rural America, I'm sorry, I don't want to keep talking about rural America, but I'm going to. Rural America, man, rural America's where we generate up the activists who make us not feel disconnected from one another. You know, I was down there at the protest back in 2011. We had all, some of you may recall it. I like to think my friend Scott Walker remembers. And when we had That first day, 8,000 people showed up. The first day, 8,000 people. Second day, 20,000. First weekend, 50,000. Second weekend, 100,000. That final weekend, right, when the state senators came back, when Jesse Jackson was there, 180,000 people. You could not look in any direction without seeing this sea of humanity. And what made that day so special? What made that day so special? I'll tell you, there were so many things. There were people in solidarity coming from all sorts of places. But I have to tell you, when those tractors rolled onto the square, suddenly, you could not say, you couldn't tell the lie, Scott Walker. We're not going to do that till we're done. We're going to wait until we're finished with the phone, and we'll sort it out later. But we'll do it. But you could not tell the lie, Scott Walker. You could not claim that this was just people from Madison. Because you know what? I've been living it. My people came to Madison in 1838. They didn't even have a tractor then. Madison's not a tractor town. It's an SUV town. And so the fact of the matter is, when those folks on those tractors showed up, suddenly it broke the whole lie of trying to divide us. And you know who was on the first tractor? I was down there with my daughter, because I cannot resist a tractor. I had this friend who came in from Cobb, right? And, you know, it's like, we had a tough struggle. There's a lot of things that you could have told people, and maybe it wasn't worth the effort. But I had a friend who came in from Cobb, and he said, I'm talking to him, I saw him out there. My mom's from out there. And I said, hey, man, how you doing? You came in, I can't believe you're here. This is a pretty long distance. And he says, tell me about it. I had to get up at midnight to do my milking so I could be done by 3 a.m. to drive the tractor in from Cobb. In 20-degree weather. In snow. Uphill. Because no one in rural America has ever gone downhill. Every hill is up. And so, but they got there. And I just want to tell you, I went down there with my daughter to ride in with the tractors and do our thing, you know, because I thought that would be cool, and it was. Tractors don't move fast, so it was a nice front hour and a half spent coming from, you know, just south of Madison in. But at the front of that tractorcade, having taken off another weekend, after having taken off weekend after weekend after weekend, to come and stand in solidarity as he has over many, many years, and doing so not just in solidarity with workers, but with civil rights struggles, with social justice struggles, with women's struggles, has been one of the great farm leaders of the state of Wisconsin, my friend Joel Greeno, who's in the back row. That is a heroic, excellent American, brothers and sisters, and he is still working the farm, working a second job, because in this country we don't make it easy for farmers. Farmers struggle in this country. Is that right, Chris Marion?
Yes, that is right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Marion, who should be in the state Senate but will soon be in the state legislature in some way. Let me tell you this. When Joel came down there, he came as one man. He came on his own. I remember seeing him standing down there one Saturday afternoon, just a friend, a comrade. And yet, when he came down there, he did not come as an individual. When a rural Wisconsinite shows up for a struggle, when a rural Wisconsinite joins a struggle that a bunch of city folks are in, right? That rural Wisconsinite breaks all kinds of cliches, breaks all kinds of stereotypes. When you show up as rural progressives, when you come, you make it different and better. And it's able to say, we've got a coalition that's bigger and stronger. And we start to really be able to reach out to all those other people. People in cities feel more confident when somebody from a rural town shows up and stands in solidarity with them. And people in rural towns feel more confident when somebody from a city comes and stands in solidarity with them. That's what this white nationalism stuff is all about. You understand? That's why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it. Because they're terrified. They're terrified that we might stop trying to look at how we're different and start trying to look at how we are the same. And the fact of the matter is, when Joel Greeno is having to take a second job to keep working on his farm, he is the same as some dad in the north side of Milwaukee who's got to take a second job to support his kids. When Chris Marion's got to run a bed and breakfast and a bake shop and a farm and like 10 other businesses just to make a decent living out there, and still is actually the richest person I ever met. When someone's got to do that, right? Out in rural Lafayette County, am I right? Lafayette County, right? She is no different than the mom in Madison or Green Bay or someplace else who got her hours cut back in some office and is having to work that night at a Wendy's window or someplace to get enough money to get her kids where they need to be, working 2, 3 jobs. And when we start to recognize those connections, when we start to realize that it's all one thing, that's when we start to win. Not a little, but we start to win big. And brothers and sisters, 2020 is not about winning by a little. If some candidate for president comes to you and says, you know, I think I can just beat Donald Trump, I want you to run screaming from the room. Because you don't want to just beat Donald Trump by a little bit in 2020. You want a great, big, epic wave of votes. Between Darlington and, you know, maybe up toward Argyle. And I want it coming right in there across central Wisconsin and heading toward Milwaukee, sweeping up across this state. Why, I want that wave to be so big, David Bowen, that when you come back to the legislature in 2021, right, there aren't going to be any seats left for the Republicans because there are going to be so many Democrats. Independent Greens and lefties to sit with you and keep you honest. So that's fine too. But I want to make it into something rich and vibrant. I want it to be like that wonderful year 1964. Now, if you're old enough, you can remember 1964 in the state of Wisconsin. You know, I had this acquaintance up there in Fond du Lac. His name was John Race. He lived just outside of Fond du Lac. He was a rural county board member on the Fond du Lac County Board. He worked as a machinist in a factory up there. And in early 1964, he's a good Democrat up there. And they said, John, we need a candidate for Congress up here. Nobody wants to run. Linus Van Pelt, or whatever his name was, some guy named Van Pelt was the congressman up there. He was such a, he represented an area like Joe McCarthy came from up in that area too. And Mr. Van Pelt was the one Wisconsinite who voted against the Civil Rights Act. Right there, voting. This is a bad scene, man, awful stuff. And John Race said, I don't know if I can run for Congress. You know, because I'm just a county board member, I'm a machinist, I'm not some big educated, I've got all this stuff. And he said, John, you're fine, you've got the main qualification we need, which is you have a name we can put on the ballot. John was like, I guess I can do that. I don't have to give up like any shifts at work, do I? And they said, John, as long as you give us your name, you're good. So John put his name on the ballot, and the Republicans then went and nominated Barry Goldwater for President of the United States. And obviously now you're too young to remember this, but Barry Goldwater didn't turn out to be all that great a candidate. In fact, he pretty much lost everything except like about 5 states in the South that were still clinging to some past. And so in Wisconsin, the weird thing about it was, on that election night, Lyndon Johnson swept the state of Wisconsin. And Bill Proxmire swept the state of Wisconsin. And Bronson LaFollette, he got himself elected attorney general. Like, Democrats were winning all over the place. Frank Nicolay. Oh, man, I wish everybody would applaud when they heard the name Frank Nicolay. Greatest progressive ever to serve in the legislature from Abbotsford, Wisconsin. Rural progressive. Frank Nicolay came sweeping in his majority of the legislature. But there are all these results coming in. John Race is down at the bar right, with all the folks, right? And they're cheering Republicans losing, and they're cheering Democrats winning. And John Race is going, I got to get going. I got an early shift at the factory. And he's walking on. Somebody says, John, take a look at the TV. You just got elected to Congress. From the machine shop to go to the Congress of the United States. He was the only member of Congress to list his occupation as factory worker. Wow. He went out to the Congress of the United States of America, and he voted for the Voting Rights Act, and he voted for Medicare and Medicaid, and starting the war on poverty.
Yes.
Wow. He got beat. He got beat in '66, as you might expect, because it was a very Republican district. They had gerrymandering back then. But understand this. I knew John late in life. Can you imagine that? One year you just decided, Chris Marion, you just decided to run for office, right? One year you just decided to run for office out in a place where Democrats are never supposed to have a chance, where your side is never supposed to win, and you're not just a Democrat, you're a progressive, and you run for this office, and you get to go and vote for voting rights, and Medicare, and Medicaid, and a war on poverty, right? I mean, I'll take that 2 years. I'll take that 2 years, and I'm hoping that 2020 is that kind of election. But 2020 is only going to be that kind of election if people start to think about that kind of coalition. All races, all religions, big and small, rural and urban, together with some sort of core message. And I'll leave you with a notion. My friend, and I love to be able to say this. This is a treasure being able to say this because he was a friend. He wrote introductions to my books, and we knew each other before a lot of stuff. My friend, Paul Wellstone. Paul Wellstone. Was one of you folks. He wasn't one of them. He was one of you. Paul Wellstone was a professor, so maybe he wasn't one of us, but you know, he's still a pretty down-home guy, and he's teaching at university and stuff like that. But his great passion was going out. He got all wrapped up in the farm crisis in the mid-1980s. There was this horrible farm crisis in the mid-1980s. It was devastating, and our government was just letting farmers down left and right. You know, Steve, right? Those were hard times. And government was just making terrible policies, and it wasn't working for farmers. Farmers were being forced off the land. There were tractorcades. There was all kinds of protests. It was a really difficult moment. Paul Wellstone got all wrapped up in that as a Jewish guy from Washington, D.C., who had come out to Minnesota. And in the midst of that struggle, this brings us around to some of the beautiful words that Nada gave us at the beginning. In the midst of that struggle, back there, that's okay. Somebody calling in to... That's all right, don't you worry. They're calling in solidarity with us because they know they wish they were in this room, being part of what we're doing. And so Wellstone, there are more coming. They're coming left and right. We love them for that, and we love you for that. So Paul Wellstone, he gets all wrapped up in this, but this is before you're born. It's amazing, right? This is back in the 1980s. And the white nationalists, right? The racists. Because that's what they are. White nationalism, what that word mean? What does that mean, right? Oh, we ought to denounce white nationalism. No, we ought to denounce racism, right? That's the thing that we have to understand. White nationalism, white supremacy, that's racism. It's understood as such. So the racists thought the farmers are really mad. And they thought, well, we're going to go exploit the rural folks, right? We get out to there as rural towns because the farmers say, yeah, it's majority white out there. We'll go out there and we'll tell them that the Jewish bankers are doing something. Or that your money's going to the welfare mother. They had all those lines that were trying to drive those divisions, between people. And Paul Wellstone, he decided he's going to go organize. He's going to try to organize across all these lines of division. Yet there's all these stories about the racial division. There's all these stories about white supremacists and about white nationalists and about racists working the rural towns. And Paul Wellstone's wonderful wife, Sheila Wellstone says one night when he's going out to some rural town to do some organizing and try and get people together, Sheila says, you know, Paul, I'm not sure you should go tonight. I was reading in the paper, somebody had shot a banker, right? And guns were coming into this thing. It was getting violent out there, and it was anti-Semitic. It would have been Islamophobic, but they hadn't even gotten to that level yet. But it was anti-Semitic, it was racist. They were doing all the stuff we think about out there. And Sheila said, I don't want you to go, Paul. He said, I promised these people in this little town I'm going to go. I've got to be there. And she said, Paul, they know you're Jewish. You're going to be a target out there. I'm really concerned. So Paul went out he just said, I've got to do it. So he goes out to this small town, and he's in a little tavern in a town of a couple hundred people. And he's standing on a pool table giving a speech about how farmers and working people in the cities and packing house workers in small towns, all these people got to get together in some great coalition and fight against the economic powers that are holding everybody down, to fight for economic and social and racial justice. He's given this speech on that table, and there's a bunch of farmers, and they're applauding, and they're signing up. A lot of those farmers helped elect him to the United States Senate, not once but twice, beating a Republican senator in Minnesota at a time when that wasn't an easy thing to do. Same time Feingold was coming up here. And so it was a worthwhile meeting. But you know, if you knew Paul, he could never leave early. He's like me or like Garvey or one of these people. It's like there's one last person to talk to, you got to talk to him. Right? Watch out on that, Chris. It never turns out well. But the fact of the matter is that he always stuck around to talk to the last person. And so Paul was standing there talking to the last person. He goes out in the parking lot. It's about 11:30 at night. And the lights is rural Minnesota in the winter, and the lights are out. And it was like snow blowing across the fields, and it was cold and dark. Kind of like a Truman Capote. And he goes out that door, he walks out that door, and he's coming across the parking lot, trudging across that snow, going to his car. And it's truthful, his wife had warned him, he's feeling a little bit, just a little kind of keeping an eye over his shoulder there. And he sees somebody in the shadows. And a guy kind of steps forward. And this isn't just a guy. This is like, this guy, 6'4", right? Blonde, airy, that blonde hair swept back. Young guy, wearing one of those, Joel knows, he has like a farm jacket there, the look. And he comes over and he goes, "You Wellstone?" And Paul, who had been a wrestler in high school, and he's about 5'4". Paul's like, he's wrestling a thing on. He goes, "Yeah." "Yes." And the guy goes, "Wellstone. That's a Jewish name, isn't it?" Paul looks at him and he goes, he's got his little Star of David. He looks up and he goes, "Yeah, but what does that matter?" This big, tall, blonde guy looks down at him, pauses for a second, like he's crazy. Looks at Paul Wellstone like he's just crazy. And he says, "Doesn't matter at all. I'm finished. We minorities got to stick together." Brothers and sisters, we got to stick together in solidarity. We got to go out and win those elections. We got to take this state back. We got to take this nation back. We got to take this world back. Another world is possible. A world of justice, peace, and economic humanity. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take it.
I'm going to tell one more story. Oh, no. We had the premier storyteller. I don't know if you can remember this, John, but you brought up Paul.
Yeah.
And do you remember where you were when you heard,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
okay, where were you?
I was at Cincinnati.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
were, and I was there with you. It was one of the most tragic days
Yeah.
of.
All got killed in a plane crash.
Yeah, that was tragic.
We were all together. But you know what? Let me close off with that, brother. Let me close off, just to tell you, we were all together. A bunch of nuns. And you know, there's no more radical group in America than nuns. With the possible exception of Girl Scouts. And, you know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was a Girl Scout. Right? That's true, but I'll tell you something. I like to think that was the greatest blessing. Well, if it's got to happen, right? Something awful's got to happen. There's nothing better than being in a room of people who understand the concepts of solidarity. Mm-hmm. There's nothing more radical that we do than solidarity. Nothing more radical than that. When you show up and put your arm around somebody, when you show up and stand with somebody, like the Jewish community in New York, fabulous thing. Did you see that synagogue in New York? Or the mosque in New York after the killing in Christchurch, and the whole Jewish community from the neighborhood was out there, right? Or you see that guy in northern Britain? He was at a mosque in Britain, and he had a sign, just an old Jewish guy out there, and he had a sign that said, "I am your friend. I will keep watch while you pray." That's solidarity.
We need this inspiration. Thank you, John, for bringing it We got a set of keys here for somebody. We got a pair of glasses. It's got a red button on this key set. Go home and organize. See you next year.
We'd like to get a picture of everybody, so try not to file out of the room yet.
We're going to try doing a picture of everyone.
If we could bring everybody up in front to get us out.
Come on, everybody, come down here. We're going to take your picture.
We're trying to get a picture.
So Edson won the Mama framed print. Edson won the Mama framed print. The Blue Moon beard and shirts. Jackie Brown won that. All right, and the salt crystal lamp, Joy Morgan. Joy Morgan. Yeah.
Joy Morgan won the Sauk crystal lamp. That's Joy.
Joy, there you go. Yeah, just go.
Mama Frank Crute is for Edson.
Right. Hey, people, they want to take a picture up here.
Don't wait for Timm to get us out there. Come on up front.
Come on up front, it'll look good. Come on, people.
We'll share it on the website.
Let's join the photo, people. Don't sneak it out. Nobody sneaks out.
You're taller.
You're in that picture. I'm in there. We gotta get you in.
We got a whole gang.
Get up in Hey guys, all this way. John, look at me. No, we gotta get a picture right here. We'll start with this. Oh my gosh. Hey, and where's Donna? Donna, I want you coming out. You got to get you out front here. Not for all of them. That's not the whole point of it. But we got to have you out for one because we want that solidarity with the Wisconsin. You come over with the grannies here. I got it. You're a keynote speaker, sister. We got to have you in the game. Get in there, everybody. 1, 2, 3. All right, that is John. You better get in here. Get in here. All right. Down without that little camera? That's a trick.
Let me give you your rhyme too.
Oh, this is good. Come on. You'll relish.
Oh, very good. 1, 2, 3.
We'll share the pictures on our website.
Okay, everybody this way. 1, 2, 3. Solidarity.
Beautiful.
Come on, get the picture.
Oh, yeah, Mary Kay, let me take one with you and then I'll just share them. All right, you go in there. Come on, come on, come on. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you.
With rural issues, talk about,
Thank you for inviting me to speak. And that was John Kinsman, Warren Economics at Madison College. So that, I mean, yeah, has written a lot about politics. I want you to think about that, like how we, to serve to guests, I mean, those things. Now, I can tell you right now, it's not with a pile of money. No, and this is happening now. I mean, the iceberg is the problem. That's going to be coming in danger for lots of reasons, okay? But, I mean, this crisis, excuse me, like we can have, you heard today at the speculation for, I mean, this is, happening there. I've actually been there. I have a credit union. I lived in a house. It's get tough. Nations took this part. They bail out any credit unions? Football league. Restructured as a not-for-profit co-op. $80 billion. About right. People call it Velveeta Gate. Joke. It's the number of shareholders you can have in a profession. Head out of town. If I spend money I'm actually giving my money straight to taker. They're setting prices. Difference, right? I mean, you can literally water watch eons, right? And that's part of the. We were exporting food from Ireland during the commodity. Or is it going to maybe help them with some food if you have it, right? So that's why we call it agriculture, not. So and then the idea of like co-ops came out of the New Deal, right? Governments claim restore the food we eat in Wisconsin right now. Import, right? So I mean, it's something to think about. Sorts of allies and groups here. I mean, the effort with the farmers union to try to say to actually transform our vendors. I met them a few times. Okay, the Commonwealth, the Commons, the very Commonwealth, which is the foundation. Stop there and hope we have a good discussion. So thanks.
John, you got a hand over there.
That with all this destruction that has, do you think that's another after the election?
Down to New Orleans, we brought down tractors. We're going to help you.
Until in December, I got a response, and they sent me then saying that, and I applied for.
I'm managing their forest under the 7th, but they're managing it under.
You got someone.
They should be doing to lobby with the government.
I think like the only way they can influence things is as a citizen. So can you be our air or 8,000 people, like the 4th largest city in the state at the time, is running without money. People are bringing what they have. I guess like, as a citizen, you have the most power at the city council. I mean, when I lived in Madison as a student, I don't think we give people enough.
Question on a creative solution to these. Try to impact some federal. They call themselves amongst themselves anywhere, somewhere.
Normal agriculture just brought it. Any farmer came up, I don't know, but and
deals with opioid addiction issues, and I think at the hospital I couldn't believe it. I said, "The crisis is really frightening."
He's right now trying to.
Our new governor, I'm hoping. Well, there's no gag rule anymore.
It's equipment to inject it, or even better to irrigate it.
It's like. I mean, I've done this before, and they're even trying for decades when they have to create that job.
Well, and then the irrigation thing, we these tiny little.
On the stat or where it started.
Seaweed county were caused as long as I had them. Alaska during World War II, and there's a bunch of cattle that got left on.
The Menominee people would get. That would be a and they didn't get it, but they're also having the, saying that the amounts of snow, you know, that's not, you know, there's all kinds, it's multifaceted, but are we capable organization that does?
When they're reconstructing, that was one of the best workshops I went to at the Asia, and you're bringing in, you know, I mean, you can actually use local material. We could do a lot better.
I'll take what you got.
Anyone that wants something, good comments, thank you.